2, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Try it now, Jim. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, Leo mic, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Leo's mic, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, Pat mic, test 1, 2, 3, 4, Pat's mic, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, guest microphone, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a guest microphone, testing 1, 2, 3.
And good afternoon. You're all very welcome here to O'Garney Park in Six Mile Bridge for the third of the quarter-finals of this intermediate championship for 2021. We already know two finalists, semi-finalists, with Rowan, who defeated Corofin yesterday, and Tulla, who defeated Six Mile Bridge yesterday. So the remaining 2 spots yet to be filled, and both of these to be filled later on. One coming from this game here between St. Joseph, Doorbearfield and Bodyke, and the fourth and final spot to be filled later on this evening between Smith O'Brien's and last year's beaten finalist Tubber. As I said, dark, dreary day here in O'Garney Park. Rain beating down fairly heavily here in O'Garney Park. Pitch in good condition, but gone a bit softer weather, than the usual conditions we've had. But in fairness to the Bridge Club, in as good a condition as could be. We're joined here. I'm joined in co-commentary as always by Pat McNamara, and our guest analyst today is well-known St. Joseph's man well-known to us on Scariff Radio. It's Patsy Fahey, and we'll give both teams in a moment when we get the teams. So first of all, Pat, your thoughts?
Well, looking forward to the game enormously. Conditions a little bit suspect there from the heavy showers. There are a lot of showers overnight now. Pitch on top will be skiddy, but having said that, these lads are flying feet on the ground is solid. So and there's a gust of wind now and again. But look, it's to make it a really good game. A young Bodyke team. It's the 2 remaining quarter-finals of the battle of the 2 East Clare teams against kind of Tupper from North Clare, I suppose, and Joseph's a country that's Mid Clare, I suppose. Patsy, if I have my job, will be right there. So it's kind of East Clare versus the middle side of the county or the north. So that's an interesting thing in itself. But Bodyke put a very, very young side, as we know, nearly all under 23 or 4, apart from 1 or 2 players in their later 20s. Doorbearfield, again, a nice mixture of youth and experience there. A lot at stake. Both of these teams do want to make progress. I suppose Doorbearfield's need might be slightly greater in the sense that, they are, to all intents and purposes, a club that could be senior and maybe should be senior. So I'm sure they'll be given this absolutely everything. I think they've had an injury too in the warm-up. You might be able to tell us more about that in a minute, Patsy, yourself. But looking forward to the game enormously, Leo. And as I said, it's a game could be played in heavy showers and that, so that could affect it as well. But look, we'll wait and see. Let's enjoy the hurling, hopefully, anyway.
Yeah, and first of all, Pat, we have to offer our condolences. We have a number of deaths involved with GA families over the weekend. And first of all, over there in Clooney Queen, Des Lynch, father of Fergal, and look, you know him better than we do, and we offer condolences to all the Lynch family.
Absolutely, condolences to the Lynch. There's a few families bereaved this weekend. The Lynch's first days, I've just called out to the funeral there at the Mass in Queen, and there's a cousin of mine, not a close enough cousin, but reasonably close cousin, and relatives, exactly. And then you have, of course, Mike Maloney, or Mike Billy as he was known, from Fecal, another GA family, of course. Liam there, hurling for years with Fecal, and Stephen, of course, his son as well. So condolences to them. And of course we have the O'Brien family in Broadford as well, bereaved yet again with the sad death of Jamie. So it's a sad weekend for many people. But look, I'm sure we all, the GA family, join together in sending condolences to those families. And I'm sure every little bit of care and concern of the GA family helps a little bit in their time of bereavement.
Yeah, and indeed also later on today we have Smith O'Brien's and Tubber, and Smith O'Brien's GA club being hit by 2 bereavements over the weekend with Eileen McCarthy, mother of the famous McCarthy family down there, and Paul, her son would be involved with Bodyke, but condolences to all McCarthy family. And unfortunately the unexpected death of Charlotte Ryan, who's sister of Seamus Gleeson, whom we give many years of great service and is still involved with the Killaloe club down there. So condolences to all those in Smith O'Brien's GA club also. And Patsy, looking at St. Joseph's, right, it is an injury hit St. Joseph's. It's like casualty ward out there. It's like Lanigan's ball. It's in and out. You might be able to enlighten us more, Patsy.
Yeah, Leo, there's a few lads picking up knocks, I suppose, in the last few weeks. I know Massey Hare there picked up a knock playing soccer there last Sunday, and he was touch and go. It looked like he was on starting, but I'd say he pulled up in the warm-up there, Leo. So he looks like a non-runner there, waiting to see who goes in instead of his place, obviously. Darragh O'Shea would be the normal centre-back for Doorbearfield. He's been ruled out as well. So Darragh would be a huge loss to Joseph's because he's good to read the game, and he's a great striker and deliver the ball as well. So it looks like Fionn Kelleher is gone in from wing back into centre back. We've Aaron Landy then coming in wing back, and Alan O'Neill out in the other wing. So you could say Doorbearfield very, very, very strong men on both wings. It's something that if the aerial ball goes down on top of them, I would imagine that Aaron and Neil would have a definite advantage of that. Looking at Jack Hannon is coming in wing forward for the injured Owen Hanrahan. So Jack brings a huge amount of experience as well. He's been unfortunate with getting injuries in the from the club football matches, but he looks like he's ready to go here for the hurling. So himself, Tom, would be very much to the focal point of the Dover Barefoot attack in the half forward line. Tom Hannon's having a very good year. I've watched him most of the games this year. He's been very impressive. Although the team hasn't been impressive as a unit in the last 2 games, I thought they were very patchy against Partine in a lot of the play. Only pulled away probably after the second water break. And against Corofin, they seemed very flat and lethargic in the park last week, where you really have to produce your A game. Obviously, Leo in the park, and Dover Barefoot didn't do that. So I'm expecting a big performance today. I think conditions will suit certain lads in our team because they're big and strong men. I'm not sure of the Budike makeup. You probably know a bit more than that, Leo. So I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, and I suppose Patsy, it is a total contest. Budike are a young team, and maybe the conditions may not suit them on today. But look at you, it's a quarter-final championship, and you have to put all that behind you. We'll give you the line out of both teams. First of all, we give you the Budike team. In goals is Seamus Quigley, Éanna Doyle, William Fitzgerald and Tina Statry is the full back line. Kevin Drost, Cian Minogue and Sean Wiley is the half back line. The Doyle brothers, Cahill and Shawnee are Lorna Parker. Tommy Minogue, Patrick Fitzgerald and Cahill McKinnon is the half forward line, with Peter Flower, Fionn Statry and Jamie O'Donnell making up the full forward line. And St. Joseph's line out as follows. In goals is number 1 is Paul Madden, Kevin Meany, Adam Muggerman the full back and Joey Keane, Ellen O'Neill, Fionn Kelleher and Aaron Lendy. Donald Holland and Jamie Keane is in midfield in place of injured Massey Heher. Brian Gilfoyle, Tom Hennon and Jack Hennon is the half forward line, with Conor Tierney, Cahill Ruane and Keane Burden the full forward line. The man in the middle is Niall Malone, and Seamus Quigley is men in the goals here at the Kilmorey end, as what I take up a station here at the Kilmorey end, which means Paul Madden is defending the goals here at the school end, and the game is on here in O'Garney Park, and the ball is in the middle of the field. It's out straight out to Tom Hennon. Tom Hennon gets a low ball in towards the corner. It looks like it's a Tierney, gets out in front of Willie Fitzgerald, and a ball in towards the corner, and that's an early score for St. Joseph's off the stick of Cahill Ruane. Cahill Ruane now out at wing forward, so a good start. It was Keane Byrne who loaded that ball, so for a good start for St. Joseph's. And Pat, that's exactly what St. Joseph's wanted.
Well, it's nice to get on the scoreboard so quickly, but Cahill Ruane there took that very well. May have a bit of a breeze with him, hard to say. It's kind of a swirling breeze, but it settles it down that little bit. But it's so early yet, but I are only waiting to get their hands on the ball now. And
the ball is out. Is Tommy Minogue for Budike in the half forward line. He's beaten up by Lendy, the experienced Aaron Lendy. Gets the ball out here. Kevin Drost trying to pick it up for Budike. He's noticeable in his early stages that St. Joseph's are a much stronger team. The ball is out to the wing back O'Neill. O'Neill puts the ball in the court towards Tiernan Statry and Jamie Keane. Statry, whose uncle Michael is the manager of St. Joseph's, and Statry is a tremendous player, Pat, a player we've enthused about. He's really one for the future, Pat.
Absolutely fabulous cornerback, or any player who plays really a young player, good for you there for himself. And as you said, his uncle in charge of the opposition, so it makes it very interesting.
And a ball up the corner from Cian Minogue up towards Patrick Fitzgerald. His battle with Muggerman is going to be interesting. Gets the ball back in towards Cahill McKinnon, another young player. Cahill McKinnon taking the ball down along the sideline here, gets it out to Paddy Fitz, but it was out over the sideline off the stick of Adam Muggerman. Looks like he's going to be line ball for like. Looks but I maybe seems to be playing with a man back Patsy in these early stages. No pattern developed as of yet.
No, indeed not. It looks like they have one free there in the half back line. It would probably be to serve as a cut-off point to the danger men, Cahill Ruane, Conor Tierney inside the inside line.
And the ball in from Hennon, gets it in over the stick of Slattery, goes in. Willie Fitzgerald trying to make this ball, but Willie Fitzgerald he's in a race with Cian Byrne, but Willie not the fastest, but the ball goes into the corner. Tierney comes across. St. Joseph putting on all the pressure. It's a good ball across. It's going to be caught up by Cian Minogue. Cian Minogue plays the ball out to Shawnee Doyle in the middle of the field. Shawnee coming across. Rain beaten down here. Shawnee gives it to the brother, who gives it back to Shawnee. This is Budike at their very best, and the challenge comes in there from Donald O'Halloran. But I would maybe be better advised, get this ball and move it on. Shawnee Doyle tries a bit of soccer skill. Tommy Minogue trying to get in there. Cian Minogue, the centre back, trying to pick it up. We're right in the half back then. Minogue, a great ball, gets the ball now, looking for Jamie O'Donnell. Good control from O'Donnell. Uploads it to Patrick Fitzgerald. A shot from Patrick Fitz. That's the level and score. That's good team play from Budike, Pat McNamara.
That was a very, very good team score. Before that, the Doyles combined brilliantly, but were foiled by maybe one extra pass. However, they got it right there, and a lovely finish by young O'Donnell, who's a very, very elusive player when he's on form, and that was a lovely move involving game, and Paddy Fitz goes with the deadly finish.
And the ball comes out the corner to Byrne. Byrne gives it back to O'Neill. O'Neill is not going to miss it. That's a shot from O'Neill. Is there a tail in it? Indeed there is, but it comes inside the left hand post. Go over the bar from Ellen O'Neill. Betsy, you know Ellen much better than us, but a great servant and a very versatile player, can play in any position.
Absolutely, can play in the full forward line and the half forward line, but now he's used as a wing back, and I'd be saying Budike would be probably avoiding him from a long puck out, Leo. Here we go, short.
The ball comes out to Éanna Dial tries to get away from the challenge of Conor Tierney. Dial coming out into the half back line, pushes the ball up, but he only finds the stick of Brian Gilfoyle. Gilfoyle gives it back into the middle, a shot from St. Joseph's, and they return it with interest, but it goes out to the right hand side and gone wide. That was Shamey Keane who hit that one out to the Jamie who hit the ball. Shawnee Keane, sorry, we give him his proper title, who was introduced late there in place of Matthew Hare. Quickly with the puck out. The breeze seems to be favouring Joseph maybe in these early stages. The ball comes out towards Cahill in the middle. Cahill is being challenged by Brian Gilfoyle. Cahill gives it out to Shawnee. A high challenge there from the centre forward, which Niall Minogue must play the advantage. Nothing to untoward from Tom Hennon. Just a slight high tackle, but players beginning to get to know one another. I see Peter Flower now seems to be moved out from his corner forward position out around the middle of the field, and I suppose Pat, but I maybe have to try and bunch it up and try and stay in the game for as long as possible.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, Six Mile Bridge is a fine open pitch, and I mean, but I can't play in the lack of space of that in terms of meeting a bigger team. They can open it up for the world, but I have a funny feeling Josephs wouldn't be too worried about it opening up either, because they're athletic players. So, but like as I said, it's not a tight pitch. So, but I have the chance to play the ball down the flanks, and let's see can they get space for their somewhat maybe lighter players, touch players maybe, and see if that works. But for them, it's still fascinating. 2 points to 1, there's nothing in it. It's well in the game, 4.5 minutes gone. So it's only still finding its feet this game, and the ref is having a bit of a fussy chat there for a while.
Yeah, he's having a word with Shawnee Dial, and there is a couple of incidents maybe gone off behind the scenes that maybe he might have to keep a close eye on, but it's a free for Patrick Fitzgerald, 65 metres out, dead in the centre. It's St. Joseph's who are in the lead by 2 points to 1 in this broadcast brought to you associated with Derek Credit Union and our outside broadcast sponsored by Michael Long Construction. Fitzgerald, who has 1 point from play on the board here in these early moments, can he level the scoring here in O'Garney Park? The rain seems to have subsided a small bit. Here comes Patrick, drives this one, is the tail in it. Indeed, there is a 10 that the wrong umpire was moving from the right point of view, and he moved out to the right hand side and waved it wide. The score remains 2 points to 1 in favour of St. Joseph's, and Paul Medden with the puck out. Paul drills it out here, but all he finds the hands of Cahill McKenna. Cahill McKenna with a new player into Budike this year who has had a tremendous championship. Shawnee died for Budike, delivers this ball in looking for Tom Minogue, but the ball is going to be cut out by Lendy. Here comes Lendy, gets the ball out to Fionn Kelleher, who's gone in centre back in place of Darragh Shea, who will be a tremendous loss for St. Joseph's. The ball comes out to Shamey Keane, but he leaves it for Conor Tierney being chased by Éanna Dial. A shot from Tierney, that's going across the goals on Tierney and gone to the right hand side and gone wide, and but I could be quite happy, Petty, to see St. Joseph shooting from far out, but there's a player gone down for Budike, and it looks, I'd say to Sean Wiley, he's gone down, picked up an injury there. You might be able to elaborate, Patsy. We didn't see it. The umpire has gone out to the side of the goal, so I think maybe there had been some bit of messing going on between two players there, and we'll see. We remains to be seen what you didn't. Can you elaborate, Patsy?
It looked like he picked up maybe a kind of a shoulder to the midsection, maybe. Hopefully it wasn't too low, as I say, because it looked like he was in a bit of pain there. Conor Tierney just got a good chance there for Joseph, but he probably better advised maybe to maybe double back and have a look and see who was coming across the middle, because in these conditions it's very tricky to be shooting from sidelines, and I'm sure the management will have more a word with that kind of stuff at water breaks and stuff like that. But overall it's been a good start, Leo. Both teams are settling in. The breeze is tricky. It looks like it's favouring Joseph, as you said, but I could be quite happy with where the situation is at the moment. Yeah,
and Budike who beat Newmarket in their first match, lost Rowan in the second game and beat Clarecastle, and St. Joseph's, who got over Clonlara in round 1, then defeated Partine, but lost to Corofin, quite surprising, the last day in the last round, but we're sure that their players gone through at that stage to the quarter final. But look, it's a new game here today, and it's winner take all, and St. Joseph's, who were in the final 2 years ago, they were beaten by Tubber in the semi-final last year, and Patsy, and Pat alluded to this earlier on, St. Joseph's is a big club, and look at, we understand there is a lot of injuries out there, and a dual club would probably love to get back to senior ranks.
Well, it's the year to get back, Leo, with two big guns going down. I mean, you get caught in that intermediate again next year, and all of a sudden your favourites tag are no longer favourites, and Joseph's have been favourites since the opening gambit of the year. Judging from what I've seen the last couple of games, maybe that favourites tag is a little bit shaky now at the moment. They have picked up a few injuries, like you said. The dual club, it is tough, and it's week in, week out, and they just have to get on with it now, Leo.
Yeah, and I see Shane Dowling, who's ruled out of playing at the moment, but moving quite well up along the side. sideline here in front. The ball breaks out to Guilfoyle. Brian Guilfoyle gets a good ball in. Is he going to be cut out by Keane Minogue? Keane Minogue, the centre back for Bodyke. He's blocked down there by Shamie Keane, but Minogue goes back in the left half back position here, just in front of the dugout. Here comes Keane Minogue trying to come through. Could be pulled for over carrying, but gets away with it. Drives that ball up the corner towards up towards Fionn Slattery. Fionn is being beaten there by the cornerback, by the full back. Is Ellen O'Neill. The ball goes into the middle. McKenna with a good pop pass out to Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald is always available for the pass. Patrick Fitzgerald out in the corner. A shot from Patrick Fitzgerald, but there's a tail on that one as it barely makes its way into the goal. Good defending by Muggavan. But in fairness, and Joseph's recycled the ball quick. The ball comes out to Joey Keane. Joey Keane gets the ball out here to Fionn Kelleher. Kelleher gets the ball across out to Landy. Landy isn't going to mess around with it. He opens up the shoulders. A shot from Aaron Landy. This ball is dropping in. Indeed, he's dropping over the bar. And there's no doubt about Landy. He looks a big, strong man, but he's an absolutely brilliant hurler, Pat.
I do love watching him hurl. He's an absolute stone wall. He's an absolute monster and giant. But the thing is, he can use his head, his hands, and his stick, and he knows how to drive a ball and drive with purpose. A brilliant point from distance there. And Joseph just settled in that little bit better into the game, Leo. And I noticed the wind is probably not helping, but it's blowing more or less at an angle towards our commentaries, away from the stand side here, and that's why Pat Fitz went wide at his own side. But again, how he was found there by Cathal McKenna, who always looks for the pass first before scoring his own score.
And the ball is in over the head of Fitzgerald, but Muggavan gets the ball, blocks it out, brings it out here to Cathal Ruane. Ruane is running deep. In fairness to St. Joseph's, they're being very, very direct. A good ball down the corner towards where Tina Slattery in Keane Byrne. They were down here in a corner forward position, down here at the Kilmoreen. Byrne is a strong man too. Slattery goes down the ball, and the ball comes out. Who's coming out? Is it Wiley's coming out? Wiley comes out, clears the ball out to Minogue. Minogue takes a heavy challenge there from Brian Guilfoyle. A high tackle from Guilfoyle. Minogue goes to ground, but a free. It's at typical championship, Betsy. No questions asked or given.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to the Bodyke lad there, he had a good shot of it in the shoulder. He had the presence to hold on to the ball, but it was definitely a free. And now they have a chance to maybe just settle it down, Leo, and take stock of where they're going to hit in this ball, because it looks like Doorbearfield are furrowing people out the field and just leaving maybe two inside for Conor Tierney there, and if he gets space, obviously he's dangerous. But Bodyke have the extra man back to cut out that, so it's kind of a tactical battle at the moment, Leo.
Yeah, a tactical battle, there's no doubt about that. And Mike Guilfoyle and Shane Dowling, who are over managers of and coaches of St. Joseph, Fancy Holland, Cayman Tracy, and Sil Dolan over Bodyke, and it's a Vinny Sheedy also involved with St. Joseph's. Keane Minogue with his free. It's 3 points to 1 in favour of Joseph. He puts the ball up in front of Slattery, who would know the manager of St. Joseph's quite well, out to Shawnee Dial. Shawnee Dial battled up in the middle of the field, and here comes St. Joseph's again. The ball comes out to the midfield. O'Halloran doesn't mess around with it, gets the ball down towards Keane Byrne, who's beginning to get out in front of Willie, but Willie is dogged Willie, but he leaves Willie for ground for dead on this occasion. But Willie is trying to catch up the ground, but here comes Byrne off his left hand side from Keane Byrne, and a shot from Keane Byrne that's Goharan Dressnawn, and there's no doubt about it. Pat McNamara, Keane Byrne seems to have the beating of Willie Fitzgerald in these early stages.
Yeah, he looks lively, and secondly, shooting from the stand side today is the place to be, because the wind is carrying the ball at an angle, as I said, so the wind fully behind that as I went over. Great shooting by Byrne, and there's a good variety of shooters on the Doorbearfield team as well. As interesting to see, whereas Bodyke might be depending on Paddy Fitz a good bit for points. There's more of a variety of shooters from different angles, whether it be Tierney from close in or and maybe Landy from far out, and Rowan there supplying good ball in as well, playing very deep. So at the moment you could say Doorbearfield have the upper hand. 4 points to 1 it is, and just before we go further, it's 11.5 minutes into the first half.
Yeah, 11.5 minutes, 4 points to 1, and indeed Byrne is back on the field. Was it Shamie Keane was had picked up for injury? The ball comes out here in the middle of the field, and here comes the swing back, and Kelleher, this lad is really beginning to slam it again to Rowan doesn't normally mess around with it, gets the ball in over the top towards Willie Fitzgerald and Byrne. This is definitely a tactic. Willie being held up by Byrne, held up by Willie, where he shoots it over their shoulder. That's a tremendous score from the stick of Keane Byrne. And Patsy Fahey, this man is a player. He's a tremendous prospect. He can hit it left or right. He's low. He's well able to catch high ball. He's a great player for the future, Patsy.
Yeah, he had a great first half against Partine there in the second round. He kind of really kept Joseph's in it with his performance. He looks like Bodyke have a little issue there. They might be looking at maybe a change or maybe a little bit more help there for Willie Fitz.
Yeah, Willie's in trouble with Keane Byrne now Byrne goes up and takes up station at full forward. It's 5 points to 1. Tommy Minogue for Bodyke in his debut season gives the ball back to Kevin Drosh. We're playing up in front of the stand. stand. Out to Paddy Fitz, 45 metres out. Can Paddy drill this one? Indeed he drilled. That's a tremendous score. That's what I get their very, very best. Playing the ball around. Good play by Drost and Tommy Minogue into the sharpshooter, Paddy Fitz, and that's what they have to do. They have to get Fitz on the ball, Pat.
Get Fitz on the ball, but of course that's easy to read as well. If Josephs know that's going to happen, I'm sure they'll come up with a plan to thwart it as much as they can. You know, you need 3 or 4 lads shooting scores on a reasonably regular basis, and that's what I noticed with Josephs. Josephs are doing that, and at the moment there's a bit of a dependency on Paddy Fitz, which hopefully from Bodike's point of view won't to come back to bite him too much.
And here's the same man, Paddy Fitz, right out in the middle of the field, gives the ball to the running Cathal Doyle. Cathal Doyle gets away from Ryan, but he puts the ball out to Shawnee Doyle. Shawnee, who had a great game in the last match against Clarecastle. This ball is dropping. Is it dropping? It's dropping. Go Haran Dressnon, and the difference is narrow to 2 points, and that's going to give what I great hope. Patsy, the last 2 scores, 5 points to 3 in favour of St. Joseph's.
Yeah, the previous one was very good, Leo, but that one was very sloppy. It went straight through Joseph's men's legs, and it was recycled twice for Bodike to put it away.
And the ball is out to Gilfoyle, and St. Joseph's are really moving the ball direct, but it's young Statry, Tiernan Statry for Bodike. Here, out coming, now back. He started the championship at corner forward. He's now back in the full back line, back in his more natural position. The ball comes out to Cathal Doyle. Cathal Doyle goes short, gives the ball back out to Shawnee. Shawnee shoots off his right hand side. The same scoreline again. Shawnee Doyle, go Haran Dressnon. We're back to the minimum. McNamara 5 points to 4.
Well, how quickly it can change. Bodike just playing sensibly there, playing the ball short against the wind and trying to find each other, the man in best position. Shawnee Doyle with a beautiful strike just before he was going to be blocked down, a wristy swing over the bar, and the wind didn't seem to bother him in the least. So Bodike have really come back into the game.
Great ball in from Wiley. Wiley got out ahead of Carl Ryan and dashed at Wiley, but it's Mugovan and Fionn Statry. Fionn Statry tries to keep him, hits a ball, I tell you, a ball back that Paul, good control from Madden, the goalkeeper. The ball comes out to centre back, the son in the eyes of Keane Minogue as he tries to turn Shamey Keane. But St. Joe Keane gets up, but his Statry is there for Bodike. Keane Minogue trying to get it, but the ball coming, who's going to get it? Is it Dana Doyle, the cornerback, gets it up for Bodike. He goes to ground, he's pushed in the back by Conor Tierney. Pat McNamara, Bodike have grown into this game.
It's amazing what a couple of scores can do to lift spirits, Liam, and that's exactly what the game is about. You know, you get to a couple of scores in a row from good moves, and next thing you think you can win the next ball without a bother. Whereas before that, they were struggling. You know, they were behind their men, and Barton was making hay there, and Brian Gilfoyle was in the game. You know, Owen Henry and Conor Tierney as well. But back well in the game now, 5 points to 4, and we are just check the time there, almost 15 minutes gone, so we'll be heading for this Ishka Sus quite soon.
And pushing it back there by Patrick Fitzgerald on young Keller, I think is going to be free out for Paul Madden. And Patsy, you know, St. Joseph's seem to be coasting, and funny as Pat said, a couple of scores and the whole thing can change.
Well, you have to give credit to the Bodike management there. They probably said to Tiernan Slattery there, make sure you're staying in front of Willie Fitz and Keane Barron, and that's one of them scores happened because Tiernan Slattery cleared that ball out, and now the extra man is bringing in to make a small bit of hay now for Bodike because the Josephs can't find the gaps. Yeah,
and the ball comes out to Keane Minogue. Keane lets it drop, but he gets back, he comes back out again. He takes on Jack Hennon, and Minogue gets the ball out to Shawnee Doyle, who's available at all times. Shawnee pops the ball up towards Minogue. Good control from Tom Minogue. Tom Minogue released the ball to Fitzgerald. This would be a tremendous score from Patrick Fitzgerald, but he only finds the safety at the hands of the St. Joseph's goalkeeper, who is all the time to wind up and drive this ball down the corner, looking for Conor Tierney. Conor Tierney coming down here in front of the dugout here. Here comes Tierney. He's taken on Ian Doyle, the cornerback. He's gone inside. Tierney, a shot from Conor Tierney, but he goes across the right hand side of the post and out to the right hand side and gone wide. And St. Joseph's, Pat, will not be happy with the shooting of the forwards.
No, Conor Tierney looks extremely lively, great control, just that little bit of inaccuracy running in. Maybe if he came out a little bit and put it over off his left hand side, maybe increase the angle a bit. But Cian Minogue is anchoring Bodike very, very well there, Leo. He's won a lot of battles there and cleaned up loose balls. A bit like Landy at the back, maybe for Joseph's in the first 7 or 8 minutes. Cian Minogue, from my mind, has just held, glued it all together there for Bodike in the last 5 or 6 minutes.
And just the Susishka is taken for the first quarter. It's 5 points to St. Joseph's, 4 points to Bodike. Concern there for Brian Gilfoyle, Patsy. He seems to be picked up an injury as well as receiving physio, and there's no doubt about it that the funny thing, it's not a funny thing, but when injuries come into camp, it can seem to be infectious.
Oh yeah, definitely. And looking at the bench, I know a lot of them lads, they be fairly threadbare on the bench now. To bring in new lads at a quarter-final stage of a championship, Leo, is because I see Jarlath collaring down the right. Jarlath would be an option off the bench, absolutely,
serious operator,
for Dura Bearfield. But looking at the last the play there with Conor Tierney. I suppose he's everything in the package at the moment. Conor, he's getting out front, he's getting good control, but unfortunately, you have to have the full package, and that's putting the ball over the bar. And he's had 2 bad whites from that side. But I could be delighted with that water break now. They've got themselves back into the game from 5-1 down to 5-4, and it's all in the mix again, Leo.
Yeah, and in fact, the conditions, the breeze, the slight breeze is favouring St. Joseph's here in the first half. And as Pat said, I will be quite happy going into that water break. It was a game that could have gone away from very, very fast. Winters 5 points to 1. But in fairness, they got dug deep. Shiny Dial with 2 good points, and Fitzgerald with another point. Brought him back into the game.
But again, it's used to the ball. Instead of panicking and driving, panicky balls from defence, they worked it through the middle. The 2 Doyles very much involved in those. As I said, Keane Minogue started to get off a lot of the time, and young Tiernan Slattery, in the full back line as well, getting out in front and protecting the full back line there very well. So yeah, but look, Joseph still have the point of a lead. They still probably look the most likely to break through for a goal. You think the way Tierney is going there and the way Barron's kind of getting inside as well. But Éanna Doyle and Willie and Slattery are holding the line there still, and all to play for. Really close, good, and it's an enjoyable game as well.
Yeah, an enjoyable game, and we're going to restart with the puck out from the Bright goalkeeper. Seamus quickly has been busy with puck outs, has been in trouble. Great puck out into the breeze, a long puck expert drives that ball. That's gone down onto the 30 metres out, but it blocks down to Kelleher. In fairness, Kelleher is having a good game at the heart of the Jordan. Gets the ball out to Lorraine. Cathal Lorraine gets out in front of Sean Wiley on this occasion. Pops the ball in over towards Barden and Willie Fitzgerald, and Barden has the legs on Willie Fitzgerald again in this stage, but the ball has the legs on both of them and goes out to the left hand side or the right hand side if we look and gone wide. They puck out from Quickly's puck out, gets it out to Shani Dial. Shani Dial, the midfielder, gets away from the challenge of Brian Gilfile, who he offloads the ball to Keane Minogue. Keane Minogue's ball is blocked down, but it comes to is a Tommy Minogue, and who comes in there is to Landy, gets the ball out to Brian Gilfile, gets it back to Alan O'Neill who's 1 point got already, puts the ball in, and it's Éanna Dial who gets out in front of Tierney on this occasion. Dial is down on the ground, trying to break out to tackle, gets the ball out to Peter Flower releases the ball out to Cathal Doyle, the captain, giant captain for gets the ball, but he only finds the stick of Arnold Landy. The ball goes in towards Jamie O'Donnell, but Landy's a strong man, very hard to knock it off him, and he's been challenged by 3 or 4 but he just leaves him in their wake and puts the ball, but it goes into the middle where Keane Minogue and Jamie Keane, but Minogue is a strong individual and gets a man who played underage for the county at minor and 21, gets the ball to Slattery puts a great ball in over the top towards Tom Minogue, but it's Kelleher who's back there sweeping all the time for St. Joseph. I'm impressed with this man. He's taken over from Dara Shea who'd be a huge class player we have been really impressed with in the past for St. Joseph's. The ball comes out to the midfielder, Donal O'Halloran, a shot from O'Halloran. That's a tremendous shot from Donal O'Halloran, and Patsy, in all it was a score St. Joseph needed. Yeah,
absolutely, to settle him down. You're right to say praise Fionn Kelleher. He's doing a good job there at centre back, even though he's on Bodike's best player in Paddy Fitz. Peter Flower's doing a good job there on Tom Hannon. We were just alluding to there. I haven't seen Tom Hannon get on the ball at all. Peter Flower's come off from corner back, and he's kind of taken up a marking job on Tom Hannon, doing quite a good job on him.
Yeah, and the puck out for Quickly, it's 6 points to 4 in favour of St. Joseph's. The ball goes over the top. Fitzgerald lets it go past him, but it's Donal O'Halloran, the man who got the last point, gets the ball back to Joey Keane. Joey Keane gets the ball out to Tom Hennon. Here comes Tom Hennon, and just to speak about him, Petsy, he's making a 70-yard run. He's leaving the Bodike attack in our defence in their wake, and Hennon shoots off the left hand side. Petsy, you better keep quiet, because every time you open your mouth something happens to St. Joseph's. 7 points to 4, good score for St. Joseph's, Pat.
Well, if you needed a kick open the behind there, Pat mentioned him. Peter Flower did a good job coming back marking him. Hennon did very, very well there, but again, that's where you shooting from the stand side. That, there are people that seem to be very accurate. There's a direct kind of an angle wing going across towards the goal, whereas shooting from the as people who are familiar with the bridge, the far side from the stand, or our media station here, shoot from this side, you're kind of against the breeze, and it tends to tail wide at your own side.
And the ball, Seamus Quickly gets a shot puck out to Fionn Slattery going into trouble, but he gets away with a tremendous skill, gets the ball out to Wiley drops the ball, Wiley at wing back drops the ball, but Slattery, I tell you, I love this player. He gets a great ball out to Tiernan, out to Cathal Doyle takes this ball in over the top. Fitzgerald does a chance here, but the goalkeeper Madden, it comes out, advances in goal, a very sharp and a very good goalkeeper is Madden, gets the ball out to O'Neill, who's available at all times, and he passes the ball out to Brian Gilfile. Brian releases the ball here for Joey Keane, and St. Joseph's the water break. Whatever Mike Gilfile and Shane Dowling set him at half time, the ball goes into Barron, who leaves Willie in his wake again on this way. Here's Barron, is he going to shoot? He's coming, that's 3 times he's cut the ball 3 times, and I tell you, there's a bit of complacency there with St. Joseph's, Patsy. Keane Barron was waiting for runners, the runners weren't coming, he could have shot himself, and maybe the fact that they'd missed a couple of chances was in his head from before was probably springing to mind.
Yeah, like you said, from that side, Leo, maybe he had a second opinion on it coming from our stand side,
The ball goes in, it's going to be blocked out by Muggan. Muggan, the county under 20 fullback, gets the ball out to Kelleher. Kelleher, very composed there from Kelleher, gets it out to Donal O'Halloran, and Donal O'Halloran begin having influence at midfield, gets the ball down towards Tierney being marked by Éanna Dial on this occasion. Dial is there, the ball comes out and it's Cathal Dial who comes in to arrest the slide there. Cathal Dial coming across into the middle, he's been swung around by Cathal Lorraine, and the ball is over on the far side in front of the Tommy Morey stand. We're still in play with the linesman. Johnny Healy waves his flag, it's a line ball and it's going the way at St. Joseph's. It's 7 points to 4 in favour of St. Joseph's in the maroon and white jerseys, but I can their black and amber jerseys. The quick ball, here comes St. Joseph. Is it Hennon coming again? He's being chased by Kevin Drost, but indeed he's been pulled back for overcarrying. Indeed a free given again, Jack Hennon. I thought maybe in fairness, Pat, I thought he was being pulled back.
I just felt there was a tug there as well on him actually, I think, but the refs thought the other way. I'm very impressed also myself with Fionn Kelleher for Joseph's Day, just playing so coolly and calmly. And of course Donal O'Halloran as well was on the Clare Forrestal team, and I think it was 08 at midfield, and he was a fine player at that time, so he still is. I haven't seen him as much of him as I would like to see, but it's good to see him back again so many years later anyway, and doing well for Riverfield.
And the ball comes out to Holland. O'Connor gives the ball out to Lendy, and Lendy isn't going to mess around with it, puts the ball down to Connor, who's there, Ollie Byrne again. Here comes Byrne, he gets away, shows Willie Fitz a clean pair of heels and releases the ball back out to the centre forward Tom Hennon turns and shoots off his right hand side. He's had a shot and it goes out to the left hand side and gone wide, and I can see Michael Gilfile, the Bonastore, us Gorklemon, St. Joseph's, shaking his head there. He won't be happy with that, Patsy.
No, it was a low percentage shot. It was over the shoulder. I mean, he had a chance maybe to move his 4 steps and then maybe get into a better angle. But it is worrying for Bodyke that Keane Barnes beginning to find his feet and find a few yards on the Bodyke full back. Willie Fitz there, and they need a bit of cover to help him out. Great catch here.
Great puck out by quickly out to Fitzgerald, but Fitzgerald is going in the wrong direction, and the ball comes out to Rowan coming across the field. He switches the ball across, looking for Tierney. Tierney is going to get away from Éanna Dial on this occasion. Here comes Conor Tierney, a tremendous player is Tierney. He's bearing down. Here comes Tierney, a shot. A great save by goalkeeper Quigley. That's a tremendous ground save from Quigley, and the ball comes back out to Byrne, and Byrne shoots off his right hand side. Goharan Drasnall, but in fairness, Pat McNamara, that was an outstanding save from the Bodyke keeper.
Absolutely brilliant save, but what a take from Tierney low down, 3 inches off the ground, caught that ball, rounded Éanna, and Éanna put pressure on him. Keane Minot flew into him as well, but finally to goal to make a brilliant save. But as I said, Tierney is causing a bit of trouble, as is Byrne. Those two lads are tricky, but in fairness, the goals have been conceded, but thanks to Quigley for that one.
Yeah, and the puck out from Quigley comes out to O'Neill and St. Joseph with Brian Gilfile, and he gives the ball back into Byrne. Byrne gets out in front of Willie Fitzgerald on this occasion. Byrne shoots off his left hand side, and indeed it's gone out, and that's rather lackadaisical shooting from the stick of Byrne. He had plenty of time, but it leaves Bodyke just about hanging on. 8 points to 4, Patsy.
Yeah, Bodyke need to readdress now where their half back line is situated. There's way too much space in between their half back line and Joe Barefield's full forward line, and in fairness to Tiernan Slattery, he can only cover one. He's down the centre, the balls are going to the channels, and it's causing Bodyke some serious problems.
The puck out from Quigley goes to Willie Fitz, and Willie Fitz launches it down on top of Tom Minogue. This long direct ball not working for Bodyke, and the ball comes out to Aaron Lendy. His pass goes astray on this occasion, but Rowan is causing problems for Bodyke by his movement out the field and his ball, but the ball goes to McKenna. He will do the right thing, and he passes the ball off to Tom Minogue. Tom Minogue takes the challenge out to Peter Flower. Peter Flower recycles the ball back out to Shawnee Dial, out on the left hand side now in front of the stand. Shawnee Dial, a shot from Shawnee Dial, and that it is gone to the right hand side and gone wide. The score remains 8 points for St. Joseph, 4 points for Bodyke is double scoring. Paul Medden with the puck out towards Alan O'Neill. Wait for the ball, but it's blocked by McKenna. Jamie O'Donnell comes in, but it's a great play by Cathal McKenna. Pat, a young player, working his socks off there on the field to play, took on the 2 St. Josephs and won the free, but again lackadaisical play on behalf of St. Joseph's.
A bit lackadaisical, yeah, but look, they're still more threatening when the ball goes up. As I said, that gap between the right full back line and half back line, the cover isn't simply there enough, and Landy and Tierney are causing enormous trouble. But I have to say, Cathal McKenna, every team needs a player like him. Just puts himself out, takes the sacrifice to win the hard ball, and then always gives it a better placed colleague. He's always looking for a colleague who's better placed. No sense of selfishness at all. Totally selfless player. Now Paddy Beats has a chance, tricky enough one from 55 metres out, but let's see what he can do.
Yeah, they shouldn't have the deficit hopefully to 3 points from Paddy. He drills it into the breeze and makes it 8 points to 5. And Patsy, I suppose, but I secret to have keep taking away the scores, keep intact.
They're still in touch, Leo. There's no problem with the score line at the moment with that breeze for Josephs. They'll still be happy enough that they're still in touch going up to half time.
And the ball comes out from Medden, gets it the ball over. It comes out to the centre forward. It's Tom Hennon. Tom Hennon gets in and cuts in across. Hennon is going shooting, but he's blocked by Cathal Doyle. Peter Flower takes the challenge to Tom Hennon, and a free given again. Tom Hennon rather innocuous there, and Keane Minogue going to take this free for Bodyke on his own half back line. 8 points to 5 in favour of St. Joseph's here in 26 minutes gone here in the first half. In this broadcast brought to you associated with their credit union and our outside broadcast sponsored by Michael Long Construction here from O'Garney Park. Minogue launches this one up into the air. This is a dead ball. Can Statry keep it in play? He does. Statry and Mogovan. Statry gets the ball in his hand. A shot from Statry. A lovely pop shot from Statry. Go on and dress now. We're back to 2 points. Lovely flick score from Statry, Patsy.
Yeah, long delivery, and finally that one of them long deliveries worked for Bodyke, because they have been beaten in the air when that high ball goes in, but in fairness he had a lovely touch on it and a nice little short little snappy strike so he wouldn't get hooked and just flittered over the bar.
8 points to 6 and the ball is out in the middle of the field for O'Halloran. St. Joseph's. O'Halloran taking on Johnny Dial on this occasion, going to give the ball out to Neil. Neil has 1 point got already. A shot from O'Neill. Indeed, make that 2 points, because from the minute it left his Hurley Pat McNamara, that was only going one test. And O'Neill, his direct opponent is McKenna, but he's having a big influence. 9 points to 6.
Lovely to see a good strike from midfield going over the bar, cleanly struck. O'Neill is an awful powerful man, as we know from many years. But
and Pat, he looks fitter this year than he did in a long time.
But it's great to see the wrists working perfectly and getting that over the bar, and the sights on as well.
Yeah, you give him a free shot, Pat. I mean, you know, he's fairly accurate, and he always was fairly accurate. And you know, it was just a 2-on-1 situation that, unfortunately for Carl McKenna, he couldn't do anything about it, and it was just popped to him, and he had a free shot. But it was a good score.
Speaking of O'Neill, Petty, I suppose he doesn't get the credit he deserves for the amount of service, and you know, he's a very, you know, everyone says he's a big man, but he's a very skillful player also.
He is, yeah. He's great hands and great stick work, and no opponent wants to come up against Alan O'Neill in any given day, especially in conditions like today.
Yeah, and the ball, Fionn Kelleher gets that ball being tackled by Tommy Minogue over on the far side, and Fionn Kelleher out over the sideline. Kelleher's influence has kind of waned a small bit in the last few moments, but it's a sideline for Patrick Fitzgerald, 35 metres out, right over just in front of the dugout or the pavilion over there on the far side. Fitzgerald cuts this one, cuts it rather well, but I'd say is there a tail in it? And there is a tail in it. It went out to the left and right at the near post and gone wide, and a puck of Mocklish and Coolbar, Polo Medine. 8 points or 9 points for St. Joseph, 6 points for Bodyke. Madden goes short. They place this one out to Hennon. Hennon gets the ball in towards Barron, who gets out in front of William Fitzgerald on this occasion. Barron, is he going to shoot? Indeed, with the time, all the time of day, to turn off his left hand side and put the ball over the bar. 10 points to 6. Patsy, Barron, you know, if enough ball goes into Barron, he's going to cause trouble.
that was. But I couldn't be happy with the easiness of that score. Willie Fitz was kind of, you know, maybe 3 yards off him at the start, and then it turned out to 5 or 6, and then all of a sudden it's just a short, snappy strike over the shoulder.
And the ball goes out from Seamus Quigley out into the middle of the field to Shawnee Doyle, but loses the ball but Keane Minogue gets it. Where Patrick Fitzgerald, but Kelleher trying to get in. Tremendous play from Fitzgerald. He takes on the challenger Joey Keane. Here comes Fitzgerald. This will be a tremendous score from Fitzgerald, and indeed it is a tremendous score. Patrick Fitzgerald, he left 4 St. Joseph lads in his wake. He bombed and there's a St. Joseph player gone down, but tremendous play from Fitzgerald to Pat. 10 points to 7.
Well, look, I mean, you love to see those moments. We admired Kieran O'Neill a few minutes ago. He flicked it over the defender's head. Defenders hate that, and we know sometimes it can be an iffy thing to do. You can get yourself on a stretcher fairly quickly because the defenders hate it, but it worked for Paddy. Beautiful skill, and off the hurley over the bar, an inspirational point. Yeah,
and Patsy, an injury for St. Joseph's again, and you know, once again, this injury crux coming back to haunt him, and I'm not too sure who is down at the moment. Is it Joey Keane is down at the moment, and he hasn't moved since he went down, Patsy.
Well, that was the best moment of the match. Paddy Fitz picked it up. He kind of one-handed shrugged off a tackle, and then, you know, he couldn't. He tried to go around Joey Keane. He flicked it over his head. Joey tried to shoulder him, take him out of it, and Joey came off the worst of it, and then ball over the bar. Brilliant score from Paddy Fitz, but it looks like Joey Keane is in a small bit of bother.
Yeah, indeed, he hasn't moved, and he's stretched out here, right in the centre back position here at the school end, and you know, hopefully he's people would rather see Joey back on the field sooner rather than later. And you know, Pat, again, like the Camogie matches yesterday, the one thing you don't want to see any player losing out through injury.
No, far from it. It doesn't matter what side you're on or who you're cheering for or against. You want to see all the players from all the clubs out on the field and let the best team win, and you hate to see injuries because, you know, players put so much into the game nowadays, and they have lives outside the hurling as well, and you know, fellas have studying to do or work to go to, and all kinds of things like that involved. So you don't want any injuries. You just want, you know, if possible, they're part part of the game, of course, but certainly Joey Keane is beginning to stretch up on the feet now, which is a great sign. And look, he's picked up the helmet, and I think maybe he's just winded.
And Patsy, it is a very good intermediate championship game, and as the sets say, only one score from a dead ball.
Yeah, it's open, it's flowing, and but Joseph's probably getting the scores a bit easier, Leo, and that's not to Budike's liking, obviously. But Budike are only 3 points down, coming up to half time against the breeze. It's all good for Budike so as well.
And Budike have done something to address that imbalance which really fits in the full back line, and Keane Barron that challenge, and Willie is gone out wing back now in a switch with Sean Wiley, who started the championship at full back, and Wiley and Drost has gone in full back as well. But here comes St. Joseph's. It is Hannon. It's Jack Hannon. A shot from Jack Hannon. Is that going to put a bit more daylight? Indeed it is. And the Hannons have come to the fore part in the last 2 minutes with 2 scores from another score from play, 11 points to 7.
Well, these 2 Hannons I think have come to fruition for St. Joseph. I think they'd be original Clonera, if I'm not mistaken, or Clonera roots anyway. And
Declan, good cornerback in his day.
They've been signalled as great young players for Joseph a couple of years back, and here they are doing it on the day now when it counts most in your intermediate quarterfinals. So good from a St. Joseph's point of view to see those lads on the ball.
Great ball from Wiley into Jamie O'Donnell, and that was a tremendous catch from the young player O'Donnell in his debut season in the championship. Great catch on about 20 metres out, came out in front of the cornerback. I think it was Kevin Meany on that occasion, and a chance for Paddy Fitzgerald to narrow the deficit. We're in injury time here in the first half in O'Garney Park. It's 11 points for St. Joseph's, it's 7 points for Budike at the moment, but expect Patrick Fitzgerald to narrow the deficit to a 1-score game. Hopefully we don't put the kibosh on Paddy. Paddy playing very well in the Budike attack, and Paddy just drills it. It's 11 points to 8, and Patsy, we're coming up to the half time. Budike will be quite happy.
Absolutely. I mean, if I was on the sideline here, you'd be kind of thinking it's one of them days that Budike are hanging around here, and a major for Budike would change the whole course of the game. But we've seen that Budike have had their 5 or 6 minute patches, and they're in possession now, or they're trying to overturn possession, Leo, and it's a good turnover there for Budike.
Yeah, and St. Joseph's coming out with that sharp ball coming out from Paul Metton came out to O'Neill to Mugovan, and Budike kept turning him over, and what a score for Budike before half time would do now to narrow that deficit more and give him a boost going in at half time. And Minogue taking his sideline ball, he's normally very good on the sidelines. If he connects it, he could drop in around where Fionn Slattery's. Patrick Fitzgerald seems confident he's making his way in towards the square as well, and Minogue doesn't disappoint. He goes right in towards the danger area. The ball goes up, Mugovan puts up his hand, Fitzgerald has it for Budike. Is Tommy Minogue with his experience, Aaron Lendy, and come with the hour, come with the man, and here comes Lendy, and as he was breaking out, Niall Malone, the Rator, calls a half time here of this really entertaining quarter final of the Intermediate Hurling Championship. At half time it's St. Joseph's 11 points, but IK 8 points, Pat McNamara.
First credit to both teams for a most enjoyable game. Conditions are far from perfect. It's skiddy, things are wet, there's a bit of a nasty old breeze blowing across at an angle, so if you take those things into account, good for injuries on Doer Bearfield, their plans upset somewhat, but a most enjoyable game. So credit to both teams. First of all, I'd say Budike slightly the happier. However, Doer Bearfield, great strength in vital positions. They seem to be picking up the ball around the half-back line a little bit easier than clearing it, maybe uncontested some of the time. And Cathal Rowan back there as well, named at full forward, playing obviously back around the middle of the field or in front of the half-back line. They're picking up a lot of balls. So look, it's anybody's game. Very, very enjoyable. Some lovely scores. Very few scores from frees actually, mainly from play. And just looking forward to the second half. It can go. This one can go either way for sure.
Yeah, and Patsy, St. Joseph's, 11 points to 7. They look that much more comfortable than from Budike, but really they're putting themselves in a position that they don't want to be in. Well,
I mean, they had the breeze. I mean, you would say, I know it is a kind of a swirler, but you'd still be thinking that Joseph's, it's still a 5 or 6 point breeze. They're only up by 3 at half time. Budike, there's a little bit of a spring in their step going off the field. Joseph's are kind of trudging over here. Maybe I know that from talking to them, they knew very well it's going to be a tough contest. There's no question about it. There was no one taking anyone for granted. But Joseph's are the hot favourites here in the bookies. Budike have really a free run at this. Like, they have a cut at it, knowing that they've nothing to lose. And I think that Budike are going like that. You'd worry about Budike, but Willie Fitz going out on the half back line now. I know he picked up probably an injured player there in Brian Guilfoyle. It's something to look at maybe for the second half, because they changed Willie Fitz obviously from the inside, but Willie and the legs out in the half hour line. If Doer Bearfield are smart, maybe shift someone else on over him, and it could cause a few problems for Budike. So I'm sure Budike management have seen that as well. I'm not sure what the bench is like for Budike. I know from the Doer Bearfield side of it, it's pretty thin on the ground now. So any more injuries or any more people not playing up to scratch, I mean, Joe Bevan could be hesitant enough to call in.
Yeah, and of course, but I have the added problem that also, I suppose your first team is your team, but they're in the juniors C semi-final as well, and maybe one or two lads out there might be quite reluctant maybe to win, although your first team is your team. I see Liam O'Donnell out there, he missed a couple of games there, but he's back in the fold again today, and he might be an option maybe to throw in. Gavin Moroney is also Sean Brown, who I think has been absolutely very unlucky to lose his place. I was a bit surprised that he had lost his place in the starting 15 today, played quite well against Clark Castle the Leicester, but look, there's options. But the options for us at the moment here in O'Garney Park is that we're going to take in a half-time break, and a scoreline here of 11 points state, it's St. Joseph's who are in the lead against Buddyke. And you're very welcome back here to O'Garney Park in St. Joseph's for this quarter-final, the third quarter-final of the Intermediate Championship here in County Clare this year. It's 11 points to 8 in favour of St. Joseph's at half-time. We're looking around for any changes. It seems as Willie Fitz is definitely gone out to wing back with Tiernan Statry. He seems to be at full back now with Kevin Dross gone into the corner. Sean Wiley back out on the wing, it would appear. Any changes accruing there for St. Joseph's, Patsy?
No, I don't see it at the moment anyway. And, just having a quick scan around here, looked like they've gone 3 on the inside line, but a massive amount of space in between. Look at the whole midfield into the inside line, Leo, but I wouldn't like to see that happen too often.
No, and I think Barry Mullane is on there for, because I see Brian Gilfile is moving around Brian rather gingerly, but the ball comes up from Lendy up to Sean Wiley, and Sean Wiley is beaten there by Jack Hennon. Where St. Joseph's now playing into the school road into here in the school side here in the second half, and the ball comes out. It's Aina Dyke, the Budite cornerback comes out, and he takes a heavy challenge there. Dyke playing well at cornerback.
That'll be Jarlath Colleran gone on there for that's Barry's numbers. Jarlath Colleran has gone on there.
Jarlath Colleran, we should have known. Jarlath Colleran is on for St. Joseph's. Who's gone off, Petsy?
Just trying to have a quick look. It looks like maybe no, he's there. Could be Shawnee Keane. Shawnee,
who had picked up maybe an injury there early on in the first half, and it's a free for Patrick Fitzgerald on his own half back line. Patrick comes back from the half forward line. It's 11.8 in favour of St. Joseph's, and Patrick Fitzgerald, what a boost this would be to Budike. There's only been one score from a free in the first half, and the sun in the eyes of Paul Medden. Fitzgerald drives this one. Is this one going? There seems to be a tail in it from Patrick, and it goes out to the right hand side and gone wide, but I can't afford to miss chances like that, Pat, but he was a long way out.
That's a long way out, Look, you're going to have a misses from long range frees off and on, lads up in machines, but having said that, they could have used that one just to put a little bit of more doubt in Joseph's mind, but I can attack it again, but it's going to be line ball out for Dora Bearfield.
The ball came off the break from Peter Flower, and Peter Flower puts it out over the sideline. I think he was under pressure from Eden O'Neill, and the Scariff just said go for the safety. Alan Lendy lighting it and tint over here on the dugout side of the field here, and the ball here comes St. Joseph's. The ball popped in the corner towards Barron and Drost. Barron gets away from Kevin Drost, and Barron shoots off his left hand side, but Drost puts in a challenge and forces Keane Barron to shoot, and someone Keane shooting, Patsy, rather erratic.
Yeah, it is. He was under pressure there though, but it was a very poor finish at the end of it all. He should especially with the breeze coming, go for the far post and let it tail in.
And the puck out goes out from Seamus quickly down on top of Lendy, but it comes to Donald O'Halloran. O'Halloran has all the time in the world to put the ball in instead. Lovely touch from Barron. Barron gets out in front of Kevin Dross, meets the challenge of William Fitzgerald. That ball comes in across towards Tierney, blocked down by Aina Dyke, goes back, and Tiernan Statry has all the time in the world to go back. Tiernan takes a heavy challenge there from Cathal Lorraine, and it seemed to be a high enough, seemed to be a high challenge on Statry, and Statry hasn't come up, and I see Sean Wiley going in to meet. There's a bit of afters in there. I see the goalkeeper is out making his presence felt, and indeed it looks like a card for Cathal Lorraine. They seem to meet head on, Patsy.
Yeah, it was a high challenge, but I made noise about it, and the referee, even though he was hesitant at the start, he kind of came in there, and I'm sure he'll flash a yellow here.
Yeah, it looks like it's a quarter-bee will be the outcome here for Cathal Lorraine. And Niall having strong words, the referee Niall Minoan having strong words, and indeed it is a quarter-bee. Tiernan Statry, good to see him back up playing very well in the full back line, Pat.
It is indeed. He's a lovely player, and just such an impressive calm player, and great on the ball, but strong and kind of aggressive as well. Rowan has gone back into the full forward line now again. They must be expecting maybe with the breeze as it is, maybe that might suit his game better. They had him back around, as I said, kind of a sweeping role in the first half, but he's up there now, so let's see what he's made of inside. It'll be interesting to see how he does.
And Patsy, we're just looking out here, and it looks like Brian Gilfile is not moving with the fluency as he did in the early stages. He seems to be carrying a knock.
Yeah, I kind of said that at half time that Willie went out on the injured player. That was probably a good move for Budike, and if Joseph was smart enough now, maybe they might try to get Brian moving around, but he doesn't look like he's going too well, and they might be well advised to take him off and put on fresh legs.
Yeah, and the ball is down. Is it Jarlath Colleran is back there for St. Joe's, back in the wing back position as Budike make an attack, and the ball comes to Muggerman is beaten by Fionn Slattery, or is it Patrick Fitzgerald? It looks like Patrick Fitzgerald gets the ball back out to Statry, but the ball goes out over the sideline from the stick of Patrick Fitz. It's Herden and Fair over in that corner, Pat.
Yeah, it was a good bit of pressure on Paddy Fitz there, and he manfully tried to get the ball back to Slattery, but just didn't work out, too close to the line. But now Joseph's in position and playing it out through the lines again.
And here comes Joseph with their running game, and the ball comes into Kelleher, and Kelleher, he's not going to mess around, but who's out here? Ollie Lightmeat, Ollie Lendy. Lendy's their go-to man, and here comes Lendy moving fairly well, gets the ball out to Hennon. Hennon, the forward, gets into Aina Dial, gets out in front of Tierney and flicks the ball away from Tierney on this occasion. Tierney coming out towards the sideline. Releases the ball back to Lendy. Lendy being chased down by Thomas Minogue, but hits the ball into the middle. Here's a chance. He's a Gerald Cullen. Gerald Cullen gets away from Shawnee Dial. Advantage being played by Niall Malone, but the ball goes in quickly. Quickly is the ball drops in. It comes off the hands off quickly, but Niall Malone pulls back for it gives the advantage. A free in. It could be a high tackle, could be a Cartibui maybe for Shawnee Dial. No, indeed, it is going to be free for St. Joseph's.
Yeah.
But a dangerous ball came off the hands of quickly, but Kevin Drost was quick enough to get the ball away. Dangerous ball going in under the post, Pat.
Yeah, Gerald Cullen is a class player to be able to bring in now, whether how much holding he's done. He's a lot of injuries in recent years. I know what a great player he was for Clare and indeed minor as well, but he took that shot and there was a lot of confusion in the bike defence, but they did save the goal going in, but there was a bit of a clip on Gerald after he shot, so it's hence the free in from about 60 metres out of central, so a chance to open up a gap.
Yeah, free for Cahill Rain, and this is St. Joseph's first free of the here in this, and Rain strikes this one. Does he strike it? Is there a tail net? I think there's a tail net. It's gone to the left hand side and gone wide, and I tell you there's a malaise about St. Joseph's.
Score in the second half.
There's a malaise about St. Joseph's, you know, that anything could happen here.
Yeah, I said it earlier on. It has the kind of a game. If you're on the sideline, like I've been on the sideline many times, that you'd be kind of thinking that Bodyke hanging around there, and maybe a major or a green flag could change the whole course of this game.
And the ball goes into Fionn Slattery, but the ball is picked up by Joey Keane. Joey Keane gives it out to Hennon. It's Jack Hennon coming back from his centre forward position. Back here comes Jack and switches the play across. It's going to come towards Aina Dial and Tierney. Tierney goes up the hand and catches it. Here comes Tierney trying to take on the challenge. A shot from Tierney, he turns, but the ball is good goalkeeping by Quigley, good safe goalkeeping, and he's going to launch this one and launches it down, but he's only a 1-on-1. It's Jamie O'Donnell and the ball goes in over the top, but Joey Keane goes back there, but I'm going to have to get support in for O'Donnell. Slattery comes in, but he gives it out to Kelleher. Here comes Kelleher for St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's are like a soccer team, they come with 4. It's a ball comes out to O'Halloran gets away, he's pulled back, a lazy tackle by Willie Fitzgerald, given did, you know, and I thought maybe a cock should be a card there for Willie on that occasion, a blatant pullback, Pat.
Yeah, a clear free there, although Holland made the most of it. No question about it, but it was a free and is entitled to it. Again, the Bodyke defence is very cool under pressure, I have to say, a lot of the time. Not the Bodyke, but Joseph defence coming out well with the ball like that and finding their men running off the shoulder. It looks like the lads will be used to football, some of them anyway, but you know, it's effective, but it's up front, they're probably just a little bit wasteful. Yeah,
and it looks like a sub is coming on for Bodyke. I see Sean Brown, who was playing in the last day against the Magpies at Clark Castle and played quite well. Is he going to make his way? Rowan with the free. Is this one going to turn in? And indeed, it's the very same situation again, Patsy. And I tell you, you know, St. Joseph's could rule those misses, and there is a small bit of panic stations maybe creeping into St. Joseph's as Seamus quickly puck out this ball for Bodyke.
Yeah, that'll just show you that Colin is feeling the pressure. He had missed a very easy one to start, and he came out maybe beyond his range. I think Alan O'Neill would be probably better served to hit that long range free, in my opinion. And he's had 2 wides now, and he'll be kind of a little bit nervous on the frees from now on.
And the ball from Wiley back to Fionn Slattery, and Fionn kind of snapped at that one, and it goes out to the right hand side and gone wide. It's 11 points to 8 in favour of St. Joseph's. The quick puck out from Paul Madden to Lendy. Lendy having a good game at wing back, going across his own full back line, and playing around with it. But Lendy is a cool customer. He's been around, he's seen it all before. Donald O'Halloran comes in to help the situation, and Donald, I tell you, I'm not too sure what's going on with St. Joseph's. Paul Madden now has to come out to the 14 from his own goals, and that's could be given as a free, as a chance in on Jamie O'Donnell. But here comes St. Joseph's out with Fionn Kelleher, or is Adam Muggerman gets it out to Gerald Cullen. Gerald says enough of this messing and puts this ball up, but he's going to come to the stick of Keane Minogue, the Bodyke centre back, gets out in front of Rowan, gets the ball back out to Sean Wiley, a low ball up the wing to Shawnee Dive. Shawnee has been quite up to this since this one. Gets the ball to Flower gives it to Cahill Dive gives it back to Peter Flower. A shot from Peter Flower to be a tremendous team score, but unfortunately the shot from Peter Flower goes to the right hand side and gone wide. The score remains 11 points 8, and here indeed is it number 23. It looks like it's Liam O'Donnell. Liam O'Donnell is coming in for Bodyke, not Sean Brown. Liam O'Donnell, who had been absent from the panel for a number of weeks there, but he's back in the fray and he replaces Tommy Minogue. Tommy can be quite happy with his debut season so far in the Intermediate Championship. The puck out comes from Paul Madden. Paul Madden gets it out, comes out here towards but Cahill Dive picks up. I thought that there was a free there, but it's Rowan trying to pick the ball up for St. Joseph. We're in a wing back position here. Cahill Dive trying to get ahead. Peter Flower trying to get it. He's trying to break through the tackle, and I tell you, whatever, Patsy, if you're making one step forward at all, it seems that Niall Malone is given the free, and but I could very much in this game here, and a chance for Paddy Fitzgerald, Patsy.
Yeah, came in numbers there big time. But there's a hunger about him now. They can sense there's something in the air, and a big free here for Paddy Fitz to knock it down to 2 points. This could be our first score of the second half. It's amazing there's been no score
10
yet.
minutes gone.
Yeah, 10 minutes gone and 9.5 minutes gone and no score yet. Is Patrick Fitzgerald going to change that out here? 70 metres out. He strikes it. Strikes it. No. And then the last one went to the right hand side. This one went to the left hand side, and there is
action on the sideline here.
There is action in the line, and I see. I see Shane Dowling making his presence felt also, but I care making his presence felt to Johnny Healy. There was a bit of afters there. The ball goes out. Byrne gets out ahead of Kevin Dross. Here comes Keane Byrne. Byrne tries to get away from Shiny Dial. Goes to ground. Advantage being played. Gets the ball back to Jay. Here comes Jay. Jay puts the ball into Rowan. Here comes Rowan. Rowan going into the traffic. Going to turn off his shot. A shot from Rowan. But a ball in. Good score from Colin Rowan. That arrests the Malays. But you can see, Pat, there's tension on the sideline. We see Shane Downey getting involved like that with but it seems he's a member of the panel.
Mike Kelly was a little bit push there, a little bit of a small push there as well earlier on, I think, with Healy. But I think Joseph were playing very nervously at that point. Is very, very important. They're just like teams that's tense. They know they're missing players. They know they've got a battle from Bud Ike and they're against a bit of a breeze. And I suppose they know their favourites as well. There's just a bit of tension and nervousness about Shane Joseph's attitude. Things aren't working right. So that was a vital score. First score. It took 11 minutes to get that first score of the second half, which is amazing considering the quality of the first half.
12 points out of St. Joseph. Sean Brown is now on in place of Cathal McKenna, another man who can be very happy with his championship season. But the puck out comes to Joey Keane. Joey Keane is there with Fionn Keller. We're in the St. Joseph's half back line, but attacking, but St. Joseph's there in numbers. The ball is going to break out. Who's going to win that ball? And indeed it is the fullback Muggavan, the leader for St. Joseph's, finding it hard to pick the ball up, but Brown with a lovely bit of skill from Brown. That's Brown's first intervention, but his shot is blocked down. The sun in the eyes of Paul Madden, but Madden is a cool goalie and flicks the ball out to Donald O'Halloran gets the ball into Muggavan. And a late block down there by Sean Brown, a free from where the ball landed. Patsy, your take?
Yeah, it's scrappy enough, as we said, alluded to the quality of the first half. The scores are free flowing, but Ike seem to have funneled a few players back, so that stops the inside line getting the easy ball, and that's good management in my view. But Ike, unfortunately, down the other side, I find it very hard to get free shots away.
And that ball, a long range free, is caught inside by Byrne. Is this going to be a shot? And indeed, it's caught. It's a goal. It looks like Keane Byrne, the man who is the difference between the two teams here in O'Garney Park. He caught the ball over the head of Kevin Drost and went in, and the dual player booted the ball to the net. That could be a massive score, Pat. 128 points.
Well, he's the target man he's the man that is the go-to man for Joseph's, and he has delivered with that goal. So Byrne, for me, he's their most important player at the moment. Get the ball to him. He's beaten all his players so far. Wasn't wise with possession always, but finished that after a brilliant catch in traffic. So a vital moment in the game. Now Joseph's could play with a bit of freedom and could just get a grip on the game. Let's see.
The ball goes in towards Aina Dial. The ball and a push by Aina Dial on Conor Dearney. Is it a free from where the ball from outside? But I tell you, the tensions have rose here on the sideline as well, Patsy. And it just shows St. Joseph's are in a battle. It looks like they're in a battle. But that goal puts a bit of daylight between them, Patsy.
It'll just show you the importance of that stupid free given away there. Sean Brown. It was kind of a little flick pass. He had a late chop on it. Ball from where it was landed. High delivery from a free, caught, kick to the net, and that was another late chop as well. So, but I have to get their discipline in order. This is another scoring chance here for Cathal Rowan.
Yeah, and I suppose on Patsy, it's on small things, small margins that games can change.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here's that free from Rowan. He has struck two, not so great, but he strikes this one with intent and purpose, and it goes straight through the post. 113 to 8 points. Daylight for St. Joseph's now, Pat.
Very important point, Patsy made about discipline. Silly frees. Now the gap now is 8 points, is it? Which is a huge gap considering this game was only a 1 or 2 point margin game for most of it. So in the first half, and now questions asked about let's see what these young players are made of, and I'm sure they'll come back with an answer.
And the ball is off with Cathal Doyle in the middle of the field. They're in the wing forward position, but St. Joseph's is getting numbers in. Landy trying to get the ball, but Fitzgerald gets the ball up for Budike, gets the ball back to Shawnee Doyle. Budike could do it to score. Shawnee drives this one, but is this one the wind takes it away, and Budike shooting in the second half is leaving an awful lot to be desired. And maybe we're blaming the St. Joseph's lads in the first half, but the breeze must be having an influence. Great puck out from Madden, finds Rowan. Rowan is having an influence here in this second half. Takes on Kevin Drost and Nemo Donald over on the far side of the field. Paddy Fitz has gone to midfield for Budike here as Budike tried to arrest the slide here in O'Garney Park, but it's St. Joseph's who are in the ascendancy. This broadcast brought you associated with their credit union, and our outside broadcast sponsored by Michael Long Construction, and the ball is gone out over the line ball over there. Cathal Rain, I think it was a Jack Hennon was trying to go in to finish the score, but Patsy St. Joseph's very much in the driving seat at this moment in time.
Their tails are up now, Leo. I mean, that goal was a huge boost. We said the green flag, either way would really kind of determine the outcome of the game in my view, and it looks like St. Joseph's tails are up. But I probably we need a few more bodies forward now, because like you said, the shooting is a little bit off, shooting from distance, because they really have no target men. If you look in the inside line, there isn't one person inside the 45 now.
No one within 50 metres hardly now, but it's St. Joseph's come through, and here it's McCullough gets the ball out to Rowan. Rowan has time to shoot and plant his feet and put the ball over the bar, and Pat, it looks like this Budike challenge is beginning to fade here in O'Garney Park. 1 goal and 14 for St. Joseph's, 8 points for Budike.
It's amazing how players get up their game when the tension is lifted. When there's tension, their mistakes are made, they're jittery, the shots aren't hitting with conviction, they tail wide. Then when you're 7 or 8 points up, you get possession and you strike it straight and through with conviction, and you drive it through the post. And Joseph's are playing like that now, and it looks, might be a bit early to say, but coming towards the water break, it might be a bit early to say they're on the road to victory. But it's a big ass of a young Budike team to haul this back against a very, very powerful defence here, and a team now whose confidence is well up. So a big challenge for Budike. Let's see if Paddy Fitz is the line ball. Is he going to try and put it over? If he does, it's a tricky one.
Good cut from Fitzgerald, but indeed there's a tail in it, and that malaise of Budike shooting from Petsy's shooting from angles that are not really on.
No, I mean that was a line ball, tricky against the wind, and he'd be better served maybe just to kind of tail it back across, maybe to the far 21, if you know what I mean, and let bodies up for it and attack it instead of having a cheap hook out now for Joseph's. Joseph's are on top now, but this water break probably has come at the right time for Budike. They might be able to readjust a few things, but definitely the extra bodies in the back now probably aren't suiting Budike. They might as well just go home for it now and see can they go man on man.
Yeah, and indeed Petsy is right. You might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb at this stage, but I done well to stay in the game, and I suppose didn't really capitalise on the advantage of the breeze in the early moments, and the flag has gone rather still here, and it looks like Brian Gilfoyle is coming off for St. Joe. He has been limping badly. Had a great contribution in the first half, not as much in the second half, and looks like there is a change coming from St. Joseph's, and the score with 114 to 8 points. Quite comfortable for St. Joseph's.
I don't know why they left on Brian Gilfoyle so long. I mean, if you're carrying an injury and he's only getting worse as you're around for a full quarter of the second half there, and your team maybe under a bit of pressure, so it's surprising they left him on that long and just get him off and get the treatment as soon as possible, because they were ahead, and they were looking like they were the better team. So having said that, the lads on the sideline know best what will be knowing here. Joseph's now the shackles are lifted. It looks like they've got their confidence back, their mojo's back. But Ike now, I suppose, are the team under pressure. And as we said, look at it's 114 to 8 points. If they keep all their players back past midfield and no man for that, they might lose the game 120 to about 10 points. Wouldn't they better off throw up their forwards and lose it 2-22 or 3 and maybe score a goal and 15 or 16 themselves and try and get a bit of a score threat in there. At the moment, it's not happening for them. They thought maybe going along with the breeze would do. It simply didn't work. They weren't getting clean position in the middle of the field with time to strike it, and when they did do that on one or two occasions, they just weren't accurate enough. So better team now are in the lead. The physically stronger team are in the lead as well. And Keane Minogue hasn't been as much in the game either in the second half, driving good ball in. But then again, he hasn't got the targets to hit. So, but right now, have a decision to make. They need to get 3 forwards up again, and hope their defence will hold tight and that they can manufacture a goal and a few points for themselves. And just put a little bit of pressure on Joseph. Ask questions again. And as they hung for a sheep or a lamb, you might as well lose a high-scoring game as a low-scoring one.
And indeed, Patsy, you have to give credit to Joseph's. They've taken out the influence of Minogue. They're working up through the lines, and before they come to him, the ball is getting over his head. They're really taking him out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Tactically now they're going to have to get it right. Leo now I see there's probably 2 inside. They're going to have to maybe push up another body or 2 in around the half hour then as well. It's just unfortunate when I get the ball. Like you said, the targets are very minimal to strike, and we'll see what they do up the line here. And
that ball is pucked up by Paul Madden. There's a heavy challenge from Keane Byrne as he drives Sean Wiley out over the line, and Wiley goes back to have a word with Byrne. And I thought myself it was a perfectly fair shoulder. It was shoulder on shoulder, and look at it can work both ways, Pat.
Yeah, look at. I hate when players react towards getting an old shoulder. And start on. It's part of the game. If you give it yourself, it rises you, and you're wondering why the guy can't take it. So take an old shoulder, unless it's something into the face or into the head. Get up and get on with it, and you have a chance to shoulder back before the game is over.
and a ball, but I get the raise up, but I push the back there by Keane Minogue, a blatant push on the back on Jay Collin, and he's going to be brought in. And I think I'm not sure, is it Willie Fitz he's going to incur the wrath of the referee? I said there was a couple of fuckle in the wrong direction there. Willie is explaining that it wasn't him, but Niall Malone, I'm not too sure. Who's it? Is it Shawnee Dyle? It looks like Patrick Fitzgerald has been called. I think Willie was being blamed in the wrong, so he was being, because the brother was wrong and Willie was being blamed. Willie has often been blamed in the wrong pattern, but not taking the right on this occasion is Petty getting a word from Niall Malone, probably a courtesy for a couple of fuckle out of place. But Patsy, again, poor free given away by Keane Minogue. The last thing you wanted to do was give away an easy score just after the bottle break.
Yeah, sure. Look, from our vantage point, you could see that happening a mile away. He wanted to get some bit of a contact with the Joseph's man, and it wasn't a fair challenge. It was a stupid challenge into the back, and it is a tap over free really for Carl Rowan. Joseph's getting a few frees now in the second half. They got none I think of scoreable range in the first half. That'll show you how the discipline was very good. But Ike in the tight, they're beginning to give away silly frees, and the gap has only grown larger and larger, Leo.
Yeah, and it's 115 to 8 points now in favour of St. Joseph's. 18 minutes gone here in the second half of this intermediate championship quarter final. Quickly going long, not sure if this puck out is going to favour, but Minogue has gone up into the forwards now. The ball comes off the stick of the wing back of Donald Holland, goes out over the line. It's a line ball for Budike and Patrick Fitzgerald, and maybe Budike would be better advised to put Patrick Fitzgerald maybe in where we could get a score or two maybe. He looks like he's looking for runners not moving as good as they were there. He goes short to Shawnee Dyle cutting it, going taking on the challenge of Aaron Lendy a hard man to get past, but Shawnee Dyle going in, taking the challenge, against the ball into Cathal Dyle, a shot from Cathal Dyle, and it went across the goals, and I think shooting from an angle like that maybe could be better advice. Paul Madden went down, didn't have a save to make, but maybe better off recycling, Pet, but I have to go for goals. They need goals at this stage.
In fairness to the lads, they had the courage to attack and set it up and go for the two lads, but he only had about 2 foot of a gap there between the two goals, because he was almost on the end line and well out the field as well, as regards out the end line, so there was only about 2 foot of a gap there, and he wasn't able to be accurate enough, so pulled it across, and possession back with Joseph. But Petty Fitz back in the game again, has a free on the 65.
Yeah, fouled by Tom Hennon, a poor ball by Lendy. There didn't too many times, Petty, did we say he hits a poor ball. But challenge players beginning to get to know one another. I seen, is it Tom Hennon? They all know one another from underage hurling and that, and Niall Malone, I wanted to tell you, he's one of the best referees in the county, Niall Malone, and I think this man has a bright future in refereeing. Takes no messing off anybody. It is a free for Budike, 45 metres out. Shiny Dye looking out towards the sideline to see what you do. I think Pat is maybe just put a score on the board and take
just get the score.
And chip away and take from there.
They need a score, yeah.
Sorry, that's it. The point that Leo made there about the ref, any day you're not talking about a low ball in there, good save by
Medden, but in fairness, it was a brave decision by Shawnee Dyle. Paul Madden, the ball skidded up off the ground, the defence were asleep, but it was Petty Fitz who was alive to the danger, alive to the situation, and look at one of the first times he's in around the square, and there's a green flag. We are back in a game. It's 115 to 1-8, Patsy.
Yeah, it wasn't a great strike, to be honest with you, but he went low, and it was we always say in the game, go low. It skidded off the turf. Paul Madden bounced off his chest, and he was there to tap in the rebound.
Madden couldn't do much. He got the body behind it. Statry blocks it down well. Out to Sean Brown, let's fly. Gets the ball, but it's free. No, it's not his play on. The ball is out with Donald Hall. I think Sean had pulled, and the ball goes in over the top, in towards Tierney, and Aina Dyle for Budike. Tries to get the ball, gets up, comes out using his bit of soccer skill, gets the ball out to Shawnee, and a high challenge there. I don't think there was any great intent, Patsy, by Jay on that occasion, but it is the referee to make a decision.
Yeah, he's not normally a referee to go for the red, but it was a high one, and it was reckless. It's definitely yellow. I don't think he'll go red. He's getting the information off Johnny Healy now. I'm sure the Budike bench would have something to say about it as well, but Budike's tails are a little bit up now, and Joseph will have to manage it the way he got up now. In fairness to the Budike man, who's had a fine game now. I must say Johnny Dyle has had a fine game. Fair play to him. He got up quick, so I think to be on a yellow card here now.
Yeah, I think ought to be, because Gerald Cullen, Pat, isn't that type of player, and in fairness, Shawnee turned around into him. We know the challenge was high. Look, when you see the referee taking time like that, you normally it's a caught away, and look,
accept that decision. Jay Cullen has been a fine player and a genuine player for years, for both Joseph's and Clare underage. As I said, saw him going up along the edges there many years ago, and one of the lads you'd have pinned your life on, and never struck a nasty blow in his life. So good to see Jay just getting the yellow, and the free has gone wide. But I was just going to say before that, it's a fine thing that we're not talking about the referee up to a minute ago there. He's just almost invisible in the game. Always a great sign, as you said, a good ref doing a good job.
And a poor free there from Keane, Patsy. Never give it a chance wide, and maybe we'll be better to play it in.
I would have dropped it in around the house, Leo, to be honest with you, and be safe about it and let's get a contest, because sometimes a sucker punch can happen and you can get another one like that. So I mean, they're going to need a few goals. They're not going to pick back 7 points here with the time remaining, so they're going to need another green one, if not 2.
Yeah, indeed. But I need green flags, and the free is for Alan O'Neill, and I'm not sure. I think is it being brought up? I think it is being brought up. There was a couple of focal out of place again again, Pat, discipline is key here, and a couple of words out of place, and a game can change big time. It's a free. Rowan on his own 65 on the 65-metre line. It's 1 goal and 15 to 1 goal and 8. Cahill drives this one, and Cahill drives this one over the bar. It's going 116 to 1-8. He has found his shooting form, Patsy.
He has, ever since that goal went in. He had a couple of frees, and after that, and that was a tough free now in them conditions, and he put that over the bar. So he is a good free taker in general, and he's beginning to shine in the frees now again.
A great puck out from Quigley, but a great catch by Alan O'Neill. O'Neill very solid. Donald O'Halloran gets the ball out, and here comes St. Joseph's here walking the ball up through the lines. It's Dial and Tierney. A great play by the cornerback. Dial gets the ball away from Tierney. He has really grown into that challenge of Conor Tierney, and the ball comes out to Shawnee Dial. Shawnee Dial gives it out to Keane Minogue. Minogue is going to shoot from wing back, out from the wing back. That's a good point from Minogue from the half back position. A ball over the bar. 1 goal and 16 to 1 goal and 9. But Ike's still there.
They're still there. I mean, and it'll let green flags, though, as Pat just said. They're not going to pop over that many points. There's 23 and nearly 24 minutes gone. I suppose realistically you have 7 or 8 minutes left in the game. Plenty of time to get a few points, but I'd say they need at least 1 goal and put some pressure on. Joseph's don't look that comfortable yet. They're still a team with little bits of doubts about him, I think. And here, but Ike now getting in possession and maybe set with another attack.
And Cahill gets the ball down, but he's going to be intercepted by the sub. The sub is Keelan Butler, and a chop by Keelan Butler. Keelan, who's in instead of Aaron Lendy, and we've already 2 Statries in the field, and now we're going for the triple, and here comes Oisin Statry being thrown in, and Oisin a lad who's come back from, has been plagued by injuries for Ike, and Oisin comes on instead a piece of flour, and Oisin Statry is not going to weaken this any bit at all, Patsy.
Yeah, this free now is from right in front of us here now, so I think it'll around the house now. It's a big one now for Ike.
A great ball from Shawnee Dial. Fitzgerald puts up the hand, but it's O'Neill, or is it Mugovan tries to get it out from St. Joseph's. Mugovan finds it hard to get up, but he gets it out to O'Halloran. O'Halloran has had a good game in midfield. He's always available. Gets the ball out to Hennon. That's Tom Hennon, and a pull by, is it Oisin Statry on that occasion, or is it Willie Fitzgerald, a high pull, and Willie was lucky to get away with earlier on with a drag. Willie is explaining his case to Niall Malone. I don't think he can any cause of complaint here, Pat.
No cause at all, and Niall is going to have a little word with him. So I'd say But I there, if they could just keep their cool a little bit, and as I said, when players get tired as well, they tend to lose discipline a bit more. You're exhausted from running around. Your mind is tired as well. You're tired mentally as well as physically. It was a draining old game, tough challenge against maybe a slightly superior team, bigger team as well, in sticky enough conditions. So lads tend to lose concentration and discipline when they get tired, and maybe that explains it. So I'm sure Willie won't admit to being tired yet, though.
No, but Willie is after being called ashore. I think they're afraid that Willie could be getting a card to Derek fairly soon, because shuts it in Tuesdays in the shows, but get replaced by Moroney. Alan O'Neill. Look at O'Neill striking has been sublime, Patsy, and really, I suppose, to all intents and purposes, he probably, along with Keane Barnett, has been the main player on the pitch.
Yeah, Neil has had a great season, actually, to be honest, Julie. I watched him all of it. He's been very, very solid. One of Dorby Effort's most consistent players, and as we said, the long range frees that O'Neill can have in his locker, that was with a bit to spare from inside his own 65.
117 to 1-9 in favour of St. Joseph's. The ball is cleared by Keelan Butler. Owen Hanrahan now on for St. Joseph's, but the ball is with Keane Minogue. Trying to get heat, being held up by Owen Hanrahan and Minogue fighting there, still showing us fight in the black and amber of Bud Ike, Patsy.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Owen Hanrahan now at all. I know the jersey is Owen Hanrahan, but Owen Hanrahan's injured. It would probably be an Owen Talty by the looks of it now. I'm not sure, but I would nearly think there's Owen Talty. Yeah,
good to have the St. Joseph connection here with us, Pat.
We'd be lost there, absolutely, though, Patsy. He can tell players apart of those. Have you seen them at all?
Yeah. And it's a free for Shawnee Dial, 65 metres out. Shawnee drops this one in. This is a dangerous ball. This is in around the canal. A pull, and it can go either way, 65. And it comes off the stick. I think it was Donald Holland on this occasion, But a ball like that, Pet, it can cause anything. It can go anywhere.
I think that's what should have done once or twice earlier there, because getting the point at the stage isn't going to make a lot of difference. There's 27 minutes gone, but go in with the ball towards the crossbar height, 5 yards out from the goal, lobbing in, and there's a chance in 5 to get a flick into the net maybe, and that's maybe the better bet at this stage.
Yeah, it's 1 goal in 17 to 1 goal in 9. 27 minutes gone plus injury time here in this quarter-final intermediate championship. It looks like St. Joseph's are underway into semi-final to join Tulla and Rowan. That's a great ball for Joy Dive. Fitz pulls one hand, but the break is cut out by the number 2 is Kevin Meany, and here comes St. Joseph's with Donald Holland, and Donald Holland is stripped there. A lazy tackle by Fionn Slattery. Not what I need, Patsy. They need to keep the pressure on St. Joseph's, and an easy challenge for St. Joseph's to come away and clear their lines.
Couple of great deliveries there by Shani Dial, really lovely floating balls. Fairness to Joseph, they dealt with him, but that tackle was like you said, it was a little bit careless and lazy maybe. Instead of just putting pressure on the clearance, he gave him a free shot, and all of a sudden Cathal Ryan has in possession now. Indeed,
Cathal Ryan leaves it to Kelleher. Kelleher has been quiet in the second half. Keane came in with high, but the ball comes back to Tyne. Tyne isn't going to mess around with it. Puts the ball down the corner, but blocked away by Ian Dial. Himself and Tierney having a tremendous battle here, and the ball is Dial who goes down on it. He's been pushed by Tierney. Gets the ball back to Tierney. Tierney trying to clear the ball for Bright. We're down the right corner back position. Sean Brown, but the ball comes through in. The ball comes across. Here comes St. Joseph's. The ball, Sean Wiley trying to get the ball for Bodike, and the ball goes out over the sideline and gone wide, and Bodike have a chance, and Seamus quickly was a bit too quick for Niall Malone on that occasion. We're in the dying moments here of this intermediate quarter-final, and Patsy, it looks like St. Joseph's were marching their way back to the semi-final where they lost out last year.
Yeah, I mean they've a lot of work to do, Leo, in my opinion, to arrest a few things, but look, it's all about getting the job done, Leo. It looks like they have the job done now. Barron the Miracle is 117 to 19. They have played a good second half. I suppose from Bodike's point of view, with a slight breeze in their favour, 1 goal and a point is not going to cut the mustard.
No, and that probably tells the tale. The puck off from quickly. I see Ian Dial is carrying a leg at the moment down, a leg injury from following the tackle. The ball comes into Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald shoots, good point from Patrick Fitzgerald. He's been the talisman in the forwards. 1 goal and 17 to 1 goal and 10. I suppose, Pat, it is a transition time for Bodike. There's no doubt of a lot of young players in. They can be. They brought the fight to St. Joseph's, but as Patsy said, the 1-1 in the second half, or 1-2, it probably tells its own tale.
Players over miles under 20 are learning the trade still, and they're learning the trade. Intermediate quarter final against a solid team is a tough battle any day. Cian Minogue did great there up front to win that ball and set up Paddy Fitz for a lovely finish. Cian Minogue can play anywhere, obviously. What a servant he is. That young Cian to Bodike already in his career. Here he comes again.
and the ball comes from Cian Minogue, but it's on time. Fionn Slattery now, Paddy Fitz now positioned on the edge of the square. There's a kind of a heavy challenge there. I'd say the referee might just be after throwing the ball here. We're gone into the time. We're at the referee Niall Malone's discretion here in O'Garney Park. 117 to 1 goal and 10. He's gone thrown in the ball here. We're right here in a left wing back position as we place down towards the Kim Murray goal. But the ball comes out to Jack Collin. Collin has a Marvin out to Tyne, out to
Keelan Butler,
out to Rowan. Rowan tries to take on Tiernan Slattery. The ball goes into the corner. Sean Wiley and Barron, whose goal put daylight between the teams. Barron, whose a ball gets across. It's going to be in towards Ian Dial and Tierney. Dial goes up the head. He's had a great game for Bodike at cornerback and flicks that ball out to Sean Brown, throws it up and he's been blocked down on the edge of the square. Not the place to be playing around with it. And here is Tierney, and it's a free in. Bit of inexperience there shown by Sean Brown. Pat, he's a wing forward, back in the full back. You can't afford to throw up the ball there and you get blocked down, putting the pressure back in your own defence.
No, he just was very, very green and naive there what he was trying to do, but Joseph bit the most would have the free in to ensure now the win by well, I say it's going to be tapped over the bar, I'm sure. 118 to 110, and we are a minute gone into injury time. There will be substitutes and a couple of injuries. Probably will be another couple of minutes to play. Yeah. But at the moment, I was just a matter of Bodike digging in, seeking the finish with a score or two. Walk off the field with their heads held high as they can. But Joseph's have done the business. Got a challenge, answered it well, and that's all you can ask for. And I know Patsy, be happy enough with that. They did answer the challenge and came up with the goods when they needed to.
Yeah, and the puck off from Seamus quickly foul there on, I think it's Fionn Slattery on this occasion by Tom Hennon. It's one goal and 18 to 1 goal and 10. And I suppose, Patsy, as you said, St. Joseph's in the quarter-final with plenty to do.
Yeah, plenty to do. I've been impressed with a few of the players now, in fairness. Like you said, from Keller there now, obviously from the back, a little bit quieter in the second half, but very solid overall, you know. Up front, obviously, Cian Barron was to the fore, and in fairness, Alan O'Neill, their wing back as well, was very solid as well. You know, in fairness, a good workman-like performance, but in fairness to Bodyke, you know, they're kept chipping away, and there's still balls flying around the house now, Leo. You can comment on that.
Yeah, the ball is right, and Statry trying to put in a challenge there for Bodyke, but the ball is going to be free out to Paul Madden. I love the way this goalkeeper strikes the ball, lovely, relaxed. I'd say this man, Petty, I'd say he plays a bit of golf to see Paul Madden.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he's been around a long time. He's been very solid and a great servant for Dore Bearfield, and they're happy to have him because the goalkeepers are thin enough to find in the parish at the moment.
And that good ball out towards Dial and Tierney. Dial boxed the ball down, and Tierney Statry is in to cover the side. Dial is injured, doesn't know about the ball. Ruane gets the ball to Donald Holland. Donald Holland careering through the middle. Is this going to be the coup de grace? And indeed it is the coup de grace from the stick of Donald Holland. Seamus quickly rooted to the spot, and the ball is put in by Donald Holland to put a major gloss on the scoreline. 2 goals in 18 for St. Joseph's, 1 goal in 10, and probably that scoreline probably flatters St. Joseph's, Patsy.
It does for sure. I don't think Bodyke deserved that. It was 11-8 at half time, and I thought Bodyke put in a great shift in the first half. But you know, maybe a little bit of fitness, maybe other things. Leo maybe down a couple of players, I'm not sure, but you know, the Dore Bearfield have since that goal come in, have taken off the shackles, as I say, and maybe Bodyke have got a bit more gung ho after the second water break, judging by the space that Donald Holland was afforded there through the middle.
Yeah, and the ball is hit in by Patrick Fitzgerald, but it only finds the hands of Paul Madden, who's pulled back by Oisin Statry to give a free out for St. Joseph, and respite for the Dore Bearfield goalie, who has been quite confident in everything he's had to do today. 2 goals in 18 to 1 goal in 10. We're at Niall Malone's discretion. I would imagine this is the last play. Shawnee Dial for Bodyke got a number of good scores. He's been pulled back there, I suppose, for St. Joseph's to down not pass and on this, and you know, Bodyke, a young team.
I must say I'm very impressed with Shawnee Dial, I must say, Leo. I thought he's had a fantastic game. He's actually could be even the player of the match, really, to be honest, Joe. I think he's had a fantastic game. He's been on the ball all the time for Bodyke. Anything good that Bodyke has done, Shawnee Dial has been involved with it.
Yeah, he's been central to a lot. There's no doubt, and you know, out from his wing back position today, got 6 or 7 points. The last wing back decided to move him out midfield today, taking this free. Lovely striker of a dead ball. Shawnee drive deep, he gives this one oxygen, and he puts it up into the sky. Keane Minogue is up. Is he going to swing? But the ball breaks out for a 65, and we're in the dying moments here. Pat
and O'Neill is upset over the 65 as if there was a sizable level and he was going to concede the loser. He's very upset over the 65 being given. Not that it matters in terms of the score, but he's given anyway. I'm very impressed with Adam Mugavan as well, full back. Mugavan, I think he has been very solid, and you know, the power of him alone, but he comes out with ball there. He's very safe on the ball. You know, as you said, player of the 20 full back, and impressive enough in that too. The other player I'm impressed, and it isn't because of his late goal. Donald Holland for me has done an awful lot of work midfield for yeah, just efficiently and no hanging around the ball. A good player, has always been, but I haven't seen as much of him playing for Dore Bearfield over a few years. I don't know if he was around all the time or not, but certainly knew him as a young lad, and he certainly carried it forward.
Great ball in from Shawnee Dial, but again, this that man Madden, the goalkeeper. I've been impressed with Madden, and also, but that goes the full-time whistle here in O'Garney Park in 6 Mile Bridge, and it's St. Joseph's who take the spoils on a scoreline of St. Joseph's 2 goals in 18. It's Bodyke 1 goal in 11. Patsy, St. Joseph's came into the semi-final. They're in the semi-final, Patsy.
Yeah, there is, and that was the ultimate gain, obviously, Leo. And they come up against a tough challenge, there's no question about it. Okay, it was a little bit easier, maybe that the second half, kind of a little bit easier than the first half, obviously. But I think, like we were talking about the goal, Cian Barron, great catch and a good kick to the net, and that kind of opened it up. Maybe a few doubts crept into, but how could they hold the inside line of Joseph's? Then Carl ran at a very good second half as well. You know, so there was some good moments from Joseph's. 218 in a bad all day is pretty impressive. Maybe only 3 or 4 points from frees as well. So they got maybe 214 there from play, Leo, which is very good. I think the bridge actually suited them, judging by what I saw in the park last week. They were you know, we have a couple of big units, big men, you know, and maybe Corofin exploited that on the wings. Whereas today, they're a little bit more tighter here on the bridge. The day was a little bit more obviously damper and more wintry, and I think it suited our lads against probably a young enough and maybe not physically as strong a Bodyke team to the Joseph team.
Yeah, and indeed, we will go there, and Michael Gilfile, who would know a lot of the Brakelets quite well. Of course, obviously, he's 3 nephews outside on the field to play. So he said shake hands for sending down a good sportsmanship there from Gilfile as he went around to shake hands of all the Brakelets. Pat, St. Joseph's into the quarter-final. It's back to the drawing board for Bodyke. It is a rebuilding exercise for Bodyke. There's no doubt about that. They will be quite happy with the performances of players. I thought Éanna Doyle and Tierna Statry in the full back line, Minogue in at centre back in the first half. As Patsy said, Shawnee Doyle absolutely outstanding all through, and Fitzgerald, I suppose, up front. They were the men that really took the challenge to St. Joseph's.
Every one of those that you mentioned, Seamus Quigley as well. What he could do, absolutely. Players mentioned, you're absolutely right. And I mean, it's team building. If I was Bodyke mentors and players, I'd just go into the dressing room now. I'd round, get him in a circle and say, look, lads, we've made savage progress. I mean, it's a beautiful quarter final, but most of us haven't long out of mine under 20. So no old stages talk about retiring or anything like that. They have in most clubs. So I think they should be very happy. But to go back to Dora Bearfield, job done. And I mean, it's easy to say they weren't impressive at times, but I mean, conditions weren't perfect. They had injuries. The team was changed around a bit to make up for those injuries. So I think overall, look at everything that they did was pretty good, apart from maybe 5 or 6 badish enough wides. But you've that in any winter hurling or late autumn hurling as it kind of is now. So I think they should be happy enough. Are they intermediate favourites? Look at us. We have the semi-finalists now are nearly known. We have Tulla, and we have obviously Smith O'Brien's and Rowan. You see, I don't know if Rowan are probably at that standard. Maybe they are, having beaten Corofin. Time will tell. That they certainly be competitive. But Joseph's has done the business. If I was involved, I'd be happy enough with them. Definitely. Some fine displays by them, as we mentioned. Alan O'Neill, Adam Munningham, and Hollard and Kelleher, and Barnes was in Tierney at times as well, and 1 or 2 of the subs, including Jack Holleran. Holleran did well as well. So look at overall, not a bad display at all by them. Young Bodyke team will improve, no question about it. Joseph's now in the semi-final, which is exactly what they wanted to do coming here, and the job is done. Yeah, and indeed, I suppose Patsy, another name to add on. I think Ryan had a major, Cathal Ryan had a major influence in the second half. He came out, he drifted out, won a lot of ball, missed a couple of frees, but didn't nail them after. But I think his position of play and switching the ball was central also for St. Joseph's. Yeah, absolutely. Cathal had a fine game. He's a fine hurler. Sometimes when things go against him, his body language can be a little bit down, and he probably shows his opponent too much that he's getting beaten to it, and he has to just improve his body language at times when he's getting beaten to it. Today he was on top of his man, obviously, and he was coming out foraging deep and kind of connecting with the inside line, then spraying in good ball into Tierney and Keane Barron. So he was definitely a thorn in Bodyke's side, but it's something that Dora Bearfield are getting to the semi-final. I mean, we watched them here last year. I was in the COVID regulations. I had to watch from the top wall there last year. You were doing it with a farmer. I was over a wall there watching it, and it wasn't good to watch. We got absolutely trimmed against Tulla last year in the semi-final. So there's a few ghosts to lay in a semi-final, but at least they're there now, and they can try to do that. Hopefully get a few injuries back. Unfortunately for the Jewel, they have that football quarter-final against Lissy Casey next week. There's a lot of them players out there today that will play next week. Hopefully they'll come out with a clean bill of health as well, because Joseph's need everyone. I mean, there's good teams left in it, like we said, the Tullas and the winners of Tubber and Smith O'Brien's today, which will be a humdinger. And then obviously you Rowan again, who are probably the underdogs of the whole lot of the pack. But I mean, that boost against their local neighbours to beat Corofin yesterday would be a huge fill up for Rowan. And we're in for a good semi-finals no matter what happens, Pat. Yeah, indeed. And Patsy, thanks you for your contribution, and Pat for your contribution here in our first game today. We must also thank our sponsor, Dare Credit Union, and our outside broadcast sponsor, Michael Long Construction. We must also thank all the people who contributed to our collections, our church gate collections last weekend. And look, even if you maybe forgot to do so, you could give it to any one of the volunteers on Scariff Community Radio. Your contribution will be greatly appreciated. We thanks also to our man in the control tower, Jim Collins, who has been responsible for our first match here in O'Garney Park. We hope you'll join us later on at 10 to 5 for our second game here live from O'Garney Park with Smith O'Brien's and Tubber, to see who picks up the fourth and final quarter-final spot here for the Intermediate Championship. And from all in here in O'Garney Park, for me is Leo Dial. Until we meet again is Ben out there on Slán, and you can tune in for our next programme here on Scariff Community Radio. It's our local media. Very good, Patsy. Thank you very much. Thanks, great, Patsy. Lovely to have you again. As always, yeah, definitely. I'm going to meet that man for a minute.
You're You're listening to Scariff Bay Community Radio, and the show is Local Media This Week. My name is Jim Collins, and every week we sit around the table here in the Derg Alliance building in Scariff, and we have a look at the newspapers, the Clare Champion, the Clare Echo, and the County Express this week, and we give our own take on what the papers are talking about. Delighted to be joined as usual by our panel of experts. John S. Kelly. John, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much indeed, Jim.
Pat O'Brien. Pat, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Jim.
And David Fleming. David, you're very welcome also.
Thank you, Jim.
Now, I suppose there's only one place we can start today with the various bits of information that have come out. The appointment of the chair of the Shannon Group has been imminent for the last 6 to 8 months. But finally this week, it's there in print, in black and white before us. Padraig O'Cada. John.
As Connemara, Jering.
Well,
Be me je kaint goelige in Erfurt na schon, na machen schon nicht.
Well, big sin gahanapa.
But you know,
mata enya own con goelga allowed.
Near fortunately telephone gefoil or for.
Nivor. But I think we'll let Padraig kind of find himself in the building before
we'll give him a chance.
But isn't it a great choice? It appears to be a great choice. Here's a man, OKJ, founder of Air Ireland. Do you remember? Do you ever travel by Air Ireland, lads?
Once or twice, maybe.
Yeah.
To
so
Dublin.
He knows his aviation.
Yeah.
But
I just want to play devil's advocate because I actually agree with you.
And you love playing devil's advocate.
I love playing a devil's advocate. Is it the same? Is the skill set the same for running an airline as it is for running an airport?
It's only a part, perhaps a small part.
Yeah,
but I suppose
it's a good question. Actually,
but in both, you'd have to know something about aviation.
Yeah.
For both of them.
You would,
I would say.
Yeah. And let me put it to you another way. You're all saying that having a kind of a West of Ireland man is a good thing. But of course, his predecessor was a woman from the West. I mean, she lives, I think, somewhere in County Clare, Rose Hines. Would I put it to you that it's probably best would it have been better to have actually a Dublin man?
I am not going to enter into a discourse on why this man should not be the number one candidate. Okay,
I'm just putting it out there because
you sat there at the end of that table for the last year. We've had Shannon as a number one item on the media, okay, and you always emphasised, and rightly so, I would say.
Yeah.
But you're not getting away with it now. Do you know, rightly so, that we need somebody who has a sense of the aviation world to communicate with the kind of people who are going to make decisions about coming
I'd agree entirely with you, John. But shouldn't you have somebody who is close to the levers of power in Dublin? Would you say that Padraig...
Rose Hines was very close to the leaders of power. She was in their pocket.
Oh, well, yes. Well, she was certainly mentioned in a memoir where Leo and herself were friends. But would Padraig be as politically connected, shall we say?
I would say so, because I think he had a fight in Air Ireland, hadn't he? Do you know, at times? And he seemed to have, managed to balance the books.
I think he's somebody who would have a sense of the West of Ireland and what the West of Ireland would require. I mean, I'm not saying someone from Dublin couldn't do the job, but I think it's one thing that somebody from the West of Ireland who would have, let's assume that he has all the other qualities required of someone to take on such a task.
Jim, I'd say that he has been encouraged, right, left and centre, when the search began.
Yes.
Please, will you give us 3 years? And he's pragmatic. In his interview there in the papers, you see that he's holding out a prospect for himself which is going to be hugely demanding. And of course, you'll have people sitting around the table like ourselves, constantly looking over to see how is he getting on. Isn't that right? So he knows the challenge. He has a sense of it, and.
But I agree with you, and he's exceptionally well qualified. I see Pádraig's piece here. He served as senator from 2016 to 20. An alumnus would be, Pádraig, if you're listening now, get your Latin straight. He is an alumnus of Harvard University and University College Galway, where he was awarded the Business Alumni of the Year and is an adjunct professor of entrepreneurship and business.
That's serious. Like,
it is.
I mean,
it is.
It is.
My only point I was trying, and I was only playing devil's advocate with you, and you've obviously taken the bait. Will he have the ear of government?
He will have, if he doesn't have the ear of government, he'll have the ear of the population of the Midwest.
Yeah. But they won't be able to do much for him.
and the politicians from the Midwest.
He certainly, and you can see all the reaction there underneath Pádraig's. Cathal Crowe, Dee Ryan, the CEO of Limerick Chamber, Joe Carey, Margaret O'Brien, the CEO of Ennis Chamber, Senator Martin Conway, Senator Timmy Dooley, and Helen Downs, the CEO. They've all, issued press releases, and the Clare Echo have picked them up.
Isn't that good, though?
It is.
Unity.
Pat must be very pleased because, of course, he was lobbying hard for Pádraig O'Cage's appointment.
Pat was?
Oh, yeah, Pat, for over 12 months he's been lobbying on this station.
Yeah.
And I know he's been having words with politicians as well.
Well, we mentioned it a couple of times here on the programme over the last 12 months. And I'm delighted to see him getting it. I think he's well... he has a lot of stuff there in the paper on Pádraig's, all what he can do and what he hasn't done and all that. And he seems to be a very genuine type of fellow. Anytime he's interviewed on radio or television, he was on there last year, and it was a very good program. Was it with Joe Duffy or someone? Yeah. Had a great program with him.
Sure, we'll have
I hope it goes well for him, and we wish him the best of luck. Now, the only thing. He's not going to. He can't go in and wave a magic wand. He has to get support from the Midwest, from all the area around the Midwest. And I suppose, you have 33 million passengers in Dublin. If we get 2 million in Shannon in the next couple of years, we'll be doing well. I can't understand why maybe we can't go to the airlines and say, look, if you want to come into Dublin, a certain amount of the traffic must go down to Shannon and maybe to Cork.
Like we used to do. But you have controls. Deregulation might inhibit you.
I'm just wondering, what do we want him to do? I mean, there might be an obvious answer to the question, more airlines, but what do we want Pádraig O'Cage to do over the next 3 years?
He's set himself his own target, and he says, and this is Owen Ryan now on the front of the Clare Champion, he said, success to me in 3 years would be to get back to 2019 levels with the passenger numbers and broadly the routes we had in 2019. Now, that's just pre-COVID, shall we say.
Yes.
Now, I don't think the airport was at its height in 2019. You'd have to go back a bit further to get to its height. So maybe it's not as ambitious as he thinks. The industry is saying it'll be 2026 or so before the whole sector in Europe is back to 2019 levels. Instead of getting there in 5 years, I want us to get there in 3 years. So that's seemingly his ambition. Is that something that we would be subscribing to, or how would we define success in Shannon Airport?
I suppose looking back, and a lot of us maybe hark back to the early noughties in Shannon, when, let's say, you had Ryanair with 33 or 4 routes out of Shannon. You had, the Shannon stopover was gone, but you had Aer Lingus and a number of airlines flying across the Atlantic. I mean, we need to get back somewhere, heading back there.
Yeah.
And I mean, if the numbers were there, 15 years ago, there's no reason to think that the numbers are there now. I know Pat O'Brien would be inclined to think that, Dublin would have, am I right in that? Dublin would have held us back when Shannon was under the DAA.
Oh, they would, yeah, definitely, yeah.
And an awful lot of people would believe that.
Because they took out, they overflew Shannon. They done the best for 10 years before that happened.
They took out Orient International.
They took out Orient International.
Yeah.
And they made out there was 70 million owed.
Shannon Airport now
Shannon,
has been independent for a fairly long time. How long has it been independent? So
Yeah.
It has its opportunity if it wants it. By the way, there's ads in all the newspapers from Shannon Airport, very conveniently, showing a map of Europe, and there are 20 flights out of Shannon at the moment.
That's right.
And it looks to me, if I was to ask my students to determine how these were chosen, there is about 5 from Eastern Europe, which suggests our New Irish are the customers there. There is a group in Tenerife, Lanzarote, and where the volcano is exploding at the moment, over there, and Malaga and the south coast of Spain. They're our holiday destinations. And then England. And of course, it's the old diaspora that we're talking about there.
To encourage wider use of the transatlantic, that's going to be one challenge that he will surmount. Creativity.
That has been announced even before. He won't be able to claim that success because remember last week the United Airlines and Aer Lingus have both announced resumption of their flights to United States.
We'll have him. I tell you what now, we'll guarantee our listeners that we'll have him on radio, on Scariff Bay Community Radio, within the next 6 months.
Well, we'll guarantee our listeners we'll attempt.
Jim has yet to receive a reply for that interview that he was looking for.
Well, no, I think we'll give Pádraig Ó Céide a break. We'll let him
do some work.
Let him go in, let him find his office, sit down, put on his coffee, and have a look at things. So
look at the map.
We won't have.
I suppose we'll just on the radio, and we'll appeal to anybody that's going to go travelling in the next, and a lot of people will probably go travelling in the next 12 months. That maybe they should look at Shannon, all the Midwest, all the area of the Midwest, Clare, maybe Galway, Tipperary, Limerick, maybe North Kerry and all that area.
Pick a route that's served with by Shannon.
And that's the only way. If the people support it, it will be a success. If they don't,
it's in our own hands, you're saying.
It's in our own hands to a degree. But Dublin have a third runway now, and they'll eventually be out in County Meath with runways, and they have 33 million passengers.
And they're talking.
I think that definitely in some of the European countries, John, they have in Holland, I think, they have a deal with airlines where when you fly into the main airport, that you have to take flight into the smaller airports.
Well, I remember we had Michael McNamara on here at some stage, and he was pointing out that it's still I know there is deregulation, obviously, but it's still the government who has a say in where airlines fly and where they can pick up passengers. So the government still have a role to play there.
But Jim, sweeteners are going to be called for.
Yeah, we must carry on, because looking at, sweeteners, and maybe they're not sweeteners exactly, but they look very sweet on the surface. I'm looking at the Clare Echo, and the cover, page 1, Pádraig McMahon has a story there, and it says the Clare TDs slam the rich list. And there's photographs of our 4 TDs and how much they are worth. And it's there on the front page of the Clare Echo. Michael McNamara is 1.08 million. Joe Carey, 1.02 million. Cathal Crowe, 422,000. And Violet N. Wynne, 37,000. I've rounded sort of the figures down.
So we have a few millionaires.
Well, so it would seem. Now, I suppose in the
full story is in page 10 there, Jim,
where they drill down a little bit and see what exactly those figures mean.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's only fair. I mean, if a guy owns a farm, okay, that's counted in. There's a value put on it. That's put in. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how do you think these figures are accumulated?
Well, the original story, or the original rich list, as they're calling it, is from the Irish Independent. And I think the journalists there looked at the returns that every Teacht the Dála makes
Annually.
Declaring their interests. And that declaration, I think, from a democratic point of view, is important. We need to know what people's interests are so that they're not, so that we can understand maybe why they might be lobbying or why they're not lobbying in certain respects. So it's an important, it's this, like for example, knowing Mr. Trump's tax returns. It's all part of that democratic trust. But then what journalists do is they kind of sensationalize it. So actually I have some sympathy here for the TDs and senators, because it implies, just looking at it, and you know, is Porrick and the Clare Echo kind of jumping on that tabloidy wagon? It's question mark. I'd have, if he was here, we'd ask him. But because when you see the red in all these figures, there's a photograph. If there's a photograph of Crowe, Violet Ann Wynne, McNamara, and who's the other chap there? Carey. And they have the sum underneath them, 1.85 million. It's a bit sensationalist. It's calculated based on their pension entitlements, which is something that nobody has received. I think Deputy Crowe points this out. He won't get that until he's 66. Yeah. And none of them will get that. It's based on agricultural land, as you say, John, and the reason why Violet Ann Wynne is
the value of the house. Yeah,
and the value of a house and land, and the reason why Ann Wynne is only at 37,000, it's just she doesn't own any property, seemingly, according to her return, and therefore the journalists have calculated that. So it's a funny thing. I think journalists like doing this.
It's just a bit of fun, you know, maybe at the TD's expense.
At the TD's expense, but as Deputy McNamara points out, maybe the senior civil servants should have the same treatment, and she mentions journalists as well, RT journalists in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just said here the farmers are rich in assets, but their income doesn't match this. He stated the scariff man believes findings with regard to his protected pension were inaccurate. It is important that politicians declare their assets, but it is equally important that senior civil servants who have huge power and seem to be making a lot of decisions do the same. And then he says about journalists, I said, what about RT journalists getting paid by the public exchequer? It's a bit of an easy thing to do, a whip out. Why focus exclusively on politicians and why not journalists?
Yeah, but I do think RT does publish, certainly in the bands. We, for example, know what Ryan Tubridy and other Marion Finucane usually, when she was alive, got. Yeah, 3 years ago, as somebody has pointed out.
Yes.
But the statistic there, 68 millionaires in the Dáil. Well, you wouldn't think it, because there actually probably aren't 68 millionaires, but in their assets are worth over $1 million. 68 of their assets.
It's down from 73 the last time.
So something is hitting. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go on. Looking at some of the other areas there, the pyrite and the mica problem around the country. I was looking at Fecal was mentioned there during the week.
Really?
Two residents of Fecal were interviewed on the Virgin Media One news at their 5:30 news. They were interviewed on camera, talking and showing us examples of their house.
Really?
Yes.
And when was the house built?
I would imagine sometime in the last 40 years.
Yeah,
I would think, but this would have been an ongoing problem, I would say.
Fiona McGarry has a piece here, Jim. Clare's blog's issue is same as Mayo's. Expert report states Clare should have readdressed this access. So they're saying here that the houses were constructed in 88, 89, 95, 97 and 2006.
Yes.
In the ones that was tested.
Yes. Okay.
Now, it appears it's the same material and the same thing is happening as the houses up in Donegal and in Mayo.
Yeah, significantly damaged, as she says, isn't that right?
Yeah. But I suppose that as the debate has developed, I don't think there's any question but that people are entitled or will get compensation.
It's how much.
It's how much.
What are your feelings about it?
Well, I'm going to ask that question. I mean, Pat O'Brien, let's say, has a big house over in O'Callaghan's Mills.
Yes.
Worth maybe 500,000-600,000.
Yeah.
Well, at least if we were doing the rich list, he'd definitely be on it.
He'd be on top of it. David Fleming in Tumgraney has a much more modest house.
Quite right, yes.
Maybe 200,000 might buy it or might build it.
That's what we're going to tell the taxman anyway. It's doing the property tax returns.
Now, if public money is being given out to both houses are destroyed with pyrite. If money is being given out to both Pat and to David, is it fair that Pat gets 600,000 to build his house, to knock down his present one and build one, and David gets 200 or 250,000?
Interesting question, Jim. What do you think?
I would have to say that there should be some kind of equality.
A cap.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, yeah.
Because you're giving public money.
Yeah.
And why should Pat get a huge amount because he has a bigger house than David? If there is a cap and if X amount of money is given, then Pat can add on more. Now, Pat might say that's not fair.
Indeed. Would you say it's fair, Pat?
He's paid his mortgage.
Well, if you're paying out taxpayers' money, you have to have a balance, really, haven't you?
But you own the 650,000 house in the argument, okay?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
and David owns 140,000.
Jesus, it's going down. yeah. I've only in Cowshed, I'd say.
It's a difficult problem. This situation is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, your house, you're entitled to replacement, aren't you?
Well, you have to give 100%.
Yeah, am I entitled to a replacement? Well, that's being discussed, you see. There's two approaches. You either give a flat rate, which is whatever, or probably more likely a percentage of the value.
Really? And how would they go?
So 90% is being talked about. The homeowners themselves want 100%. Now, then the question arises, should the taxpayer... And it doesn't then matter the value of my house or Pat's house. We'll get 100% of whatever the value of it is. Now, but the task force set up say it's not as even clear cut as that, because in Pat's house you might have to demolish it completely. In my house, it might only be the outer skin that we need to be replaced.
The blockwork?
Yeah.
What are you left with?
You're left with the in, but Pat's house is completely gone.
Yeah.
And therefore, theoretically, it should cost Pat more, even more, to rebuild, whereas to repair mine. So there could... And
here's the question for you, so to clarify it for myself. Why do you say the state should pay?
I don't stay. Well, I was listening to some of the national debate on this, and that was actually asked because Vox Pop had various people saying we shouldn't be paying this at all. Seemingly, when the homeowners went to the government first looking for support, the officials said, please exhaust all other possibilities, and then once they're exhausted, come back to the government.
Why?
Because there may be a legal route that you can through. There could be insurance where you can claim this under your insurance and so on. So seemingly, and I don't know if this has happened, but this is what the homeowners organisation has said, the insurers will not pay. The legal route seems to be closed off, except that I understand that there's 1 or 2 legal cases being brought. Or maybe the businesses don't exist, maybe, to be sued anymore. And so they claim that they've exhausted all other forms of redress, and therefore the government is the final call.
Okay, can I pose this to you?
Yeah.
As recently as in the last 2 years, there are block makers in the country producing and selling blocks which contain the percentage of mica which is considered to be the root of the problem.
So are you saying that we are still in an unregulated environment?
Absolutely. And the Irish Engineers Association have complained that scientific evidence is not being done in a manner which would stand up to proper scrutiny. The engineers themselves, and as he said, one of them said on radio earlier today, they said that who's going to who's going to actually test out the materials?
Well, seemingly these materials were tested for strength. But the problem is, over time, it decays. So at the time, the strength was validated and it was declared a good block. But over time, this mica element, they never considered that, you see. And it's deteriorated over time.
But the real problem, David, or a real problem, is that they're currently selling blocks which have been identified as containing...
That would be very strange.
No, that would say something about lack of control, wouldn't it?
It would.
And lack of regulation.
But what is obvious is that it's only a certain number of quarries wherever they were, and nobody has mentioned names because I think a legal case is being brought against one or two of them. But it's obviously anybody getting these blocks from
Granite Associated Geology.
Yeah, and it seems like we don't hear about much down in Cork about this, or Wexford or Waterford. So
I know a house in Kilkishen, and I was talking to the fellow that owns it, and his house has fallen down just on the paper there a few weeks ago. And I asked him where he got his blocks, and he told me and them off just from a well-known quarry.
Kind of a Clare quarry.
Well, it'll be national, but they'd have quarry in Clare, but
which suggests that the whole country should be affected then.
So whether is it the government's job, I wonder, then to take this on board? In other words, compensate people, because if they're living in houses that are becoming increasingly dangerous, it's a government's duty to protect its people. It is very difficult for individual householders to go going down the legal route after companies.
Impossible.
Impossible, yeah.
So could the government step in there? I'm asking the question.
Yeah. Well, the government are obviously stepped in, and all the political parties have seemingly signed up to stepping in. The question is how much they will step. Will they step in 90% or 100%?
Well, I think the minister said that they would try and chase up all the people that's involved in it. That
the government will sue.
Yeah, that they'll have to.
Well, it will cost us under one estimate $3 billion. It will cost for this redress scheme, and that's only the scheme. That's only Donegal and Mayo at the moment.
Was there some of this stuff in Leinster already, and that they have it sorted out? How much money did they get? Wasn't there already?
The Dublin crowd are at it again.
That's pyrite.
A pyrite problem in Dublin or in Kildare.
There was some sort of a pyrite scheme.
And did they get outrated?
I don't know what was it, a percentage or what? We'd have to look that up.
Okay, listen, we're moving on and we're coming close to our break. One area, I have the Clare County Express here in front of me, and on page 5 there's an article on basically the rules of GA. One of the things we were talking about here off mic is the hand pass in hurling. And when is it a legitimate hand pass? When is it a throw? And I just would like to get the opinions to go on maybe on a lighter note. Pat O'Brien, you're steeped in the GAA and you've been involved in the GAA all your life. What do you think of the current hand pass in hurling?
Yeah, well, it looks like an awful lot, a big percentage, especially at inter-county level, a big percentage of the players now appear to be throwing the ball. That I think it's endemic in the game really at inter-county level, where players constantly throwing the ball. So there'll have to be something done about it. It'll end up, the game will end up just as a throwing competition, really.
John, as someone who played in an Ireland football final back in the day,
there was a problem with the pass. You could only pass in football with the closed fist, not a palm. Okay.
And John, during the 70s, when Dublin and Kerry were very involved, you had the same problem.
Yeah, but
it was so fast.
Yes,
they were holding the ball in one hand and throw it off with the other one. Yeah. They hit off the hand.
But Johnny O'Brien, our neighbour from Whitegate, has a letter in the Sunday Independent dealing with an element of the hand pass. That is the one where you can score a point with a hand pass in football and in hurling. Okay? Now,
of course you can kick it.
And you can kick it.
I mean, you can in hurling.
In hurling, yeah. But he's in his letter on the paper last week, he's arguing for a ban on scoring points with the hand pass. Okay.
Even a fisted pass or a fist.
Well, the fisted would be. You could restore the fisted pass if you want, but to ban scoring a point with the hand pass.
Yes.
You see that it would loosen up the game a little bit more.
It is football.
It is football.
And it is hurling.
And it is hurling. Yeah.
What's the Cork view, I wonder?
Well, I was passing the Toomgraney pitch, and after our last conversation last week, off air, as you said, Jim, and I saw them training, and they were training with hand passes and or throwing the ball. There wasn't that tradition. Now, when I was a young fella training in County Cork, of course, we were purists. We were trained to lift the ball a little bit and pass it on. That's the way as a young fella, I would have been trained. Now, I wasn't any good at it either, whether the hurling or the hand. But something has obviously happened, and I know a game evolves as well. That's the other thing, and the rules evolve. But why is it considered such a bad thing?
Okay, yeah, just.
Well, I think the purists have gone back a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, we're too pure. We're too good at the older game and not good at the new game.
One of the problems I see is that the speed of both hurling and football, but particularly hurling, the speed is such that let's say, Pat, I could pass the ball to you legitimately by letting it go a little bit, and I could do it. Throw it. But most referees, I don't think referees can have enough time. It's too fast.
It's too fast.
They don't know whether it's a real or a legitimate or a foul throw.
Well, you'd see the odd player would throw it out, would throw it up a small bit and didn't pay it on. But I have my suspicions there's an awful lot of them just throwing the ball.
Are throwing. And is that such a bad thing? Like, are we very much against that?
There's no skill in throwing the ball.
There's no skill,
No,
okay. And it comes down to skill, so is what we're saying.
Okay, listen, we've reached the halfway point in our programme. Now, our resident DJ, Pat O'Brien, is sitting across the table from me. And Pat, what facts have you unearthed this week?
Who's dead?
No, there's no one dead. The new James Bond movie,
yes.
Daniel Craig in No Time to Die, is out, and it's getting a lot of press. So maybe we'll have one of the big ones from James Bond over the years, Goldfinger with Shirley Bassey.
Lovely. Shirley Bassey, Goldfinger, courtesy of Pat O'Brien.
Goldfinger, he's the man with the Midas touch, a spider's touch, such a cold finger beckons you to enter his web of sin. His lies can't disguise what you feel. Death from Mr. Goldfinger. Pretty girl, beware of this heart of gold. This heart is cold. Golden words he will pour in your ear, but his lies can't disguise what you fear. For a golden girl knows when he's kissed her
And we had Shirley Bassey there with Goldfinger, one of the great James Bond classics from way, way back. And I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome to part 2. You're listening to Local Media This Week here on Scariff Bay Community Radio, and we're looking at the local papers and all the various things that are in them. Before we go back, I want to, on behalf of the radio station, say a sincere thank you to everybody who helped out and contributed at the annual Churchgate collection for Scariff Bay Community Radio last weekend. We had the collection all over East Clare, in most places all over East Clare, and we had a brilliant response. I think we lots of people around the table here stood at various churches and at tables with buckets and whatever, and we really had a most heartwarming response from people all over East Clare, and we are very, very, very grateful for that.
Jim, apropos of that, I've met quite a number of people in the past week who say, that they look forward to. One person was very much into traditional music, and looks forward, to those programs. Then there was a very elderly man who said, "My God, I love the matches." Do you know? And it came across to me that the radio seems to speak to a variety of interests in our community, and they were very, very responsive, as you said.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the job of a community radio station, to cater for a variety of tastes and needs in the community.
And so we have a new young man. What age is he?
He's 15.
15, and he made his inaugural presentation last week.
That's right, Shane Fahey in Tumgraney.
So well done, Shane, if you're listening in to us. We hope that you will bring more of your age level to become interested in the radio, because we have space for you, haven't we, Dan?
Indeed, we've loads of it. And I suppose just as well, lots of people, just as well as that, lots of people on their way into Mass didn't expect a collection, or they wouldn't have any change, or people don't go to Mass, in the numbers that they did, pre-COVID, and I suppose it's only gradually recovering. So anybody who wants to contribute all the time may do so by giving it to any volunteer anywhere around, any of our volunteers, or to go on the website scariffbayradio.com, where they can do it electronically. So again, a sincere thank you. We are very, very grateful. It gives us great heart in the station that we get such great support right around East Clare. Now, we're actually looking at the last edition of the County Express, because it's something that's still live, and it says McNamara Hale's significant infrastructure project for Scariff. And I suppose there is work going on, planning work going on in a number of towns, a number of areas around the county, and Scariff is one of them, where I suppose work is happening.
So, Jim, what will our listeners notice now coming up over the next 6 months in relation to the development in Scariff Town?
Well, I know there's a few things going on in Scariff. First of all, the streetscape will be developed. Now, people will remember with mixed emotions the street and the paths going up the hill from the bridge up to the hill, or up to, let's say, the Market House area. So from there on, there are a number of things which, I suppose need to happen. The Market Square and the parking need to be looked at there. The paths certainly need to be looked at. The road safety on that Market House area, where various roads come together, and there's still a lot of people not sure whether they should go or stop.
2 stops.
And it's, that certainly needs to be looked at. there's a question of the river stones which form part of the green area around the parking area, and they've been called into question. Could it be better used? So there is the town teams, together with a firm from Galway, are looking in and will come up with proposals which will go to the county council, and the council hopefully would take on board, or at least would consider and would base their plan, because the council have to be on board anyway. So that's one thing. The other thing is there are a number of looped walks being developed around Scariff. That will be a smaller part of it, but that is happening. And I suppose the third thing is, and Michael refers to it here, and the County Express talks about it, they're looking, we'll say, at infrastructure developments in the town, including a multi-service, innovation and commercial space. And I suppose the County Council are looking for funding from government, presumably, to set up such a hub, which would be a commercial space for people, but it would have community aspects to it. And it would, I suppose, bring jobs, bring work, bring trade into the town, and improve the general, I suppose, the commercial prospects in Scariff as well.
As an aside, and that's good to something to look forward to. Tell me, does anybody around the table know anything about the FINSA, the chipboard factory building? Can we reveal any information in relation to that?
Yeah, I suspect not.
No?
I know it has been used for PPE equipment.
Is it still being used for?
I'm not sure whether it's still being used, but certainly it was used to store PPE equipment there. But whether it's still being used now or not, I'm not able to say. Various trucks and you'd see going in and out there over the last number of months.
Just Jim, there's a related article there about Scariff as well. The Scariff Martyrs centenary, old tragic tale finally told. There's a nice bit there from Seamus O'Reilly on the Scariff Martyrs, and there's a lovely photograph there as well. So, and the book, and he praises the book. He said it was a great read, and it's nice to see it afterwards. Some of the references we didn't see too much in it last week in the paper, so.
Yes,
it's nice to see there on the County Express.
Yeah, I was looking at the photograph in the book, where there is a collection of photographs in the centre of the book, and there's one which was obviously taken in the days after the burial of the Scariff martyrs, and it's the grave with flowers around it. And you kind of think to yourself, God, it could have been taken a week ago. The church and the tower of the church and the main entrance is exactly the same as it was. There aren't other graves around there in that time, and there's a few little trees that are no longer there. But it just struck me as a very poignant photograph. That I don't know if you've seen it, David.
I haven't. I'm looking forward to reading the book, and but yeah, I can easily imagine it, and of course it's very evocative. I mean. All that time, even now, it didn't happen in the case of the Scariff martyrs, but often photographers would take a picture of the open coffin, which was even more sort of driving the message home of sacrifice and martyrdom and so on.
Just struck me. Tomás McNamara's book comes out of the parish of Tuamgraney, okay? And we have another man at the end of the table here whose book on the Perrys of Limerick is due out when, David?
It's a good question, John. It's written.
I know
I can say it is written.
Yeah.
But it's likely now it won't be out for Christmas.
We won't.
No, an academic book. There's a few differences between Tomás's book and an academic book which is published by an academic publisher. It'll be sent out. My book will be sent out to 2 readers independently, peer review. I won't know them. They'll be anonymous. They'll make the decision to publish or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then that's what the publisher does, and then it's the same with scientists. I mean, before they get published, their argument has to be reviewed, peer review, and then they'll get published. So that takes time, and you know, you mightn't get there in the first go. You might have to listen to what they say to you and amend accordingly.
But there would be feedback. It wouldn't be.
There would be feedback. Yeah. There would be feedback, and of course you're looking for this is a great book. Publish immediately.
But two books out of the parish of Scariff in the 1 year.
Parish of Toomgraney.
Sorry,
you see the way he nearly snuck that in there. Yes. But there is of course, a very long tradition of publishing in Toomgraney, and we go back to the MacLysets and the number of books Edward MacLyset published out of Raheen House, in effect. Obviously Dublin publishers, but there's a long, and of course thinking of Edna O'Brien, there is an awful long. So listen, Scariff and other parts of this part of the county, what's keeping you?
Yes. Okay, we'll jump from Toomgraney kind of over Scariff, and we'll head to Mount Shannon, John, because looking there at an article, it's on the living section of the Clare Champion, and it's called Forging the Future and the Past.
Indeed.
And I know one man that I know very well there is Mark Wilson. Mark is a real character, and he runs the forge, which was Tom Lyons' forge once upon a time.
Yes.
But there's a man there, and he's a past pupil of yours.
That's right, Dr. Al White. And again, congratulations to Al. By the way, isn't it interesting that is it the second or third week in a row that the champion has had a front page photograph of one of our East Clare friends? Okay,
that's right. Liam Waterstone was there a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
and I can't remember.
Yes,
that's right.
But Al,
Tomas McNamara was there as well.
Al is keeping watch on his home village, no doubt at all about it. But the article is interesting. Now, I'm not going to attempt to actually describe exactly what.
Go on, John. It's the title of it is, you'll have to explain it anyway, Forging the Future and the Past. So we know it's something to do with blacksmithing.
It is.
And metal.
And it has something to do with the strengthening of steel.
Yeah.
Okay.
And recreating Damascus steel.
Now, what was Damascus steel?
It was a sharp, very, very clearly a very, very sharp weapon.
Strong.
Yeah. Now,
how was it created, this Damascus steel?
Well, they were adding charcoal. I mean, I was amazed when I read that in the article. Okay. Al and Mark and a third friend of theirs are in the actual forge. They're
trying to recreate.
They are using the same type of technology that belonged to the 4th, 5th century. And the thing about is nanotubes. Does anybody know what a nanotube is?
Well, there's a little sketch here of what it looks like.
Is there?
It looks like lots of little. It looks, to all intents and purposes, like chicken wire.
Yeah.
But these are obviously tiny. The charcoal, of course, when coal is burnt. This is a historian now talking about science, and I might be completely wrong. But obviously, somehow little holes get into the charcoal.
Yeah.
And it's these nano holes, these minuscule, invisible holes that make ultimately this steel strong.
And they get that. What they were doing now in the forge was getting those into the actual steel which they were melting in the
which
furnace.
Must take a bit. It sounds easy, but it must be very difficult to do.
Yeah, which would have been lovely to have been there observing it and having it explained to us.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to read. People will have to read the article. And,
well, Fiona McGarry has an article where she talks to Dr. Al White.
Al. Yeah.
And it's on the front page of the living section of the Clare Champion.
And of course, Al is in the academic world and also in the technology. I think he's involved in.
Well, he straddles the two.
He does. Yeah.
Okay.
So, well done, Al. It's good to see you back in East Clare, even if only for a short while.
Pat O'Brien, you're going to have to go a bit further with your money. From here on in, where you're.
Well, if he's sitting in a house worth 600,000. That was only as an example, wasn't
Yes,
it?
well,
Jim?
I rushed to say that Pat's house is not falling down, or neither is David's.
And they're both worth more than the figure you put down.
Oh, well, no, that's another matter. But Pat, there are banks closing, including a bank in East Clare.
Yeah, Bank of Ireland reveals date of branch closures. Development of rural towns suffering over withdrawal of services, councillors note. Three Bank of Ireland branches in Clare will close their doors for last time on October the 8th. In March, in the teeth of the Delta where the bank faced serious criticism for unveiling plans to close 103 branches around Ireland, including those in Kilkee, Miltown and Tulla. In recent weeks, the bank has been contacting customers and confirming the date for the branch closure. It is deplorable to announce plans in the middle of a pandemic. Councillor Pat Hayes said the bank would be better off looking after its existing customers base, especially those who are older. It's quite disturbing, even in the branches in Scariff and Innes, where people in East Clare are now being directed. The personnel service is disappearing. And people have to deal with machines. This is in the lack of 24 ATM in Tulla is another issue that the car-based representative has condemned.
But you know, there are people, I'd be interested in your take on this, John. There are people that I know around Scariff, and I'm sure there are everywhere else as well, who aren't into online banking. They aren't into working with computers or phones or whatever. They have been all their life going into the bank, doing their business, probably doing it on paper from their own point of view. And they're being kind of forced into a position. And they're not all, there can be younger people as well. They're not all of any age.
Would it surprise you if I say I do my 365 banking?
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me in the
I think
least.
it would shock him.
He does very little technical stuff on the radio. I'd have to say that much.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I can be heard. I think I can be heard. Yeah. The times are moving on, and you know, the 19th century example is the Papal States in the 19th century didn't want railways. The Pope did not want railways. And as a result, that part of Italy had no railways. But eventually, he thought that, I don't actually know the reasons, but he thought maybe this would be terrible for people to be travelling around the place. Yeah. So I think the older generation, and maybe I don't think it's a lack of technology awareness, but the older generation probably needs to catch up. And funnily enough, on page 4 of the Clare Champion, at the right at the very bottom, you'd nearly miss it, smartphone classes in county libraries. Classes have begun at libraries around the county in using smartphones. These classes are free to attend and will help you to become familiar with installing apps. Now, it doesn't mention it here, but Banking 365 could be one of those apps, including, it says, goes on using Zoom, sending emails, etc. So there is really no excuse for anybody not to be able to use this technology. And once you use it, it actually does become a lot easier. You won't have to queue up. And the other option is, forget Bank of Ireland if you've got a problem. Use your local post office.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if an app is much good to you if you overloaded change in bags and money that you want to deposit.
That is true, Pat.
Will they count it for you?
But if there's no, they won't count it for you. Count it yourself and bag it yourself.
Really?
But if there's
you nearly set up your own bank if you've all that money.
Take the businesses in Tulla. Take the business in Tulla, Fohans and Sofa Value and all those people. They all have to go somewhere else to do their banking.
Yeah.
To physically get money out.
But there is a quiet revolution going on, and COVID has accelerated it, and it is the cashless economy. I have no money in my wallet, and haven't had it for the last 2 years.
Really?
And she herself gives out to me constantly when I reach a toll or something, and she asks me, "Have you got 190 there?"
And the Clare of the Scariff Bacon Unity Radio collection.
Listen, we're pretty much out of time, folks, and we've a load of things to talk about, and we simply are not going to get to them this week. I just want to again congratulate Fiona McGarry on the teaching award that she's won. I'm looking at, I know it's mentioned in the Clare Champion, I'm looking at Pádraig's article in the Clare Echo. So really excellent. We had Fiona here some months ago and look forward to having her back again. And 2 pages on, I see the Clare Echo, Pádraig again writing, has a new deal with Google. And of course, I mean, it's great for our newspapers like that, that first of all, it gives them an opportunity to spread the word and to use Google.
And their content is being acknowledged.
Yes.
Google is only the service, but the real content is being produced by Pádraig and Fiona and all the other journalists that I think the county is well served by.
It is. And I mean, it's a teaching award, but I mean, Fiona is and we come up against her week after week here. She's a very good journalist. The other thing I want to mention, and I think we're out of time then, there's an appreciation in both the Clare Echo and the Clare Champion of Michael Dan O'Doyle. Great character, was in this studio many times, really even up to shortly before he passed away. He was in this studio talking about his beloved White Gate and his beloved hurling. And it's a lovely piece there, submitted by Cumann Lucas Gael on Gathabon, where he was much loved. Okay, listen, my thanks to everybody today for we've a whole load of areas we haven't got to yet. John S., thank you very much.
You're welcome, Jim.
Pat O'Brien, thank you, Pat, for everything today. David, thank you very much
thank you,
too. Jim. Pat, you have a piece of music for us to finish on.
We go back to the 60s again. I said John would remember this one. His Herald days.
Yes.
Dusty Springfield and I Only Want to Be With You.
Okay.
From, I'd say 1966 or there around.
Excellent. Excellent choice. Listen, that's it. Please join us again next Sunday when we'll have a look through the papers again and give our take on them. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thanks to everybody. Goodbye and God bless.
Doesn't
Fáilte go cínlínta nuachta radio pobl chun na scariff ag an deire seachtaine an 2 lá agus an 3 lá de bhí deire fór 2025 a héin. Bhí an Balacán blintúil os cóir getí na heglaise áitiúla ar wathe le radio pobl chun na scariff ar siúl an deire seachtaine se caite. Buchas do gachtaine a thug cúnamh dó. Is féidir le daoine fós síntuús a thuirt do duine Hebrí Jonach nó trí clubfunder.com clubs Scariff Bay Community Radio / general payment. Tá anmheas agin ar do haciíocht agus breathan an stáisiún go mór ar na síntuús seo. Tá clár Gaeilge an stáisiún seo Gaeilge agus fáilte ag tosnú arís an deire seachtaine seo. Tá sé cura I láthair ag Bernadette Watson. Tá sé aigeanta agus tá meascán an de chórá feisnéis agus ar nói ceol. Déanaíocht éist isteach an domhnach seo. Tá testpáintis Green Griffith orta eilíonn den tidal timelapse ag an eilíontóir Klaus Eckert Kramer á eagrú ag leabharlann poblí na scariff I láthair na huaire. Fuair clás ilúnt mar iriseoir Green Graffador agus thosaigh sé ag testpáin a cuid Green Graff sa Gearmáin agus go luath clacú lo I deispántais idir náisiúnta. Is féidir an testpántas a eáil nuair a bhfuil an leabharlann oscailte agus is fiú cuairt a thuirtear. Tá clár fuama ar le á láinseáil ag Clare Arts Office agus glór atá ag ceiliúradh béileideas an tír seo scéalaíocht agus árán. Is seirbhís fón é a thugann seans don phobal éist le scéalte agus árán ó sé gothanna cóan seartha. Ba an seirbhís fón faoi láinseáil ón 100 lá den bhí seo go dtí an 100 lá de bhí samhain. Ba réimse deachtarí beo á óstáil ag Fecal Folk Club I deachtarmh na Peppers I réit na seachtaine seo thugann. Ba Pauline Scanlon, Nicola Joyce agus Noriana Kennedy ar stáite ar an ine an 8 lá de bhí deire fór. Is é an lúg ar na ticéad ná €10 is cuige agus is féidir iad a ceannacht ó Eventbrite teachtarmh na Peppers I Fecal. Mar cuid den chumsathóir airgid I mbliana tá Women's Aid ag lorg daoine chun 2,000 squats a dhéanamh I réad deire fór. Is féidir an dúchláin seo a thógáil cíbe áit nó pe am a iarrainn dit féin. Ba tú I déanta na mílte daoine mórthimpeall na tíre a thuairtí tacaíocht leis na mílte ben agus lenamh a fullag íon foréigean teaghlaigh gach bhliain. Den seiceáil ar an suíomh idirlinn www.womensaid.ie má tá a dacaíocht riamh ag tastáil uait nó chun tacaíocht a thuairtóibh. Caithfear cumarsáid a dheosú teisc go bhfuil cainteanna ag leannacht maidir le aistriú na nibrithe údarás áitiúil go dtí Irish Water. Ba na cainteanna ag tosnú arís I leor deire fór chun plean an rialtas a phlé chun na seirbhísí isce go léir a thabhairt le chéile faoi sa láthair náisiúnta amháin. Tá tógra tiomsathe á dhéanamh I réad bhí deire fór ag Piaget House chun féin bharú agus féin dochar a cosc. Tá siad ag lorg daoine chun bogsadar 1,030 a dhéanamh. Sínig isteach agus jóid tú tíléna Piaget don bogsadar. Déan an suíomh idirlinn Piaget.ie a seiceáil. Ba Bealacán édaí Clashfar Clubber ar siúl ar feicthe cíise ag scoil náisiúnta Fícala. Is féidir na málaí a ágáil I buscadán na scoile ón 7 de Vanfór. Ba ófar iad ar an ine an 2 lá de bhí deire fór. Bheadh an scoil anmhíoch den tacaíocht ilig. By Sing Ireland National Singing Week agus Mental Health Ireland ar siúl ón 10 lá go dtí an 7 lá déag de bhí de fór. Tá Sing Ireland ag molle do grúpi ar fud na tíre chun páirt ag lecha teisc go raibh an tréimse a bhar 9,000 an íon ar fad ar gach duine. Tá siad ag súil go néanaí córanna agus grúpi scoile World Mental Health Day a Comóra ar an 10 lá de bhí de fór. Tá an 5 iris leabhar de tulla reaching out sna siopaí áitiúil sa tullach agus í siopaí leabhar na hinse. Le rítar star áitiúil agus star cluine san iris leabhar chumad le íomhanna ála den tullach ag deireadh na créigeadaí. By Focus Ireland's Shine a Light 2021 agus Sportgash Energy ar siúl ar an ine an 5 lá déag de bhí de fór. Ar an ihe seo ba i Landini ina gula ina Gardini ina láthracha ibre agus mar sinnde chun airgad a bhalú don na daoine gan dídan. Tá sé thara bheith tábhachtach im lína go dúirthaí gach duine cabhar agus takeíocht don cás speisialta seo. Tá deire cura go hificúil leis an mandatory hotel quarantine system. Ligach séir le déanaí an 5 duine deireanach. Cuirí tús leis an scéim in éireann ag deire bhí márta chun iireacht a dhéanamh stop a chur le COVID-19. Bé an Dr. Tony Houlihan a chur críoc leis an scéim seo. Tá na Gardaí ag tuairt comhairle do na Mickléan sa céad bhliain tríú levéal tíreolaíocht an campus a chur in Etna có luath agus is féidir leo. Tugann an Sergeant Trina Burks an tificach cuireúil a cosc an comhairle seo a lenas. Déan d'íthe a muo a phleanáil conas a héan tú agus conas a hagan tú ar ais. Gan siúil I déanaar in áitina doricha a bheith lic ólas áil ar an geantar agus an timpeallacht áitiúil a bheith cuairmach faoi deirí luachmhara. Tá eicinaí á dhéanamh ar cách ar an Team Hope Christmas shoebox chun busca bróga a thabhairt don na páistí nach féin brontaní sí ag am nolig. Tá mar réad ben sásta iad ag leacha ina siopa sa Scariff suas go dtí an 8 lá de bhí na saona. By Joanne Allen ag chur ord agus eagar ar an Malacán. Cuir tús le do bhosca bróga a lína teisc go bhfuil gach lenamh muirnach. Sin iad na príomhlínta na nóta búla seachuin don príomhnót nuair a bheith ústáisiú ar na scéalta seo agus ceol spreaga freisin. Tá cínlínta na nóta cur le chéile ag ursula ní ógáin Estrathe ag Bernadette Benny Mulronig agus léite ag Micheál Mulronig. Buchas as 8 éistar clén fanigí sláán agus searfach.
Welcome back to the News Desk on Scariff Bay Community Radio, bring you weekly updates of news and events from around East Clare and a selection of music on Sunday, the 3rd of October 2021. Scariff Bay Community Radio held the annual Churchgate Collection fundraiser last weekend. A big thanks to everyone who contributed. If you missed it, you can give a donation to any of the volunteers or check the website clubfunder.com, Club's Scariff Bay Community Radio General Payment. We really appreciate and rely on your support, and the total raised to date is €3,590. Further easing of partner access restrictions from University Maternity Hospital in Limerick from September 28th came into force. The nominated support partners have been offered 2 scheduled visits of 2 hours daily on the postnatal wards, and on the antenatal wards they are extending the existing 45-minute slot to 2 hours a day. Also, they have increased to 1 hour the daily scheduled access time for fathers or parents of babies in the neonatal and high dependency units. These are some of the latest in a series of measures taken since April to gradually ease pandemic restrictions on access to support partners of women in the maternity unit. In taking decisions to implement or relax restrictions, UMHL has regard to 3 primary factors: the rate of COVID transmission within the local community, the number of staff in the hospital and the possibility of those staff becoming unwell, and the infrastructure of the hospital site. They also continue to note concerns about the transmissibility of the Delta variant, the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus. These are all welcome changes. Scariff Library is delighted to present a photographic art exhibition entitled Time Lapse by artist Klaus Eckhard Kramer. After training as a journalist photographer and pursuing an international career in public relations, culminating in his work as media delegate in Formula One, Klaus took a step back from the hectic life in the fast lane and concentrated on image and text art. His pictures unerringly capture the viewer's gaze and inspire reflection. Klaus attaches a great importance to colourfulness and extreme subtleties, which often appear in their details as if they've been painted with the finest brush. The exhibition is open during library opening hours, and this is a beautiful exhibition and well worth a visit. Clare Arts Office and Glore launched Daila Shanachie is a unique audio experience celebrating Irish folklore, storytelling and song. Daila Shanachie is a phone service that will allow members of the public to listen to curated Irish folklore stories and songs from 6 contemporary voices. The phone service is operating between the 1st of October and the 1st of November, and the callers will be invited to choose from the list of short readings by well-known Irish artists and performers. The Shanachie is the custodian of an oral tradition, preserving the past for future generations. Daila Shanachie will feature new recordings from 6 acclaimed Irish artists who were invited to reinterpret existing Irish folklore tales for a contemporary audience, and the featured artists are Lisa O'Neill, Andreas de Stack, Ruth Smith, Ian Lynch, Ciara Conway and Kevin Barry. And you may dial as often as you like to hear all the stories for the cost of a local call. The Fecal Folk Club have been hosting a number of live events in Pepper's Bar. The next one is on Friday the 8th of October, when Pauline Scanlon, Nicola Joyce and Orina Kennedy will perform. Tickets are €16.50 and can be purchased from Eventbrite, Pepper's Bar Fecal. Women's Aid are looking for people for their fundraiser to sign up to do 2,000 squats this month in October. You can do this challenge wherever and whenever suits you. You'll be joining thousands of other women across Ireland, bursting out squats to support the women and children who experience domestic violence. Check the website, womensaid.ie, or phone 1800 341 900 if you are in need of their services. Bodyke Ogunalo Chumgraney Youth Club are open for new members. They are seeking expressions of interest from teenagers aged 12 to 17 years, and they will open pending further information from the Youth Club Ireland on October the 22nd. So you can contact them on botyouthclub@gmail.com. Pieta House Preventing Suicide and Self-Harm are doing a fundraiser campaign looking for people to jog 31 miles this month to help their cause. Sign up and they will send you a Pieta t-shirt to jog in. Check the website pieta.ie. Fecal National School will be holding a Cash for Clobber clothes collection over the next couple of weeks. The bags can be dropped to the school shelter and the collection will take place on Friday the 8th of October. The funds raised will help cover the cost of various bills throughout the year. The school is very grateful for all support. SBCR's Irish language programme, Gaeilge agus Fáilte, will be starting again this Sunday the 3rd. Gaeilge agus Fáilte, presented by Bernadette Watson, is a lively mix of interviews, information and of course music. This Sunday it will be broadcast at 7:30 p.m, but will go back to its usual time at 4 p.m. every Sunday after that. For information, call Bernadette on 087 697 0075 Bihichanga Alort. Sing Ireland National Singing Week, in association with Mental Health Ireland, will take place from the 10th to the 17th of October. Given the extraordinary times we have lived in over the past 19 months, Sing Ireland is particularly encouraging groups all over the country to take part. Choirs, schools and other groups will mark World Mental Health Day on October the 10th, and also highlight the fact that choral singing is good for your mental health. Group singing has been scientifically proven to lower stress, relieve anxiety and elevate endorphins. Choir directors will liaise with Sing Ireland regarding the safe return to choral singing. The Big Beach Clean is an annual call to action that takes place in September at the end of the bathing season. This year, a record number of over 400 clean-ups were organised by volunteers who removed 42 tonnes of litter across the country. In addition, more volunteers joined clean-ups facilitated by Clean Coasts officers in 8 different locations around Ireland. In Clare, volunteers organised clean-ups in 16 different locations, removing approximately 1.6 tonnes of material of marine litter. Sinead McCoy, Coastal Communities Manager, stated, "This year there was a significant increase in clean-ups organised, but in a different format. We saw more people registering for clean-ups as individuals or within their household. This year there was an over 5% decrease in litter found across Ireland. Overall, this is an incredible improvement." Big Beach Clean volunteers have also taken part in an excellent worldwide citizen science project that will help shape future policies and campaigns to help protect our ocean. The project entails collecting the amount and types of litter on Irish beaches and filling in Clean Coasts marine litter data cards. This will help heighten awareness about the issues of marine litter and serve as an indicator in the magnitude of the problem. Lines of communication need to improve as discussions continue on the transfer of local authority workers to Irish Water. Negotiations are to recommence mid-October on the government's plan to bring all water services in the county under one national provider. This will see an approximate 3,200 water service workers employed by local authorities transferred to work for Irish Water. Speaking at the September meeting of the Clare County Council, Councillor Pat Hayes criticised the lack of updates provided to elected members on the discussions. He said, "We're not hearing any reports of significance, but we believe a lot of work is going on behind the scenes. It is critically important that we hear what is happening. We want to continue to fight on behalf of our workers. We need to know before a decision is made." And Council Chief Executive Pat Dowling said he communicated very briefly on 2 occasions in the past number of weeks with water services. A previous deadline for July of this year had been set by the government to identify a framework for the plan to transfer the workers still employed by these local authorities. Focused Ireland's Shine a Light Night 2021 will take place on Friday the 15th of October. It's supported by Bord Gáis Energy. This is the night when many people will be sleeping out in their gardens, workplaces, etc. Everyone will come together virtually from a sleep-out location to raise vital funds and stand in solidarity with people experiencing homelessness. Last year, they were overwhelmed with the support from their virtual Shine a Light night. It was their most successful night ever. There are currently 930 families experiencing homelessness, including 2,129 children. So everyone's support would be welcome this year. So check the website, focusireland.ie. Shine a Light. The Team Hope Christmas Shoebox Appeal are appealing to everyone to donate a shoebox to those children who don't get any presents for Christmas. Mairead in Band's gift shop in Scariff has kindly offered to be a drop-off centre up to the 8th of November. Joanne Dunphy-Allen will be coordinating the collection of shoeboxes locally. So start filling a shoebox because every child is precious. The mandatory hotel quarantine system has officially ended and the last 50 people were released recently. It was introduced in Ireland in late March to help stop the spread of COVID-19. And the decision to end the system was made on the advice of the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Tony Houlihan. The 5th annual journal From Tulla Reaching Out is now available to purchase. Reflections from Home and Abroad 2020 to 2021 combines local and family history as well as some beautiful images of Tulla in the late 1950s. Copies are available in the local shops in Tulla or in Ennis Bookshop. You may have heard the details on the Saturday Chronicle with Jane Halloran. Gardaí are advising first-year students as they start off on their college life to get to know the geography of the campus as soon as they can. Crime Prevention Officer for Clare, Sergeant Triana Brooks, advises find out about public transport timetables, where you can park vehicles or bicycles securely, campus security and the local Garda station. College life should be about experiencing new things, but remember when you are going out to plan and be streetwise. Plan a night out and how you're getting there and back. Let someone know where you are going and when you'll be back. Avoid walking alone in dark areas. Never attempt to reason with drunk or aggressive people. And be streetwise. Get to know the locality and the surroundings and mind your valuables. It's a good idea to upload emergency contacts onto your phone and activate Find My Phone on your device. Keep a record of your International Mobile Equipment Identity, that's the IMEI number. You can dial star #06 to get this number. This will help us to return your device to you if located or handed in. Starting off in college is the beginning of something good in your life, so be smart and don't let drug use end your career before it starts. Waiving costs for those who laterally avail of the HPV vaccine will help boost take-up, a Fine Gael senator has said. This week in the Seanad, Senator Conway raised the matter of the vaccine and asked the Minister of State, Anne Rabbitte, to eliminate the cost where a person laterally decides to take up the vaccine. The Minister confirmed that she wishes to ensure we make the vaccine available free of charge to all young people under 24 years, and a package has been prepared. Senator Conway said the cost of the HPV vaccine is punitive, €600, and is extremely off-putting for people who decided to laterally to take up the vaccine, having not done so when the opportunity was initially available in schools. The current record uptake rate for the vaccine in 2020 to 2021 is over 73%, and it's thought that the figure is probably higher because the administrative staff have not yet updated it. The Minister has confirmed that the goal is to raise this up to 100%. Anything we can do to improve the take-up rate, protect lives, and ensuring that cost is not a barrier is a very important element to this, he said. Renowned campaigner Laura Brennan was from Ennis and is inspiring people in Clare and across the country. We owe to her and many other women who have fought so bravely on this issue to ensure we have the highest take-up rate possible of the HPV vaccine. The Minister also confirmed to me that all community healthcare organisations have plans to recommence their school programme this month, which will see the continued rollout of the HPV vaccine, and I encourage all pupils to take it up to protect their health, Senator Conway concluded. Padraig O'Kane from Galway has been appointed chairman of Shannon Group. He's a former boss of Air Aran and has a wealth of experience in the aviation business and understands the needs and opportunities for the West and Midwest region. He has said, I actually believe that this time we are now is the most challenging time in the history of Shannon Airport. Success to me in 3 years would be to get back to 2019 levels with the passenger numbers and broadly the same routes we had in 2019. I am setting a pretty ambitious goal, but we've got to be ambitious. We'll give it our best shot. Mr. O'Kane's appointment has been given a very broad welcome given his previous successes. The news is sponsored by Leona Nails and Beauty Salon in Scariff. That's all the news for this week. News was compiled and read by myself, Ursula Hogan. Stay tuned for the weather forecast read to you now by Jim Collins. Thanks for listening and stay safe.
The weather forecast on Scariff Bay Community Radio is brought to you by Paddy Punch Engineering of Scariff. Today, Sunday, looks set to be a fresh and blustery day with showery outbreaks of rain spreading eastwards over the country at times. There'll be some dry and bright periods also, highs of 10 to 14 degrees. There'll be further scattered showers tonight, some of these heavy and prolonged in Atlantic coastal counties, minimum temperatures of 6 to 9 degrees. On tomorrow Monday, it looks set to start with a mix of bright spells and scattered showers. However, a spell of heavy rain is expected to develop across the southern half of the country during the afternoon, highs of 11 to 14 degrees. Rain is expected to clear from the southeast of the country tomorrow night to leave a mix of clear spells and blustery showers, minimum temperatures of 4 to 8 degrees. Early indications are that Tuesday will be a bright and blustery day with a mix of sunshine and passing showers. Top temperatures 11 to 15 degrees. And that's the forecast. The weather forecast on Scariff Bay Community Radio is brought to you by Paddy Punch Engineering of Scariff.
Right then, you're very welcome back to 6 Mile Bridge, and we can give you an update on the weather here. Since the last game was over, we've had a shower. It is currently dry but getting a little bit overcast. Smith O'Brien's out on the pitch, and Tubber there as well. Lots of warming up being done, and Leo and Pat, take it away.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks a million, Luke, and good afternoon once again here from O'Garney Park in 6 Mile Bridge. And as you said, we had the weather forecast there in association with Paddy Punch, and I tell you, Jim, you nailed it on the head. There was rain going to be in the late afternoon, and just as we speak, the rain just starts to come down here again in O'Garney Park. Dark clouds descending on O'Garney Park as we await the fourth and final entrance into the semi-final of the Intermediate Championship. We already have Rowan, Tulla and St. Joseph's, who were victors by 218 to 111 earlier on here over a gallant Bodyke team earlier on today here. And now we have 6 Mile here in 6 Mile Bridge. We have the men from Smith O'Brien's in Killaloo against last year's beaten finalist Tubber. Tubber, I suppose, really a team that have been so close and yet so far in the Intermediate Championship, but we'll be hoping to change their form this year and maybe get back up sooner. Killaloo have been very, very close in the past, maybe failing at quarter-final, semi-final stage, always thereabouts. They'll be hoping to move back to the stage where they got knocked out of the championship last year by the eventual winner, Scariff. So, Pat, it's all set for a titanic battle.
All set for a great battle, Leo. Looking forward to this one. Talking to our old friend and co-analyst here, Brendan Foley, as we were before the game for a while. He's tentative enough about it, yet hopeful. I met Pat O'Connor then from Tubber, the injured Pat O'Connor, of course. They're just checking the team, and he says he thinks Tubber have improved enormously from their first round when the Killinini beat them. He says they're improving each game, but again, he's expecting a massive battle. So Pat Sheedy was there as well, and we all found it hard to call. So look, I'm sure mentors on both sides are really, really craving for their own team to win it, and deep down think they will. But it's the making of a very good game. Maybe a contrasting situation as well. Tubber seasoned a long time, senior club for a long time, relegated a few years ago, and still, on the verge of breaking back up again. They're appearing in finals in recent times, beaten by Scariff last year. Dogged team, missing Pat O'Connor, who's a huge loss, obviously, but still dogged team with plenty of fine hurlers in the team, and they'll be hard to beat, especially at this stage, because they're used to playing in maybe pressurised situations. Whereas Smith O'Brien's, trying to make a breakthrough, Leo, a good club and a club on the up, I think, and there's some lovely hurlers in that team, putting in serious effort. Unlucky last year, played very, very well. So a team trying to make the breakthrough. So look, it has the makings of a really interesting game. Let's hope the weather doesn't spoil it. A few ominous looking clouds there back behind the school, but we'll be hoping that in our sheltered accommodation here we'll be okay at least, and let's hope the game can be played in reasonably dry conditions. So a lot to look forward to, Leo.
Yeah, and indeed we've two teams for both ends of the county here in O'Garney Park. So the GA alive and well, and we're going to give you the line out of both teams. First of all, it's Smith O'Brien's in their red and yellow jerseys, and in goals is Mark McInerney. David Goff, Keane Nolan and Mark Stritch make up the full back line. Dwayne Sheedy, Cathal Stritch and Eddie Burke is the half back line. Evan Conley and Mark Holland are Lorna Parker. Keith Stritch, Michael Goff and Micheál O'Shea is the half forward line, with David O'Shea, John Cusick and Tommy Redden being the full forward line. And the Tubber team in their black and amber jerseys is in goals is Ronan Taff. Full back line, Declan Ryan, James Howard and Joey Droney. Mark Earley, Peppy Taff and John Fall is the half back line. Ronan Monaghan and Lachlan O'Grady are in the middle of the field. Cathal Droney, Donald McMahon and Aidan McNamara at the full forward line, with Clive Early, Aidan Ford and Blaine Early being the full forward line. And as Tubber pause for their photo, Pat, as we done earlier on, look at Killaloo out here today. We've had, again, as we said, we've had a couple of recent bereavements down in Killaloo. Eileen McCarthy, mother of her son Kevin, who would have been a selector here for Smith O'Brien's, gone to her eternal reward. Charlotte Ryan, also a sister of Seamus Gleeson, who has given great service to Killaloo in the past. And of course, Jamie O'Brien from Brawford, whose three first cousins are the Stritches are playing here for Kildoo today, and look, we offer our sincere sympathies to all.
Totally concord, Leo. You know, again, the GA family will hopefully stand by its own and support them. And I know, the bereaved families of the three people you've mentioned, very, very sad occasion for them indeed, and great losses to their families. So we just agree with just sending our condolences, and we hope the support of all their families and friends and GA people as well will be a little bit of a help to them at this time.
This is going to be a dogfight, Pat. There's no doubt about it. This is going to be a real championship encounter.
Impossible to call.
Full of and impossible to call.
Smith O'Ryans, if they play at their best, they're very, very impressive. Likewise, Tubber, we know they can do it. I mean, as I said, you know, they will feel that they want to still be a senior club. They've been on the semi-final or final of this intermediate championship for the last 4 or 5 years, pipped narrowly on all the occasions. So really, and probably again, two teams that don't meet too often. You know, they're not too near. You know, they're, as you say, North Clare plays in the south, or at least East Clare, or the southern part of East Clare, if you like. So an awful lot to look forward to, both in the huddle now, and let's hope, look, for the sake of watching it as neutrals, that we have a really great game, and that the winner comes out of the team that plays the best and performs best on the day, and not down to mistakes or maybe controversial decisions. Great refereeing by Niall Malone the last time, and I'm sure Wayne King will be similar in this game.
Yeah, and it looks like the toss has been decided, and Kildoo are defending the goal. Mark McInerney making his way down to the goals at the Kilmurray end here of 6 Mile Bridge. Ronan Taff has remained above at the school end. So look, at all is set, all is in motion. Both teams are. Wayne King gone over there just having a chat with one of his other photo official over there on the far sideline. So look, at all is in readiness, and we'll
Leo,
see.
the size of Donald McMahon, that centre forward, and Aidan Ford, full forward for Tubber, two serious men to have in the spine of your forward line, and very good under high ball. So tests there for Costridge and Keelan Nolan.
Yeah, and indeed we are going to start the game here with a moment's silence in memory of the deceased. And now we're going to be joined by Derek Dormer of the Clare champion. Derek, you're really looking forward to this one, Derek. I know two teams full of tradition. You're expecting a full blood battle here.
Absolutely, Leo. I'm really looking forward to this game. Smith O'Brien's would probably be my tip for the championship. However, we had 3 quarter-finals already. 2 favourites in Tulla and Fairfield got through, but Rouen provided a shock, so I wouldn't be ruling anything out here with Tubber. They're a well-seasoned outfit, as Pat had said, but Smith O'Brien seem to have this desire and quest to get up senior. They have some lovely young hurlers, and if the sun stays out, I expect Smith O'Brien to get through, but if we have showers and the wind picks up, don't be surprised. This is a tight game.
And would you rule out extra time even before the ball is thrown in?
No, not between these two outfits. Tubber are well, as Pat said there, Tubber are well seasoned, they're well experienced. Loss of Pat O'Connor is huge, but if it stays dry, I just think Smith O'Brien's have the more scoring potential.
Yeah, we did. Thanks, Derek. And we have been fooled as the defences have turned around, and now Malcolm McInerney is manning the school goal, and Ronan Taff has made his way down to Kilmurray, and the sun is shining brightly here in O'Garney Park. Wayne King about to throw in the ball here in the middle of the field for hopefully we're going to have a really entertaining game. And I think, Pat, the battle of Cahilstridge and Donald McMahon at centre back and centre forward is going to be key here.
Oh, absolutely. There's a good few battles in it, but that's one for sure. And I suppose likewise, young Peppy Taff, and Michael Goff as well. Two maybe up-and-coming players. Peppy Taff is only a very young lad, but he's obviously from great stock there in Tubber. Taff name associated with hurling for a long time, of course, as we well know. And yeah, so all to play for, and looking forward to it.
Yeah, and the game is on, and the ball is out here in the middle. It comes to Michael Goff, and a very free for Killaloe. A tap there by the midfielder for Tubber was Lachlan O'Grady. A tap on Michael Goff, so an early chance for sharpshooter supreme Tommy Redden. And as was even in these early moments, Pat, we're mentioning Tommy Redden, so I wonder how often will we mention Tommy between now and the final whistle.
Well, once Tommy does well and doesn't get injured, you'll be mentioning him very, very often, because a super free taker, a speed merchant as well, and he'll be fitting a lot of ball up to his corner. So
And indeed, the ball has been changed. I think the Killaloo men went in there, was trying to throw in a draw ball or a dry ball, and referee Wayne King cutting out all that mess and no need for it at all, and overturning the free. The ball is back in the half hour, and here come Killaloo. The ball is back to Nolan. Nolan switches the play across. The man who made his inter-county debut at Cena for Clare this year. Back to Mark Early. Mark Early kind of playing a sweeper role for Tubber. Gets the ball up into the corner, up towards Ford. Ford puts his hand down for this ball at the full forward, and playing out in a left corner forward position. We're up here in the corner near and pushing the back there, down on top of the Killaloo cornerback David Goff, and a free out for Killaloo. But I suppose, in fairness to Wayne King, Pat, setting down a marker, a man trying to go in and throw a dry ball in, and straight away cutting out all the shenanigans. And
great to see it, because the ball hadn't been in play for a minute, so certainly the first ball was gone heavier or too difficult to strike over the bar. However, the other problem now was the sun is really glary, Leo, and the goalkeeper not at the opposite side, at the Kilmurray side as we call it, Killaloo goalkeeper Mark McInerney, it's going to be very, very dazzling. It's dazzling for us to try and follow the play up towards the school aid, so let's see how that works out. Still better to see the sun not to have it Killaloo in the attack. And a ball lovely into David O'Shea, a lovely ball up in the corner from the free into David O'Shea. He got out in front of Declan Ryan, and David O'Shea is a very speedy player. Over the bar, first blood to Smith O'Brien's. Killaloo 1 point. Tubber yet to register on the puck out from the goalkeeper Ronan Taff. Ronan Taff, a man who's given great service to Tubber, and drives this ball. The wind having no effect on Ronan Taff. He puts the ball right up into the corner, up towards Donald McMahon. Donald McMahon gets a run on Cahill Stritch. Here's Donald McMahon, a shot from Donald McMahon, and when it's done like that, Pat, it's very, very easy. Ronan Taff up to Donald McMahon, and even looking at Donald McMahon today, he seems to be in, even from his year, his second year with their county setup, looks a much fitter player. He's a huge man as well, and he moved very, very freely there as a route one score if ever there was one, and Tubber can do that because that's that kind of player, but they also have the two earliest to carry the ball as well, so it's very interesting to see which way they'll mix it up. And that puck out comes out from Mark McInerney, and a kind of a rather rash pull there by John Fall across the incoming Killaloo player in
you're going to see Tommy Redden again, Leo, fairly soon.
Yeah, in David Goff, who was gone up from his cornerback position. I suppose he seems to be following playing early. So David Goff, who was named at wing back, was named at wing back in the programme, then goes into the corner, but he's definitely picking up and doing a marked job on playing early. But here comes that man again, Tommaso Redon, here 60 metres out from the Tubber goals. A man of this man's efficiency should be well within his compass to put Smith O'Brien's back into the lead. And Tommy, the Kitog, drills it, and he drills it. Go Horan Dressnon and Smith O'Brien's go back into the lead. It's Smith O'Brien's 2, Tubber 1. And here comes Ronan Taff. What's he going to go with this one? He goes to the far side of the field over in front, and I tell you one thing, he has a big puck out into the breeze, so the ball is blocked down there. It comes out. Here comes out back there to Eddie Burke. Eddie Burke drives that ball down the middle, and here comes Killuke. Mark Early cut ball, kind of ball watching, and the ball came in there towards Mihal, got Mihal into John Cusick. John Cusick out, but it picked up by Mark Early. Mark Early gets the ball out to John Fall, and turning back into traffic, gets the ball back to Joey Droney as Tubber tried to walk it out. Joey gets away from the challenge of Tommy Redden coming after him. Here comes Troy, can't catch it again, gets the ball out the side. I hit, and I tell you, Dwayne Sheedy, and there was a hit high tackle there on Ronan Monaghan, but I tell you, Ronan, he won't thank the pass from Joey Droney. If there was ever a suicide pass that was it. But I tell you, Ronan Monaghan took the ball and took the tackle,
took the man,
capsized the Dwayne Sheedy. At time Dwayne Sheedy came out the worst out of it, so I think it is going to be a free for Tubber. But I tell you, it just shows how strong a little dynamo that Ronan Monaghan is, Pat.
Ronan is a hardy lad now. He's involved in fitness and personal training and all, gym teaching as well, so he's solid enough, and he's used to doing it himself as well as teaching it, so well able for it. But that was the pass hung in the air for seeming like an eternity and just invited the tackle, and Ronan got the end of it. But it's a free now for Tubber, and right inside
a free 55 metres out for Blaine Early, right out on the sideline, and a yellow card also for Dwayne Sheedy. So early yellow card. Early, he drives this one in, but in fairness, he doesn't turn in. It stays out to the left hand side and goes right. The score remains Smith O'Brien's 2 points, Tubber 1. We must once again thank our sponsors here today, Derek Credit Union, and our outside broadcast sponsored by Michael Long Construction. And here comes Mac McInerney, goes short out to Keane Nolan. Nolan, not a man to mess around with it, drives the ball down the corner looking for O'Shea, but who's there? Only Mark Early. Mark Early gets out ahead of Stritch and gets the ball into the middle towards Peppy Taff. Peppy gets the ball out to Lachlan O'Grady. Here comes O'Grady trying to get
get away from Michael O'Shea. Gets the ball into Monaghan. Monaghan playing at midfield. Monaghan strikes it off his right hand side, but unfortunately the finish doesn't match the set up play, and the ball goes out to the left hand side and gone wide. The score remains 5 minutes gone here in O'Garney Park. It's 2 points for Smith O'Brien's, it's 1 point for Tupper. McInerney drills a low ball down for Stritch, and the ball is blocked down by O'Grady. Here comes Larkin O'Grady, gets the ball in, goes into Pepe. Pepe is being challenged there by Micheál O'Shea, and the ball, and here comes Killaloo and pass in, and the ball comes in. Evan Connolly gets the ball into Tommy Redden trying to get away from Ronan Monaghan. Tommy shoots off his left hand side, great pressure from Monaghan, and the ball goes out to the right hand side as Ronan Teff looks out and is gone wide, and an injury picked up for Killaloo, Pat.
Yeah, very even game, Leo. There's no side dominating as such yet. Some of the short passing is working and some of it isn't. I think when Tubber go along, they're probably that little bit more dangerous, I think. But at the moment, the injury is to... can't see what it is at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like is it Evan Connolly is the man that picked up an injury. Yeah, Evan Connolly is the man.
Number 2 on his back is playing
midfield. It's Marco Holland. It's Marco Holland and Ronan Teff with the puck out, goes long, looking for Clive Early. Nolan goes out to block the ball, but the pass goes away to Monaghan. Monaghan having an influence in this game in the early stages. Turns in, shoots on sight, but the ball is blocked down, and the ball breaks out back out to Monaghan. He's as lively as a bee. Gets the ball back out. Here comes McMahon, the county man, your man you want in, and a lovely low ball in. Who is Nolan and Clive Early. But Clive Early has dispossessed Keane Nolan. Clive, the small diminutive little man, but I tell you, don't be fooled by that. And Keane Nolan pulls him back, and I tell you, that's going to be an interesting battle, Pat. Keane Nolan and Clive Early.
Well, because Keane would be just as happy probably marking a big man, because Clive Early is absolutely like Mercury. He's just so hard to catch, small, low centre of gravity, like his brother Blaine. Both of them are very similar in build, both as fast as lightning, both with great touch and striking. Serving Tupper for a long time. It's an interesting battle, a kind of two different kinds of players. It will be fascinating to see how that develops. We know Keane Nolan was one of the most impressive defenders in the intermediate championship last year, if not the most impressive.
And a free from Blaine Early, and yes, we're back level picking here in O'Garney Park. Is 2 points for Smith O'Brien's and 2 points for Tupper. And here comes Mark McInerney with the puck out. Killaloo playing with the aid of whatever slight breeze is in here in the first half. The ball goes over the top towards Michael Goff, the county under 20 player, and a shot from Michael Goff, but there's a tail on that from Michael Goff when it goes out to the left hand side and gone wide. And I suppose a lot of debate about the positioning of Michael Goff. He's played a lot of his inter-county career in the backs, playing in the forwards for Smith O'Brien's, Pat.
Yeah, again he just snapshot that maybe he had more time than he thought. Locking O'Grady making a great run here, looking for the puck out.
And there's no doubt
he might get a break to him.
No doubt the arrow from Ronan Teff, and as it comes up to Locking O'Grady. That is two of the best scores you see in one touch hurling from the puck out from Ronan Teff. But Locking O'Grady had gone moments before that. He was calling for it. He was roaring for the ball.
60, 70 metres, yeah.
Shane Lowry like Ronan Teff.
But Ronan Teff is like a seventh forward for Tubber, the way he can pick out people at puck outs, Leo. Short or long, it doesn't matter.
And 3 points to Tubber, 2 points to Smith O'Brien's. McInerney with the puck out. What will be the reply from Killaloo? He drops the ball, pucks it out to McMahon, comes out, but the ball breaks out to Eddie Burke. Eddie Burke gets it, but it's going to be picked up by Blaine Early. He's been challenged out there by Mark O'Halloran, and the ball comes out. It's O'Shea. Is it Mikey O'Shea? And that's a shot from Mikey, and O'Halloran, that's not from Mikey. So the two O'Shea brothers have it's gone. Unfortunately, it's gone wide. I thought Jumper went for the flag, but it remains still 3 points for Tubber, 2 points for Smith O'Brien's. Where's Ronan Teff going to go? But he's arrow-like puck out on this occasion.
Leo, what Smith O'Brien needs to be doing is the ball winner like that needs to have a runner to give that's not shooting under pressure. The last 2 shots have been under pressure from Smith O'Brien's when there was no support available. There should be a runner somewhere to give the ball to. That's shooting under pressure, and they put him wide.
And great play from the Stritch brothers. Cahill back to Mark, and Mark drives the ball up to David O'Shea. David O'Shea trying to bring on Mark Early, puts the ball into the middle in towards Michael Goff. Michael Goff is being challenged by Pepe. It's Pepe again, Michael Goff, 2 of the young talents in the game. The ball goes out over the line, but a push in the back there by Pepe Teff on Michael Goff. I think Pepe thought that the ball had gone out over the line. The linesman, there's a couple of lads up giving their advice there to Kevin Curry. We'll see what Kevin, but I think the push had come on the back long before that. And even in the early stages, the sideline getting quite vibrant, Pat. It is an important occasion. It's tense all round. It's a tight game. Hasn't set up into any pattern of play as of yet. And Kevin Curry won't be Kevin Colley, the linesman, won't be phased by any that well used it. And here is a free coming from Tommy Redden again. 3 points to 2 in favour of Tubber. Can Tommy Redden level the pig in here as 10 minutes gone, and Tommy, in fact, there's a tail of that when it never turned in for him. It stays out to the left hand side, and indeed there is the linesman waves his flag. Tommy Redden gone down. I didn't see, did you see anything that happened there, Pat, after going down?
Just saw the Tubber cornerback running by. Now did he glance? Oh no, it's actually Loughlin O'Grady running by after Tommy hit the free, but I don't think Grady struck out, but there could have been a little clash whereby they rubbed off each other, and maybe Tommy went down, maybe he felt it more than O'Grady did. O'Grady standing there as innocent as if nothing happened. So it'll be interesting to see what the linesman's call here. Yeah, and indeed, I suppose when a player goes down in that like that and doesn't head in close proximity, and the referee is going to. Yeah, he's just telling the cornerback. I thought it was a no, Loughlin O'Grady wasn't involved, so he was looking too innocent anyway. It was the cornerback.
Yeah, it was the cornerback. Loughlin was protesting. The O'Grady to be able to protest their innocence. There's no doubt about that. No fault about that. The puck out comes out to Mark Early. Mark Early, who had a tremendous championship for Tubber last year, and the ball goes down towards Aidan Ford. Ford is a strong man. Puts out that one hand and tries to get away from Mark Stritch. Here comes Ford making inroads in towards the inline, but Stritch is a sticky customer. Gets the ball back to Blaine Early. Blaine with his diminutive little feet, the dancing feet of Blaine Early. They're playing it very tight inside, but the ball is going to be picked out. Comes out to Monaghan, but the ball comes into Keane Nolan, into Eddie Burke. Here comes Eddie Burke for Kildoo, taking the challenge out. Here comes Eddie Burke. He's gone 60-70 metres, gets the ball out to Keith Stritch. Keith Stritch delivers this ball in towards John Cusick. Cusick is going to put the ball over the shoulder. A shot. Look, we've seen tremendous scores, and that is as good a score we've seen. Great team play. Started above in the corner by Keane Nolan, finished up with John Cusick, Aaron Dressnon.
The quality of the ball into Cusick was superb from Stritch there, Leo. Just placed in front of him perfectly.
And here's that puck out coming from Ronan Taft, the long puck out, looking for, he's at Mark Early, but it's gone in for the wing forward. The wing forward is Aidan McNamara gives the ball back to Mark Early. Mark Early is pulled, and Mark Early, he's was supposed to be sitting as a sweeper, Pat, but such is the role of the sweeper. He's now above in a wing forward position, takes the free in for Tubber, and a chance for Tubber to extend their lead, and you would imagine a player of Blaine Early's capability should be knocking this one over.
I think when Ronan Taff has the ball in his hand for a puck out, I think all the 14 outfield players think they're forwards, because if they make a run, he looks like he can find them, or either they'll find them off a break or find them directly. Taffs are so accurate, so that's maybe why Mark Early was gone forward there, thinking he'd pick up the puck out. But either way, it has worked out anyway in favour of Tubber, free in for Tubber and Early. Let's see what he can do. This one 45 metres out on the left.
Yeah, Blaine Early, the Tubber team captain for 2021, and indeed, I tell you, yeah, he nails it. It's inside the post, just inside the post. Tubber go back into lead, 4 points to 3, and a puck coming out from Mark McInerney. And yeah, I think Tony Gleeson questioned that decision. Great puck out to Donald O'Shea. Great puck out to Michael O'Shea. Michael O'Shea shoots off his left hand side. I tell you, the scores are coming in plenty. That's a tremendous score coming from Michael O'Shea, a man who was promising an awful lot in his younger days, Pat. Maybe hasn't always delivered, but he's delivering well for Smith O'Brien's today.
I remember watching him as a minor, Leo, and the power on his two legs. It looked like a fella could burst through anything as a 17-18-year-old. Maybe hasn't always reproduced that form, but he certainly got a super point there. Again, direct play. Look, it's great to see old-fashioned hurling at times winning out as well, and gives us a score directly for a puck out.
And here comes that ball blocked down by the fullback Keane Nolan, comes out to Ronan Monaghan. Monaghan is above in the corner for position, over in front of the dugouts, or in the dressing rooms there, and the ball goes in towards Clive Early. Clive keeps it in play. He tries to get away from the challenge of Nolan. That's a tremendous battle. Eddie Burke comes back in, but Clive Early recycles the play. Early, whatever about one Early, you have to mark the two of them, and the ball goes in. Mark McInerney is called up, but the ball is blocked out, and Nolan is back in. I tell you, that was a dangerous ball. The ball comes out to Mark Early at centre back. Mark Early, a tremendous field of the ball. Larkin O'Grady is out, lighting with intent. Larkin, no messing up from Larkin O'Grady, and a shot from Larkin. Good tackling there by the Killaloe wing forward Keith Stritch, and the ball goes out to the left hand side and gone by. The score remains 4 points all. I think Wayne King will be having a little word with Ronan Taft with the next puck out, because he has seemed to gain yards, and the Killaloe mentors are making him quite capable, are making it well known to him. Here's Mark McInerney. Mark staying within the square, pucks that ball out, comes out. He's going looking for Michael O'Shea again. O'Shea has it cut, drops the ball down where Monaghan is there for Tubber. Monaghan is busy as a bee, but the ball goes out to John Fall. Here's John Fall for Tubber, an unassuming character, a very direct player. Gets the ball down, blocked down there by the Killaloo cornerback is Mark Stritch. The Stritch is playing well. Gets the ball out here to the wing forward. The wing forward is Cathal Droney. Here Cathal Droney trying to get on the ball, and he's being chased out here. And here comes the ball comes out to the other one of the Stritches. The other stretch is Keith Stritch, and he's been robbed by Droney. It's a tremendous battle. No quarter being asked or given. Dolan McMahon on the ball for Tubber. He's been held by Cathal Stritch. McMahon is a strong man. A shot from McMahon off his left hand side. I tell you, that's a tremendous score from the stick of Dolan McMahon. Nothing easy here, Pat. And there we are. We're going to have the water break.
One ball there.
We're on the water break, Pat. 5 points to 4 in favour of Tubber.
But Leo, it's noticeable how much in the last year or two Dolan McMahon's striking has improved so much. That's what being involved with the player senior squad with Brian Lohan and all the other coaches, you know. Before he was known as a great man to field the ball, it may burst through, but the striking might slightly let him down a little bit and go back in the pass now. But certainly his striking got 2 smashing points under a bit of pressure. But you know, the way the ball's being contested is very, very entertaining. It isn't all open to style hurling. Lots of good tussles for the ball by 5 or 6 players involved. But I tell you, there's not a single player holding back.
No, and I see it's very good to see Pat O'Connor, who's out there on the sideline with Tubber, making his presence felt and giving advice to the younger players. Pat, who has suffered a cruciate injury earlier on in the year, was a tremendous loss to the Clare Hurlers also during missing their championship run, and unfortunately missing the Tubber run here in the championship. Well, but look at great to see him giving his advice. At this moment, Pat, again, it's all very, very tight. It's going to be probably this way for the whole, for the whole of the game. But on in the balance of play, maybe Tubber deserving of their 1 point lead.
And Tubber might be slightly happier with kind of playing maybe somewhat into the breeze as well. We're not so sure how helpful the breeze is to anybody, even in the last game. But it slightly helps the team playing towards the Kilmurray, we think. And yeah, they might be slightly happier, I suppose. You know, if it goes tight at the end, you certainly fancy Tubber for some reason. So that's maybe Killaloo or Smith O'Brien's need to maybe build up a little bit of a lead by 3 or 4 points, maybe in the next quarter with that bit of a breeze, maybe 5 or 6 points even, as we thought from the last game. But look, breezes don't win games. It's all about attitude and all about how the teams use it and use it to win against you as well, in terms of playing the ball around until you get into a striking position. So yeah, look, it's even really. 5-4 is exactly what it is in favour of Tubber. You know, but both sides have got a couple of lovely scores in play. Both sides have a couple of silly wides as well under pressure. So very, very even, as we expected, and it's just what we wanted to see, Leo.
And I suppose, Pat, you'll be looking at the game and the run into this quarter-final championship, and there's no doubt that Tubber came through a harder group with Killanena, Aina, Kilnamona and 6 Mile Bridge. Smith O'Brien's really thought it into purpose that only the one really difficult game, which they got over against Tulla, and Tulla are already in the semi-final. You'd wonder, are they, battle hardened for this, and maybe it will take them a while to get into the game?
That's a good question. I mean, they had 2 savagely easy games in their group. I mean, they won by cricket scores, really. So, and again, you want to be tested. The Tulla game certainly tested them, and they came through that test with flying colours. Again, both were through, so you'd wonder how through a test was it. It was they still beat Tulla, and they had to do down in Whitegate, I think, in a very, very, very good game. So Tubber certainly have been tested in all games, and maybe that'll stamp them. That could be a bit of difference. When the tiredness sets in and the physical bits, balls are harder won. Will Tubber be more seasoned?
And that puck out goes from McInerney, a short puck out to Stritch. Stritch goes down on top of Declan Ryan and the other David O'Shea. Oh, a shot and does a tail, and that one unfortunately went out to the right hand side and gone wide. But a direct play from Kildoo, and I see Wayne King there during that water break had words with both sets of officials. I think Kevin Corey, the linesman, coming in, and Ronan Teff coming well out from his square again. And I think, it is he is a massive puck out anyway, but he's a big advantage. He's well out from his square on this occasion.
8 or 9 yards out, I'd say. Yeah,
and they were giving out about that in the early stages, but they had to keep quiet because Wayne had set down the marker. The ball comes out the wing, coming out for Cathal Droney. Droney releases that ball back. It's Killaloo who's out there. Is it Eddie Buck for Killaloo? Both teams gone to ground. He's going to throw in the ball. And it seems that any time it goes into a challenge, Pet, or there's a few bodies in, he decides he's going to throw in the ball.
Yeah, there's a good bit of that today so far over in the dressing room this morning. There's an awful melee of players. I don't know how they can, the GA, if there was something they could do to just get 2 players in for a throw in, it would be great, because in hurling matches you often get, there's 2 alright, but often put 14 or 10 or 12 more within seconds or milliseconds. You don't want to be using the foam like the referees in the soccer. Hopefully it doesn't go to that anyway. So it's just one of those things. It's part of hurling, I suppose, but free in for Tubber now after the result of all that melee over there.
Yeah, high swing there by one-handed swing by David Goff, I think, is the guilty party on this occasion. And he's very, very tight and tense here in O'Garney Park, and it looks like David Goff, looks like it on the first, he's going to pick up a card from the referee, and this again. No, he got away with it. He just gave him a slight tick there, but it was a rather high pull there, and it's a chance for Blaine Early to extend Tubber's lead. Tubber in the lead at the moment by 5 points to 4, and here comes Blaine Early, and I think Tony Gleeson is having another word with the linesman, and I think he's about to I would imagine that when we're talking to people after, it is about the positioning of Ronan Teff for his puck outs, because he is coming in, and there's no doubt he is coming well inside, and Blaine Early puts this one over the bar and extends Tubber's lead to make it 6 points to 4, and that's the first bit of daylight between both sides. A Pokemon coming from Mark McInerney. We say hello to all our listeners whenever they're tuned in here today on Scariff Bay Community Radio for our championship, in intermediate championship. The puck out goes out, great catch there by Eddie Burke. Eddie Burke drilling this ball in towards David O'Shea, who seems to be the go-to man. O'Shea and Declan Ryan comes off the stick at Declan Ryan. Declan Ryan, a sticky customer. Pat, a lot of individual.
Two quarterbacks for Tubber are sticky. Joey Droney and Declan Ryan, very, very tight, old style, either out first or else, stuck onto the heels of their opponents, and they make it very difficult for corner forwards.
Yeah, and the line ball here for Killaloo is a Tommy Redden going taking this one. It is Tommy Redden. Tommy here right over, cuts this ball the whole way across the field. But who's gone back? Only Blaine Early. But he's beaten it up by Eddie Burke, and Eddie Burke overruns the ball, and then Eddie Burke pulls back Blaine Early a bit over enthusiastic in his play, and it seems that Tubber are the more measured Pat at this stage.
They're just that little bit more on top, and as I said, a bit more comfortable on the ball. I think there's no Killaloo player in the forward line getting a free shot at goal, and that's the difference. Now Tubber doesn't get too many free shots either. Defences are on top. What combines a bit disappointed lead, they've only 4 points scored in almost 20 minutes of hurling, and that's a bit of a disappointment considering they have a bit of reason. Here comes the shower now as well to
and here comes the bomb from Ronan Teff. Is blocked out brilliantly by Keane Nolan, out to Eddie Burke, and Eddie is drilling this ball. It seems that Cusick is the man, or is O'Shea, but it's Mark Early getting the ball out to Joey. Joey in a high pull there by let go by Wayne King on this way. I thought it was a high pull there by Cahill Stritch. Heavy challenge comes out to Mikey. Mikey, a dangerous ball in for Ronan Teff. Ronan Teff decides to use the hurley in the wet conditions, a better option. Hits the ball out to Cahill Droney. Cahill Droney trying to get away from Michael O'Shea. Gets the ball out. He's going to be intercepted by Tommy Redden. Here comes Tommy Redden being chased by John Ford. We're about 70 metres out. Here comes Tommy. Tommy taking on. Tommy, great speed from Tommy Redden. Going to shoot off his left hand side. That's a tremendous score from the stick of Tommy Redden, and levels the scoring. 6 points all.
That's the score of the game, Leo.
It's the score of the game. There's no doubt about it.
Rain down top of him. He had to win the ball midfield.
It's 6 points to 5. 6 points to 5. The scoreboard, I tell you, is being moved on here very, very generously.
Use this one.
Yeah, we'll stick to the one, and it looks like it's a Joey Droney who had carried an injury into the game.
I think he was entitled to a free there, Leo. Joey Droney. He was. No, I don't think it was a high pull. It was just a hurley across.
Yeah, a pullback.
Past his chest, high, maybe towards his neck. And Wayne King was within 5 yards of it. I'm very surprised he didn't get the free there.
Yeah, Wave play, and I tell you, he thought the adventure was coming, but Joey who has carried a leg injury into the game. There's no doubt about that. And look, he's walking around rather gingerly, but hopefully he'll be back to take up full station, and he is. And Ronan Teff with his poke out, comes out now, looking out blocked down by Evan Connolly, but it comes to Monaghan is all over the place, being chased there now by Keith Stritch, and the ball comes off the stick of Keith Stritch, a strong man, it goes off his hurley out over the line, but in these slippery conditions, the touch has to be everything, and you're not getting any time on the ball to make any great decision here. A line ball going to be taken by Larkin O'Grady for Tubber. Here we're gone 21 minutes here in the first half. O'Grady cuts it rather well, goes it in towards the ground, but he's going to be cut out by the cornerback. The cornerback is Mark Stritch, and the ball is cleared by Mark, delivers it down, but he comes back down to Larkin O'Grady. O'Grady leaves it to Declan Ryan. Ryan just doesn't stand in ceremony and drives that ball, but finds a sanctuary of the sideline. A good old-fashioned clearance. But I tell you, Pat, even at this stage, Tubber playing much more direct.
Yeah, they're playing direct, but again they have target men up there, as we said before, with Ford and Donald McMahon and those, and the Earlys can fight for ball as well. They mightn't get into the air for it, but by heavens, once it comes down, they'll fight like tigers for it. So look at this, there's really nothing in the game, but the supply to the Killaloo forwards is not as good as it was in the first few minutes, Leo. The supply ball into the draw is very, very poor, apart from that last point by John Cusick, which seems a long time ago, that point from play before Tommy Redden's great one. They're just not getting a good supply of ball in. That's because they're not winning enough clean ball in midfield, I think, and having time to hit it up to the forwards in a way that advantages the forwards, really.
Good line ball from Goff out there, out to the far corner. It's Tubber who's shown all the, and here comes the man Declan Ryan, who gave away that line ball, gets the ball into Cahill Droney. Here comes Droney trying to take on the challenge of Eddie Burke. Not an easy thing to do. a kind of a high challenge there on I think it was David Goff on that occasion. I think he ran into more into 8-4 more than anything, but the referee is going to have a word with the Tubber full forward on this occasion. David Goff went to ground quite a strong challenge, so and Wayne just having a quiet word, giving a very strict eye on proceedings. We say hello to all our listeners, Ireland, in UK, and in Tel Aviv United down there, in Israel, listeners down there, and it's a free going to be taken by, is it David Goff going to taking this one for Killaloe on the 45 metres as the rain begins to beat out incessantly here in O'Garney Park. Going to make it very, very greasy. Hits the ball out the far side of the field, looking for O'Shea, but it's Peppy Taff who goes down, and Mark Early in to arrest the slide, and here comes Mark Early having a big influence on these early stages. Hand passes the ball out to the always available Roland Monaghan out to Larkin O'Grady. Here comes Larkin, and Ronan Monaghan has gone for the return pass, but O'Grady has been held up and been challenged high there by Evan Connolly. I think a rather as frees have gone in this game, a rather soft free, and
little bit, yeah.
Blaine Early making his way out under no hurry whatsoever, making his way out here to this free, about 55 metres out from the Killaloe goals, from McInerney's goals, about 10 metres in from the sideline here, and Mark taking the time to get the towel to wipe the hurley, and they're in the lead by 6 points to 5, and probably they're a well-deserved 1 point lead, and Blaine, who has seen this so many times before, and nothing going to phase this man. We'll see what he does with the wet ball in the heavier conditions as the rain begins to ease off a small bit here. We had great dry conditions for the St. Joseph's Bodite game. We have mixed conditions here. Here comes Blaine Early. Where's this one? From Blaine Early. Is it inside the post? No, it tails out to the right hand side and gone wide, so the score remains. It's Tubber 6 points, Smith O'Brien 5 points. Pat Killen, Smith O'Brien's kind of playing second fiddle to Tubber at the moment.
Yes, 24 and a half minutes gone, Leo. Having said that, Tubber with maybe more possession should probably be ahead by more, and that's the other side of the coin, and maybe they're not so. It's with the rather hanging in there, and sometimes if you allow a team to hang in, they will get a period when they will open up Tubber at some stage, so maybe Killaloe won't be too disappointed, because as I said, Tubber are playing the better hurling. They still only lead by a point, so Killaloe are hanging in, and that can be a good sign of a team as well.
Yeah, and the ball greasy condition, both teams finding it hard. It comes out to Goff. Goff is a stylish wing back, comes up from his cornerback position in a high ball in towards Ronan Teff. Ronan Teff, safe as houses in there, gathers the ball out to Cahill, out to Mark Early. Mark Early gets the ball out to the fullback. The fullback is James Howard. Howard releases the ball out to Lachlan O'Grady in plenty of space. He delivers his ball across the field very, very fast for Clive Early. Clive tries to get away from the challenge of Eddie Burke, turns in off his left hand side. Great block down by Eddie Burke and Killaloe. Here come Killaloe getting the ball out here, out the wing here, out to Keith Stritch. Stritch drives that ball, one quick delivery, going to be cut out by Early. Early has cut out a lot of ball, sitting back there as a sweeper. Hand pass the ball out to the midfielder. The midfielder is Lachlan O'Grady. O'Grady gives it to Cahill Droney. Droney gets this ball, releases it back out to John Fall. John Fall, but the ball beats John Fall. I thought the linesman had put up his flag.
Yeah.
Indeed, there is a push in the back on Tommy Redden, but I think he'll have a word with the linesman. I think that Aaron Hogg, the linesman, had put up his flag, but took it down quite quickly again. I see our man here with the towel is going in with maybe with another change of ball. He got pulled back for a throw in, but he was going chancing it again anyway. But it's a free for Tommy Redden about on his own 65 metre line. Right over in front of the Tommy Morey stand, right out on the sideline. It's 6 points for Tubber. It's 5 points for Smith O'Brien's. Slippy, greasy conditions going to make it difficult for the players now, Pat.
They're very tough conditions in fairness. And there will be less sliding into tackles, maybe getting yellow cards, even unintentionally, because you just can't control your feet. And that's a great free
from Tommy Redden.
Yeah.
And how many times has he kept Killaloe in the games with his unerring accuracy? We're back as we started. We're level pegging. It's 6 points all here in O'Garney Park. We're gone.
Sorry.
In the time, as Pat was just saying, we're gone 26 and a half minutes. The puck out from Taff goes out, he's blocked down, and it comes out to Keith Stritch. Stritch having a big influence, gives the ball out to the brother. Cahill steadies himself. A shot from Cahill Stritch, and that's a tremendous score from the Killaloe boys, made by the Stritch brothers. Well won by Keith. Out to Cahill. Cahill left Donald McMahon and left the sanctuary of the centre back position, went up and drilled it over the bar. Smith O'Brien's into the lead, 7 points to 6, and how quick a game can change, and the sun is shining here in O'Garney O'Garney Park, and Ronan Taff well out from his goals to take his puck out again, and I would imagine the Killaloe officials will be questioning that at half time. The ball goes over the top out towards Keane Nolan, but he's going to be won by Aidan Ford, and the ball goes off the stick of Aidan Ford out over the sideline, a line ball, and there's no doubt about it, Pat, in the last 3 or 4 minutes Killaloe Smith O'Brien's have upped their intensity levels.
We were just saying they were hanging in there, and suddenly they just came up and got 2 great points. Tommy Redden and Stritch, 2 Stritches combining for a great finish. So it's a close game. As I said, maybe Tubber might be slightly disappointed they're not maybe winning the game by 3 or 4 points, because I think they've had the better of the play. The defence has been on top much more so than Killaloe's defence. I think Tubber come out a very easy ball, but they have to place them up to their forward line and go along for puck outs as well. But maybe Tubber might be that little bit disappointed in a sense. But look at it, it's one of those games. This is hopefully will get out to the wire even in the second half. But very, very even so far between the two of them.
And here comes Mark Early coming straight through the heart of the Killaloe defence. He passes the ball off, and it's going to be a great lockdown there, and it comes back out to Stritch, and Stritch trying to deliver the ball gets away from him. Stritch is a strong man, he wins the ball, gets the ball back to O'Shea. Here comes Mikey O'Shea being chased by Ronan Monaghan and John Fall. Mikey O'Shea cutting in, he has a chance to cut. John Fall sticking to his coattails, a short swing off Mikey O'Shea, and that is a tremendous point from the stick of Mikey O'Shea, and there's no doubt about it that Killaloe Smith O'Brien's have up their intensity. Great play, and O'Shea took on the Tubber defence, got away from the challenge. Ronan Monaghan, John Fall stuck to the task, but a short little delicate swing from the stick of Mikey O'Shea over the bar. 8 points to 6 in favour of Smith O'Brien's, and that long puck out from Ronan Taff is going to be picked up by Carl Stritch. Carl Stritch leaves it for Eddie Burke with a pop pass out to Dwayne Sheedy switches the play across, looking for the centre forward is Michael Goff, but Michael Goff is all over Peppy Taff on that occasion, and Smith O'Brien's will be hoping to get more out of Michael Goff here in this championship encounter. Free going to be taken by Peppy Taff goes up along the far sideline looking out for Clive Early, and Clive Early goes to ground. The ball goes in behind him, and who's out there? Only Keane Nolan, the real leader for Smith O'Brien's, gets the ball up towards Michael Goff, and the ball is out there. It's with Peppy Taff, but John Fall comes back in, gets the ball into the always available Joey Droney taking on the challenge, gets the ball into the middle. He's looking for the number 12 for Tubber is Aidan McNamara. Aidan has been quiet, but gets the ball in, and who's out there? Only Eddie Burke releases the ball out the far side, but he's back to John Fall. John will not mess around with it, delivers the ball back in, but he's only gone into the middle towards Cahill Stritch. Cahill is going to be, or he's Dwayne Sheedy. He's robbed by Donald McMahon. Tubber will need a score from Donald McMahon, and a shot from Donald McMahon, but it goes out to the right hand side, and God might, the score remains Smith O'Brien's 8 points, Tubber 6 points. We're coming into the closing stages here of this first half of a very entertaining intermediate championship quarter final to see who's going to join Rowan, Tulla and St. Joseph's in the hat tomorrow evening for the semi-final draw. It's a puck coming out from the Killaloe goalkeeper, has been rather untroubled, is Mark McInerney. Mark drives this ball out towards the far side of the field, looking for Mark O'Halloran and Michael O'Shea. The ball breaks down, it comes to Keith Stritch, a strong man is Keith Stritch, gets the ball down towards Michael Goff. Is he going to take it off? He's going to take it on Peppy Taff. Here comes Goff, gets the ball, pops the ball into the full forward. The full forward is John Cusick, gets the ball out. Killaloe are going for broke here. The ball comes out to David O'Shea, but the ball breaks out, comes out. Cusick comes back out. Cusick going to turn off his right hand side. This ball is gone in over the top. Who's going to? No one calls it, but Ronan Taff calls that one and clears that ball out to Cahill Droney for Tubber, trying to take on the challenge. And there goes the half-time whistle here in O'Garney Park in 6 Mile Bridge, and it's Pat. It's 6 Mile. Smith O'Brien's in the ascendancy at half-time. Finished the second half much stronger. Smith O'Brien's 8 points, Tubber 6.
I think Smith O'Brien were very happy with the last 5, 6 or 7 minutes there, Leo. Scoring was at 3 points in a row there. And I think they'd be the happier of the two now at this stage. I'd say we'd have said just after 5 minutes after the water break, would have said Tubber the happier of the two, going well, playing more direct hurling, comfortable at the back, and in charge, you'd have said. But it's one of those games, swings and roundabouts, and both teams having their periods of dominance. But Smith O'Brien's got their shooting boots on, their shooting sights on there in the last few minutes. Some got great points there. So 8 points to 6. I don't know about the wind really. I think the showers are a bigger influence on the game than the wind really. So look, if you look how Joseph's played against the wind, Leo, a couple of hours ago, Joseph's did their best hurling, easily massively outscored Brudike against the breeze. So I don't think the breeze is a big issue at all. Tubber might play better with the breeze. Smith O'Brien's might play better against it. I think it's not an even breeze anyway, so it's a bit sideways. So look, all to play for.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to take our leave at half-time from O'Garney Park. And first of all, we're going to get a word with Pádraig McMahon. Pádraig is going to join us here on Scariff Community Radio. Pádraig is busy patrolling the games. Pádraig, your thoughts on that first half?
Yeah, a strong finish there from Smith O'Brien's 3 points on the trot to kind of turn it. Tubber had been the more dominant of the two teams, I would have thought. At early proceedings, I think the two goalkeepers are having a big say on the game, because when Tubber winning Ronan Taft's puckouts, they're generally getting scores off them, whereas Smith O'Brien's, they're kind of tending to play it a bit more short, and I think they're doing very well, in particular when Eddie Burke and Mikey O'Shea on that side, when they're running with the ball, generally scores are tending to come off that. And particularly there in midfield in the last few minutes, Smith O'Brien's got on top, and then the 3 scores on the trot came. Tubber not gone yet. I know a lot of people wrote him off, particularly after the first round. Pat was delighted to see Kilnane do the business, but
you write Tubber off at your pedal, Pádraig,
exactly,
as you well know.
Exactly, and they haven't got to finals for nothing. But I think one key standout for that game, and it reminded me of the final last year when Scariff won, Donald McMahon has been too quiet. And in that final against Scariff, he was a bit anonymous, and Scariff were only delighted to see that, and they got won the game that day. So Donald needs to come into the game for Tubber to come out.
And it's ironic that one of the points of the day came from the Stritch brothers, and it was Cahill, the centre back, wasn't picked up by Donald, didn't follow him, and it was the wing forward here, Keith, just 1-2 with his brother, delivered it over the bar. And the Stritches, all three are having a big influence here, Pádraig.
Yeah, Smith O'Brien's, as I say, those lads are going well. Mikey O'Shea going very well, and Tommy Redden, as you say, tends not to miss the frees. Keane Nolan not in as much, but he doesn't have to be either, which is a good sign for them. But as you say, the Stritch brothers, John Cusack, he missed that one, but he got a great point earlier on in the first half. But Tubber, Mark Early dropping back a small bit as a sweeper. So I wonder, will they change that and try go a bit more attack minded in the second half? And
looking at Tubber, Pádraig, and it seems that Mark Early and Ronan Monaghan seem to be their go-to players. They seem to be their two best players here in the early stages. The battle between Clive Early and Nolan, when it goes in there, it's good to see. Nolan is probably coming out on top maybe slightly, but as you said, which is good for Killaloo. Tubber are probably going to have to change their game a small bit to take this battle to Smith O'Brien's.
Definitely, as you say, Ronan Monaghan, one of their big players, but kind of faded a small bit in that key sequence that could come back to bite him, where Smith O'Brien's got those 3 scores on the trot, and a big psychological shift in it. But just watching from the sideline in the early on, for Smith O'Brien's, I'd be a small worry about their discipline. They've given away less frees, I think, overall, but it's kind of a historical thing with Smith O'Brien's. I remember they played with Tones in the park a few years ago, and they should have beat with Tones, but it was discipline that caught them. So that's one of the big things that would catch them if they're not going to prevail here, would be discipline.
Yeah, and I suppose, Pádraig, it's a term that has been thrown at Killaloo or Smith O'Brien's quite a bit, that Smith O'Brien's biggest opponents a lot of the time is Smith O'Brien's. Yeah. And if they can curb that, they've Tony Gleeson back in charge this year. They were very unlucky last year. It's well within their capabilities that they could get through this and go all the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it's wide open. I think this is the tightest game of the quarter-finals. I wasn't overly surprised. I was in the minority. I wasn't overly surprised that Rouen beat Currafin. Tulla expected to beat 6 Mile Bridge, and Dore Bearfield expected to beat Bodyke. This is the game that's wide open, I think. Smith O'Brien, as you say, if they do keep the heads, they, having beaten Tulla and then to take the scalp of Tubber, that'd be massive for them.
Pádraig, we made the point earlier on, I said it to Pat earlier on in the commentary, the group that Smith O'Brien's and Tulla were in, it was a really a very easy group. There was only the one game, and you'd wonder about whether they both put out the win with the full intention of winning the last day. It didn't mean anything to either, to get through it, even though Smith O'Brien's won and drew Tubber, which is probably the short straw maybe. But you'd wonder about the preparation coming in, and the fact that it took Tubber or Smith O'Brien's maybe 20 minutes really to get up to the speed of the game.
I think that's a great point. I think that's probably what's catching them, and it's now to get over the line. In those 2 big games, to get Tulla, Tubber on the bounce and come out of it, then that'll be excellent preparation, having maybe had 2 easier games than other teams in the group. But again, as you say, Tubber, they need to use this period very wisely and kind of change a few things to get into it. Make sure Ronan Monaghan is in the game. Michael Goff seems to be winning that battle with Pappy Taff as well, so maybe that's something they need to consider. Maybe swap Mark Early and put Pappy Taff as the sweeper might be the move to make.
Yeah, there's a lot of decisions maybe. Looking at other games over the weekend, Pádraig, as you said, you weren't surprised that Rouen got over the challenge of Currafin. I suppose St. Joseph's were always expected probably to get over the challenge of a young Bodyke side. Tulla and 6 Mile Bridge, I suppose Tulla would have been expected to get over. As you said, this is a hard one to call. If you were to nail your colours to the mast at this early stage for where Paddy Brown is going to rest, and I know there's a lot of stitches to be hit, yet where would you put it?
The simple answer, I suppose, is going to be resting somewhere in Clare. Exactly where is wide open. I haven't seen enough of the Intermediate Championship. I know I spotted Mikey Guilfoyle, Shane Dowling. They're a lot of people's favourites for the championship. I won't predict a winner, but I'll tell you, I don't think it'll be Dora Bearfield. So it's between, I think the winner, this might have a big say, and I'm very impressed with Rouen. Tulla will have a big say as well.
Yeah, I tell you, you're really spreading your wings there, Pádraig, and that. And with that, we're going to take our half-time break here from O'Garney Park. My thanks to Pádraig and Pat for their input in the first half. And on a scoreline of 8 points to 6, it's Smith O'Brien's who take the advantage into the second half. And you are very welcome back here to O'Garney Park in 6 Mile Bridge for the second half of this fourth and final quarter final of the Intermediate Championship here of 2021. And it's Smith O'Brien's in the ascendancy. They went in at half time with a 2-point lead, 8 points to 6. I suppose on the maybe on the balance of play, you'd expected it would have been closer, but it's Smith O'Brien's who came with that final sort, as Pádraig said, just before half time there to put a bit of daylight between the teams.
Yeah, I suppose 2 points on a hurling match really is nothing. I know conditions are a bit heavy now and tricky, so I suppose it's maybe a bigger margin than it would be on a really fine day, but look at. There's going to be mistakes in this game now in the second half. Your conditions are very skiddy. You know, another shower is going to make it even worse. Light might decline a bit. The sun, if it gets low, could be an issue as well. It's behind the cloud at the moment, but a winter or I suppose a late autumn sun, you know, gets very low around this time of the evening, 6 o'clock nearly. So there's a lot of things can happen to allow a goal or two to win fairly easily. Now you've 2 good goalkeepers there, as we know. So look at. All to play for. The breeze, the flags are absolutely limp at the moment. Maybe just too wet they are to fly, I'm not sure. So I think the wind is coming in gusts around shower time. So look at all to play for. I find it very hard to call this one. We know how seasoned and experienced Tubber are. They've dug out these wins before. Smith O'Brien's, you know, played well in the last 10 minutes there. So look at Leo, this could go either way.
There's no doubt about it, and they're going to have to get a big impetus from both sides at the start here of the second half, you know. But I went in a great position against St. Joseph, but just didn't drive on at the start of the second half, you know. Right. Tubber, I see Donald McMahon gone back in centre forward again. I see
Brendan Foley is trying to get an interview there for Scariff Bay, I'd say, with the linesman, just you know, maybe never forgets his old duties to look after the radio station there, or is he trying to influence him to help out Smith O'Brien's in some way?
Brendan was never afraid to talk to the officials, there's no doubt about that. And the second half is on here in O'Garney Park, and the ball is with Evan Connolly, gives the ball back to Stritch who got a great point from play. Here the ball out towards John Fall. This is one of the great battles, John Fall and O'Shea is a strong man, as he proved. Comes out to the centre forward is Michael Goff, Ronan Monaghan back in there, and the ball comes to Eddie Buck. Eddie Buck is a man who was brilliant at midfield for Killaloo last year, back in the half back in this year. Out to Connolly is a man that can play, drives his ball in and top towards David O'Shea, but the ball breaks down to Tommy. It's Tommy Redden. John Cusick on back on the loop, and John Cusick, and that's exactly the start that Smith O'Brien's needed to put another bit of daylight between the team. 3 points, it's 10 points, it's 9 points to 6, and Ronan Taff, it was a quick puck out, no messing there, gets the ball down towards Aidan Ford, Dolan McMahon and Carl Stritch running back. Stritch does well. Stritch is a very underrated defender for Killaloo, gets the ball out towards the sideline, off the stick of Dwayne Sheedy, out over the sideline, and it was, I suppose, a sign of the thing of when the game was going, the Taff was quick with that puck out.
Absolutely, as quick as you like. He had the ball up on the 21, hopping in front of Donald McMahon, but Stretch did very well to come across and flick it across, and I think it ended up off the, as we said, Dwayne Sheedy probably was the last touch, line ball for Tubber.
And the ball from Clive Early goes across, it comes across to Keith Stritch for Smith O'Brien. Stritch is working very, very hard for Smith O'Brien at wing forward, you know, and the ball comes out to, it's Cahill. These lads beginning to have a big influence at the end of the game. Cahill drives it up towards Tommy Redden. Tommy is on a 2-against-1, but he goes in off the hand of Joey Droney in towards James Howard, the fullback, coming out towards his own 21, gets the ball back out towards Pappy Taff. Pappy releases the ball back out. Tubber playing a shot out to Mark Early. Mark Early gets the ball out to Larkin O'Grady. O'Grady gets the ball out to Cahill Droney, and Tubber are now in the Smith O'Brien's half hour line. Droney cutting through. This would be a great team score from Cahill Droney, I tell you, but it's gone out to the right hand side and gone wide, and that's a miss that can take the life out of a team. But Mark McInerney pucking the ball out quick for Smith O'Brien, and the ball goes out off the stick of from Mark McInerney. I know the Killaloo defender Dwayne Sheedy was trying to pick it up. You know, that's a miss that could really suck the life out of Tubber, Pat.
Yeah,
but then Mark McInerney's puck out, give him a bit of oxygen as they're back in play. It's gone in towards Clive Early and Nolan. Nolan does well, and it's going to be cut out here. Here's Dwayne Sheedy. Sheedy does very, very well.
Sheedy did very well to win the free. Yeah, the Smith O'Brien's defence is definitely on top at the moment, but Tubber had a brilliant move there, but it took so much effort to get 4 passes and make great progress up the field. Superb passing, superb field, superb carrying, and then Droney shoots it wide from 30 metres out, nearly in front of the goal. Very, very disappointing. That was certainly a deflating moment in the game for Tubber.
Yeah, and there's a ball man outside there again here, and where's Wayne King? Is he? I'm not too sure. Wayne is after having a word with the
ball in the towel. There's a towel anyway.
There's a ball in the towel, but look, I tell you, he's holding that towel. He's holding that towel very tight. I tell you where it is with whatever is inside there, but it's a free for David Goff, right in his own centre back position, as Killaloo now attacking the goals at the road end. We'll see what David is doing. Wayne King having a word with Pappy and Michal and Michael Goff there. So a word of warning there for both players. And here comes David Goff. the score. I think it's Pat Hearn. He's going to warm up there for Patrick Hearn. Warm up. Goff drives this one down. This one is going to drop down in the edge of the square. No Killaloo player inside, and there's a blood replacement on. It looks like Pat Hearn is going to be the man to make his way on there as a blood replacement. Here comes Ronan Taff. Where's he going to go with this one? Goes over towards the far side of the field, looking for McMahon. McMahon has been quite by, but the ball is blocked down by Cahill Stritch. Cahill Stritch gives it to Eddie Burke. Eddie Burke lets fly out to Keith Stritch, and then pushing the back by Keith Stritch. And Pat, Keith Stritch mightn't have scored much, but he's working back the field and winning a lot of ball for Smith O'Brien's.
And that's typical Keith. Keith is an absolute, gives everything for the team in a game. No spectacular stuff in terms of finishing at the end of loose passes. He'll go back and he'll work, and he's been doing that since he was a young lad. And all the Stritchers are playing very, very well. And as they know, it'll be a difficult time for the Stritchers family, but look at fair play. They're putting their whole effort in today to brighten up things for their club anyway. And fair play to them. But no, the Keith Stritch is 100% right, 100% guy.
Yeah, and it's a free for that man. I suppose who else is going to take the frees for Smith O'Brien's? Tommy Redden. Tommy inside his own 65, left-handed, gets it up. Tommy hitting it in towards the school end here. But in fairness, is it from Tommy Redden? And a shot, unfortunately, gone out to the left-hand side and gone wide. The score remains
9-6.
9 points to 6 in favour of Smith O'Brien's, and Ronan Taff with a quick puck out towards Joey Droney. Joey now going to be tackled by Micheál O'Shea. Joey Droney coming out for the ball, gets the ball out to Taff. Pepe delivers the ball quick, looking for Aidan Ford, and the other stretch is Mark Connerbeck, and that's a poor delivery in towards Aidan Ford from Pepe Taff. Pepe, a young player, beginning to find his feet in intermediate hurling, and a puck out coming for Mac McInerney, and Mac taking his time. And good to see a plane flying in over Shannon. Good to see the air traffic back. And so here the puck out for McInerney, and if Ronan Taff can gain a yard or two, so can Mac McInerney. The ball comes into Mark Early. Mark Early gets the ball, tries to release it out towards Blaine Early. Blaine Early tries to get away from the challenge of Eddie Burke. Eddie Burke playing well in the half back line, and out comes David Goff. David Goff gets the ball out, but he's robbed there by Blaine Early, and comes off the stick of Blaine Early and out over the sideline. Play very fractured, Pat.
Yeah, conditions are totally to blame for that. That was a nasty shower that came there, and I think there's remnants of it still around, but it certainly has affected the play. No blame to the players. A lot of tension at stake, of course, and who wants to lose a quarter final, but they're going into it wholeheartedly, but the ground is very skiddy. The ball is skidding off hurleys as well, and it's just hard to make past the stick. And it's this line ball going to be taken by Tommy Redden right over in the 65, cuts it rather well, gets it in towards Evan Connolly. Connolly goes down to ground, tries to get the ball, robbed by Ronan Taff, but he's Joey Droney. Joey, very busy player for Tubber, gets the ball into Mark Early. Mark Early gets it out to Cahill Droney. Here comes Cahill Droney for Tubber, a new young player. And that's a plane we've been told by one of the lad looking over is from Mallorca, and the ball comes out to James Howard. James Howard, the full back, gets the ball looking for the corner forward. Is it Aidan Ford? Yes, it is Ford, the full forward. A strong man is Ford, trying to get the ball out for Blaine Early, and the ball is coming towards Ronan Monaghan, Eddie Burke. Ronan Monaghan cutting in, and there's a player gone through the middle, but there's a dangerous ball. Is Mac McInerney coming out advancing from the goals, going to be challenged there by Clive Early. McInerney, here comes McInerney, good use of a good goalkeeping by McInerney, and Cahill Stritch just delivers the ball. It's old style hurling, getting the ball up towards O'Shea or John Cusick, but the ball goes back in. It was Michael Goff. The ball has gone into Ronan Taff, and Smith O'Brien's will be hoping to get more out of Michael Goff here in this second half again. The ball goes down to David Goff. David Goff gets the ball down to Eddie Burke. The ball breaks out. Monaghan goes straight through the middle. Here comes Ronan Monaghan for Tubber. He's gone through. A shot from Ronan Monaghan. A goal from Ronan Monaghan. He went straight through the heart of the Killaloo defence and broke that straight through. Gave Mark McInerney no chance. Pat McNamara 169 points. Even Stephen. Once it broke to Ronan Monaghan, 40 yards out, it opened up like the Red Sea in front of him, and you knew there was going to be no. And in fairness to him, he carried it in further enough to make sure that far enough to make sure McInerney had no hope at all. He only stuck it from 7 or 8 yards out and actually stuck it in the Union stack, as they say. 1-6-9. We've some game now.
But give credit to Brian Early and McMahon. They took runners away left and right and left the gap open for Monaghan, and he finished with a plum. McInerney with the puck out for Killaloo. Now we have a real game in our hands here in O'Garney Park. Donald McMahon now out around the middle of the field looking for the ball. The ball comes out to Evan Connolly for Smith O'Brien. Gets the ball to John Cusick, but it's John Fall, that strong man John Fall, gets the ball down along the line towards James Howard. The ball goes out, a challenge there by on the number 20. Number 20 is Jonah Culligan, who has been introduced. A heavy challenge there by Dwayne Sheedy. A line ball coming here for Smith O'Brien's, going to be taken by Eddie Burke. And indeed, Wayne King having a word with the line, with the Tupper bench again. I tell you, it's tense and fraught here in O'Garney Park. Ian Letanian having a word, the Galway men having a word with the referee. The ball goes down towards Mikey O'Shea. Mikey O'Shea for Smith O'Brien gets a good ball, looking for his brother across in the far corner. The ball comes out to Michael Goff. Michael Goff gets away from Peppy Taff. Here comes Goff. A shot from and it comes off. Great save by Ronan Taff. Comes out to John Cusick. John Cusick, the full forward, out here in the left corner forward position. Switches the play across, looking for Stritch. Look, and Stritch is a strong man. He goes to ground, wins the ball. Here comes Stritch. He's being pulled back. Great play by Stritch. Don't make massive leadership. But what a save from Ronan Taff. As Pádraig said in the half-time analysis, the goalkeeper's having a big save. Ronan Taff had a big save there, Pat.
Brilliant save, and look, it was again a low one in, and they're the hardest ones to save. But a good response to the goal from Ryans, in fairness. Won a couple of hard battles out here, and a great ball across from young Goff. I think it was Goff, wasn't it, took it across. So they won a free. He's given the free. Yeah, the free has been given. So it's a chance for
Tommy Redden.
But Ryan to sneak into the lead again.
But once again, it was Stritch who showed the leadership, took on the challenge, took on the tackle of the two Tupper players. John Cusick comes out here looking for, has he picked up a bit, he's looking for a bit of advice from the management team of under Tony Gleeson here. It's a chance for Smith O'Brien's to go back in the lead. It's 1 goal and 6 to 9 points, a low scoring game, but such the conditions that he was never going to be any other way. Tommy Redden nails this one, puts Smith O'Brien's back into lead. It's 10 points for Smith O'Brien's, 1 goal and 6, and here comes the puck out from Ronan Taff. We're gone 10 minutes gone here. Taff delivers a bomb straight down the middle of the field. McMahon puts up the hand, but he's blocked away by Keane Nolan, the Killaloo captain, comes away out. Nolan out here, coming out to wing back position. Lovely flick pass from Nolan. Gets the ball up towards John Cusick, but he's playing early, finding it out, goes to ground, picks it up. He's been trying to get through, playing early. Could be accused of overcarrying. Indeed, he is accused of overcarrying. Was going to ground, trying to get his body over the ball. Wayne King not taking any advice from any of the players. And if
John Cusick worked that very cleverly.
Yeah, he didn't make no attempt to put in a challenge.
Cusick was on the ground. He couldn't pick it up because Blaine was over both Surley and the ball. So he just stood over Blaine early. He couldn't get up. And Cusick, Surley and ball on the ground, so the ref read it as early, covering over the ball and not letting it be played. So good work by Cusick there. Hurley-less John Cusick.
Yeah, and again Tommy Redden and the tall man. He's a busy tall man, I tell you, here in O'Garney Park. And here comes Tommy Redden with a free, 60 metres out from the Tubber goals, 5 metres in from the 10 metres in, I suppose, from the sideline here, right in front of the Tubber dugout. He'll get plenty of advice on the Tubber boys on how to take this free. But Tommy has been nailing them well all day. Tommy drives this one. He nailed it from the minute he left his stick. There was only one test that was going to go on. That was over the black dot. It's now 11 points for Smith O'Brien's, 1 goal and 6 for Tubber as darkness begins to descend here in O'Garney Park. And a puck out from Ronan Taff, delivers it long. It's route 1 for Tubber, looking for Clive early down in the corner. Nolan puts up David Goff puts up. He comes out to Aidan Ford. Ford releases the ball out to Monaghan, whose goal gave oxygen to Tubber. But unfortunately there's a shot on this occasion from Ronan. It's gone to the right hand side as Mac McKinnon looks out and gone wide, and the score remains 11 points to 1-6. Pat, it looks like Tubber are going to do it in this game. It's Ronan Monaghan is going to be that spark.
Well, look at it. The goal certainly was a brilliant finish by him. I thought he might be even more involved in the game. He is very involved in it, but he's a superb player and having a great season. So you're right, he's one of the main contributors. But the earliest could still do something in the game, a half break inside, and they'll be in like a flash if the break comes. But at 12 minutes gone, 2-point lead, 11 points, 2-6 for Smith O'Brien's, and the long puck outs are either going to save Tubber or they're going to be the losing of it, because they're not trying anything else, only the bombs down on the 20 metre line from
and we just had a wide ball from David O'Shea, also a poor wide by David standards, but a push in the back there by David Goff on Clive Early over here, right on it was Eddie Burke right over here in the corner. So it gives Tubber a chance, not an easy chance by any stretch of the imagination, for Blaine Early is right out here on the sideline, on the 21 metre line, and the sun is making a late burst to shine again here on this sunny Sunday evening here in O'Garney Park in 6 Mile Bridge. It's 11 points for Smith O'Brien's. It's 1 goal and 6 for Tubber. This will be a tremendous free if Blaine Early couldn't narrow this to the minimum for Tubber, but it's one of a very, very difficult free, as we said, right out into the sideline, not getting any help as Mark McInerney takes up station outside the post in the Killaloo goals to give him a shooting angle. And here comes Early, a shot from Blaine Early, but it's gone to the left hand side and gone wide. The score remains 11 points for Smith O'Brien's. Tubber 1 goal and 6, and the sharp puck out from Mark gives it out to David Goff, who's going to launch it. No messing from Goff, drives this ball up the field. It's going to be cut out. It comes out by Mark Early. Mark Early playing very well and he's been pulled by overcarrying. And I suppose, Pat, the breaks, they're beginning to go the way of Smith O'Brien's.
Yeah, and Herna's going in there now for David O'Shea up in the full forward line, and also I think coming in for Francis McCormick will be coming in for Tubber, I think, very shortly. So yeah, the breaks are going to Killaloo. Just Smith O'Brien's now certainly are going to have the better of the play, and it was better of the breaks. We're not at the water break yet. We know there's 14 minutes gone. No, we're not nearly there yet. But the sun is an issue as well, Leo. I'd say it's very hard for defenders at the Kilmurray side now to see that. At the Kilmurray side, so that could be an issue as well. However, Tubber are still dangerous, Leo. I just have this feeling Tubber are going to get one more opening inside there with those long puck outs particularly.
Yeah, indeed, it's a blinding sun, there's no doubt about that, and it's 11 points to 1-6. The game is really on a knife edge, and Tommy Redden's getting another chance from a free here, 45 metres out, and Tommy is going to be, as always, central to whatever Killaloo do in these games, and see what their outcome will be. Tommy Redden, 10 metres in, 20 metres in from the Tommy sideline on the Tommy Morris end. Can he deliver this one and put Smith O'Brien into a 3-point lead? And Ronan Taft just looks up and waves the hurley. It is over the bar. 12 points for Smith O'Brien, 1 goal and 6 for Tubber. And I suppose you look at the Tubber attack, Pat, and 6 points, take the goal out of it. 6 points is a poor total.
We were saying that Killaloo's 4 points total in the first 20 minutes is poor. Likewise, Tubber's now in the last 20 minutes of extra play, very, very poor scoring record indeed. Apart from the goal, as you said, Smith O'Brien's just look that little bit sharper at the moment, maybe that little bit hungrier as well, and maybe Tubber haven't maybe got enough ideas on the bench, maybe to change things around. We'll see what Francis McCormick can do. Overcarrying though, called against
I thought he'd played it in the hurley, but Wayne King was closer to me. But he's having a tremendous battle with McMahon, and in fairness to Stritch, coming out well on top on that battle. And I suppose, as Pádraig said in the analysis at half time, Tubber will need a lot more out of Donald McMahon. He's been conspicuous by his absence here in the second half, but I suppose there's plenty of time to go yet, and it's a free for Blaine Early, which should bring this back to the minimum again. It's 11. It's back to a 2-point game. It's 12 points to 1 goal and 6, and here comes Blaine Early, 40 metres out from the Smith O'Brien's goal, hitting into the Kilmurray, and Blaine nonchalantly puts that one over the bar. 12 points to 1 goal and 7. And as we are called the water break. Your thoughts at this stage, Pat, with 1 quarter left to go?
Well, I suppose you'd have to say Smith O'Brien's look slightly more likely at the moment. However, with that breeze, Ronan Taff is getting enormous distance in the puck out, and while the backs for Smith O'Brien's are coping comfortably enough with it, you wonder will Donald McMahon catch a high one, you wonder will something break in front of Blaine or Clive Early, you wonder will run him on and get another run in, you'll wonder, can Aidan McNamara, some big lad there, catch a ball and just give a hand pass, because they'll be close to the goal several times more in this game, because whether Smith O'Brien's have wides or points or scores, Roland Taff is just going to get him up there into the side of the another plane. The first one was Mallorca. Flight radar needs to be checked again, Jim. See how that one's from. Malaga. From Malaga.
La Liga, coming from a La Liga game over there in Malaga. There's no doubt about that. But look, it's Killaloo, and they seem quite buoyant on the line.
But it's a dangerous lead, 2-point lead.
It's the lead. Obviously you want that lead, but it's a very dangerous lead, and Killaloo will be hoping to press on their advantage here and stick it out to maybe get into 4 or 5 point lead, where they'll have a bit of comfort, because you'll never have comfort when you have the Tubber jerseys around, and everyone knows that Tubber will go. There's no doubt what they will do. They will go to the very, very end, and then if they're within touch and distance, and then they will ask questions of Smith O'Brien's, and Smith O'Brien's have been maybe found out sometimes in the past coming down the close and stretch. So there's a lot of questions to be asked on both sides, Pat.
A lot of questions to be asked, and again, the sun now, as without repeating, is a serious issue. It's very, very low in the sky. In fact, I don't know how you're so accurate in the commentary, Leo, as you go up to the school end, you're picking out players there accurately each time. I can't see what's happening at all. But you have it right 99%, 99.9% of the time. And again, you must realise in the players striking up there as well will find it very hard. But players are coping well with it, not quite as well as yourself. But look at it, it's all to play for. Tubber, I still feel Tubber. There's going to be a goal chance break for Tubber with so much ball hopping inside the 20-metre line there from puckouts, and no matter how many people Smith the Bryans have back, there's bound to be one half chance for Tubber to goal again, and I could kind of see that happening. However, Smith the Bryans are playing within themselves, maybe playing better than they were in the first half with that breeze. Joseph's played better into the school end. Smith the Bryans are doing the same thing, so very, very hard to call. Look at I wouldn't be surprised if there's extra time needed here.
I was going to say Derek John will call it extra time here before the game. Kildare were here twice last year in the quarter-final and semi-final, and both went to extra time. So if Francis McCormack is coming on the Tubber team, so is it Cahill Droney is the man that has been replaced? It looks like Cahill is out around the middle of the field, so we'll check who's gone off for Tubber, and the game is going to be restarted with a puck out from McMahon. He goes short out here towards Mark Stritch. Mark Stritch launches that one, not the best thing to do, but Keane Nolan was alive, and McMahon, and as on small things that games can change, McMahon has gone through, but Stritch comes back, a shot from McMahon in. McMahon on his safe hands inside the goal, doesn't mess around with this one, gets the ball out towards the midfield, out towards Mark O'Halloran, but the ball breaks to John Fall, and uncompromised, gets the ball out to Ronan. Here comes Ronan is being chased by Mark O'Halloran. Here comes Ronan Tapp, gets away from Dwayne Sheedy, a shot from Ronan Monaghan, but there's no forward inside around. He had to take the shot, and it drifts out to the right hand side and gone wide, but Mark Stritch played very well at cornerback, but dicing dangerously there.
He was indeed. Donal McMahon nearly robbed Keane Nolan as well, but Nolan recovered well to keep the pressure on him, and look at Leo, it's going to be, I think there's going to be very exciting moments left in this set at both ends, but maybe particularly at the Smith Ryan's defence end, because there'll be a lot of ball going in there. Tor will go along now and get that ball in fairly fast. They know they need scores.
Yeah, and they have Donal McMahon now positioned on the edge of the square, and the ball breaks into Clive. It's Clive early, and he's pulled back there by Eddie Burke. So look at it's a chance for Tubber. As we said, they will not go away. It's 12 points to 1 goal and 7 here at the moment. It is broadcast brought to you associated with Derek Credit Union and our outside broadcast sponsored by Michael Long Construction. And I tell you, the Tubber sideline, the Tubber dugout is a busy dugout. That's going left and right there. And I see Brendan Foley is down on the programme as a hurley carrier. The one thing I haven't seen him doing all day is he has no hurley. But anyway, it's a 45-metre free here for Blaine Early. This to bring it to the minimum. And indeed, it is at the minimum. And we have a real championship encounter on our hands here.
A real championship encounter, and as I said, at the risk of repeating myself, Tubber will have more ball in the attack, because anything that goes into near Taff, he has the distance to hit it, 120-30 metres with that breeze, and that might just make it difficult for Tubber or for Smith O'Brien to get enough ball up in the forwards. But in fairness now to Micheál O'Shea, he's done well there.
Yeah, Micheál O'Shea hitting a good ball in towards Tommy Redden. Tommy Redden has to get, but it is Droney. I tell you, Droney has been very good at cornerback. Very good for cornerback for Tubber. The ball is up there. Who's going to win it? It's Tommy Redden. Has he the ball in his hand? The ball comes out to Stritch. It's Keith Stritch. He's blocked down. He goes back out. Turn is going to shoot off his left hand side. A shot from Keith Stritch. That's a tremendous score from, I think, who has been Smith O'Brien's best player on the field here in all through. He's been up and down that field, working like a Trojan, up and down the field. Turns on his left hand side. I see we have a scoreline being sent to us. Poole City, I don't know what that would be to the fun game anyway. It wouldn't have any interest in me, those two teams. And
the number 2 is after Poole, I see anyway, only 1 after City. That'll do me, Leo.
Is it a water polo event somewhere? But it's a puck coming out from Ronan Taft, but there's 2 Tubber players in their own backline down injured. I see is it the full back? No, the full back is doing physio over there. I'd say Joey Droney, and Joey has been really in the wars.
Another great sideshow there. Goff and Monaghan are just tangling with each other there. When one runs, the other goes with him, and there's a few contacts being made. It's really good to watch. 2 lads just absolutely giving everything, trying to find space, but keeping calm, nothing untoward.
They probably heard about the Pool and City 2-1 as well. But anyway, it's we're waiting to see Joey Droney, is he going to come back? It was Declan Ryan who was the man who was receiving attention also. It's 13 points for Smith O'Brien. It's 1 goal and 8 for the men from Tubber, and the game is going to restart when Joey Droney is fit to restart. Wayne King given Joey plenty of time. As I said, he's been well in the wars here in O'Garney Park. And in fairness to O'Garney Park, the pitch holding up very, very well to 2 games here on a rather wet day here in 6 Mile Bridge. And Joey is rather gingerly picking himself up, but it'll take more than that to knock the spirit of a Joey Droney and to knock the spirit of Tupper here in this quarter final. And it looks like, is it number 7? Is John Fall? Is he going off? No, is it John Fall? No, he's okay. He's coming back on the field of play, and the ball is restarted, and the ball out to Lachlan O'Grady, and he launches this one down. McMahon is lighting it intent on the edge of the square. Nolan goes up and uses all his experience. Nolan, 65, and he's gone off the stick. I didn't see the touch myself, but the eagle-eyed umpire is down there. There's no doubt about that, and it's a chance for Blaine Early to narrow the deficit again, and the hurley man, the towel man, is gone in now from Tubber. So it was whatever one team can do, the other team can do. So it is a chance, and I see Wayne King is coming out. I think Wayne is rather. I'm not too sure. He's looking at the towel. The man says there's no ball inside it. I tell you, he's suspicious of those towelmen, Patty, but it's a free for 65 for Blaine Early. Once again, to bring the score line to the minimum. It's 13 points to 1 goal and 8 as Blaine Early going to strike this 65. This is a dangerous one. This is a lower ball, but it's gone. Gohan and Dress now. We're back to the minimum again. It's 13 points for Smith O'Brien's. It's 1 goal and 9 for Tubber. And Mark McInerney in no particular hurry on this occasion to take the puck out. Now he goes hitting it towards the far side of the field, out towards Keith Stritch. Stritch puts up the hand. Doesn't come down with it on this occasion. The ball breaks down to Evan Connolly, who can play in many positions. Evan Connolly shoots inside, but it goes out to the left hand side. And by 21 minutes gone here in the second half, and Taff drives down the bomb, looking for Clive Early, and there's a push on the back on Clive Early by, it looks like, is it Keane Nolan? Derek Dormer is looking for extra time here. The lights will have to be soon turned on here in O'Garney Park, and I see Blaine Early. Is this going to level? I think there has been a couple of focal in the clues of Wayne King from the Killaloom in. He brings the free right in to just outside the right hand post here in O'Garney Park at the Kilmorey end, and Blaine Early. This is a chance to make it level pegging. It's 13 points to 1 goal and 9. Is this going to be even Stephen here in O'Garney Park following this Blaine Early free? You would expect so. And indeed, it is no different from Blaine Early. Whatever Tommy Redden can do on one side, Blaine Early, who's been doing it for many years at the other side, we're level pegging. And indeed, there's Joey Droney. He's gone back down, injured again here at the school end here. So I think Tubber are going to have to make a change. I think this is the third or fourth time that Joey has been down. He has been well in the wars. It was definitely carried an injury.
Oh, he had an injury coming into the game.
And indeed, look, he knows he's left them waving that they have to make a substitution. He knows that his race is run. No, he's I tell you, he's tough. He's going again. I tell you, the spirit of Tupper is alive and well, and the puck out from Mark McInerney. Killaloo could do with a score, but the ball is out with Jonah Culligan, but it's David Goff out to Eddie Burke. When it comes to Stritch is the strong man. It's Mark Stritch gets the ball back and a free. He wins the free. I tell you,
he's the man of the match, Leo.
Yeah, he's the man of the match, Pat. He's a real leader there, Keith Stritch at wing forward. You know, he's got 1 score on the game, but I tell you, the amount of frees and hard work he's done up and down, and he's patrolling up and down there in front of the Tommy Morey Memorial Stand, and he is the go-to man for the puck outs from McInerney. Tension at a high expectation here on O'Garney Park on the sideline. A sub coming on for Killaloo. It looks like, is it Micheál Ryan? He's going to be introduced. Micheál, who couldn't start for Smith O'Brien's due to injury. Also a sub coming on. It looks like Cathal Murray, and Murray, who was full forward on the intermediate team last year, is he about to be introduced? Tommy Redden drills this one, but Tommy, and he's batted away by Ronan Taff, but the ball is going to break out. Is it Pay gets the ball, released out to Tommy. There's a chance for Tommy Redden, and he's going to be hooped by Peppy Taff, and the ball is out. It's Larkin O'Grady who is going to win it for Killaloo. Is it Pat O'Hearn trying to win the ball for Smith O'Brien? It comes out to Tommy Redden. Tommy Redden goes to ground. Tommy trying to release the ball, gets the ball out. Who's going to come out with this one? Could be a game-changing moment. The ball has gone down into the corner, and it is Jonah Culligan, the dual star for Tubber, gets the ball in, but it comes into Connolly. Connolly releases the ball out to Tommy Redden. Tommy, who was blocked down, hooked the last time, turns off his left-hand side. A shot from Tommy Redden. Oh, that's a tremendous score from the stick of Tommy Redden. And I tell you, perseverance conquers, as Cathal Murray about to be introduced for Tubber, and who's going to be replaced on the Tubber team. It's 14 points for Smith O'Brien's, 1 goal and 10 for Tubber. And here, there's an injury gone down there. Who's gone down? Is it Tommy Redden? He's gone down. For Smith O'Brien, they're going into check his whereabouts. There's 24 minutes gone here in the second half. Evan Connolly going off for Smith O'Brien's, and he has been replaced by Micheál Ryan. Micheál Ryan, who as a player had been a tremendous player for Killaloe. Unfortunately, injury has blighted his career, but Killaloe will be hoping for a big finish from the stick of Micheál Ryan here to try and get them over the line. And who's gone? There's another injury down above for Tubber, and this time it's not Joey Droney. He's gone down, but Joey is limping and not the best coming across to his cornerback position. It doesn't. Is it James? No, James Howard is out there. James Howard is out there in his position. Is it Declan Ryan? Declan who went down. It is Declan Ryan who's gone down, and this Tubber full back line are really in the wars. It is a physical battle. There's no doubt about that. And it's gone right down as everyone predicted. It was the hardest one of all four to call. It's gone down right to the wire at the moment. It's Smith O'Brien in their red and gold jerseys by 14 to Tubber in their black and amber 1 goal and 10, and Ronan delivers this one shot. Looking, it's going to be cut out by Eddie Burke, but he comes out and Eddie Burke picks up the ball. Francis McCormack, they'll go past him. Here comes Eddie Burke. Eddie Burke going up along the wing in front of Tommy. That's a great play, but McCormack doesn't give up. Burke does well. Is he going to release the ball? He's trying to get the ball into David Goff. David Goff trying to take the challenge, goes to ground, and the ball is won by Larkin O'Grady out there. There's a Muzzle out there about 40 metres out from but the ball comes to Pat O'Hearn. Pat went back, and the ball comes out to Keith Stretch. Keith goes to ground. There's a body down on the ground. The body's going all over the place. There's a sub on there. Is it Fergal O'Grady? I'm not sure. Fergal O'Grady is coming on for Tubber, and I would imagine is it Declan
Joey
Ryan?
Or Declan, one or the other.
Oh, actually, it's a pick and roll. Joey is rather gently making his way behind the goals. Look at, it's going to be a real exciting finish. 26 minutes gone here in the second half. Is a Dwayne Cheedy is gone down injured there for Killaloe. Not too sure. Is it Eddie Burke? I tell you, the challenges are hard and fearsome. It is Eddie Burke picking himself up rather gingerly. I tell you, both teams, the bodies will be sore in the morning, but they're going to be sore for one team. Whoever's going to be left in the championship, whoever's out, will be very, very sore. So tired bodies, tired minds.
They don't need extra time, Leo. That's one thing.
No, neither team is looking for extra time. They'll be hoping to win it. And it's that man Stritch again. Stritch goes to ground, but somehow he gets the ball in over his head towards Micheál Ryan. But it's James Howard, the full back. James Howard goes to ground with the assistance of Micheál Ryan, but he gets the ball out to Larkin O'Grady, and O'Grady measures the ball across here to Mark Early. How did Mark get to space? Mark winds up, and this is a dangerous ball going in towards Mark McInerney. A shot, but it goes out to the right hand side, and Mark had that wave wide before it made its way in there at all. 14 points to 1 goal and 10. 27 minutes gone in an enthralling intermediate championship quarter final. Wayne King says 6 minutes now. Wayne King said 6 minutes in the park a few weeks ago between Scariff and 6 Mile Bridge. Was that 6 minutes left or 6 minutes extra time? So we'll wait and see. Is that 3 minutes plus the 3, or is it 3 plus the 6? We'll await with interest. I would imagine it's 3 plus the 3, because we've had stoppages. The ball has gone down towards David Goff. David Goff, good challenge on Blaine Early, but it comes to Jonah Culligan, but Jonah has gone out after going out over the sideline. A line ball for Killaloe. It's tension at its absolute highest here in O'Garney Park. Killaloe in the lead by the minimum. There's a couple of Killaloe lads hugging one out of the sideline. I don't know, is that more out looking for something to happen here? It's a line ball going to be taken by Eddie Burke. Eddie Burke cuts it long along the ground, and the ball comes in. Stretch gets the ball, but it's going to come to McMahon. McMahon now back out as centre forward. Tubber will need a big finish from Dolan McMahon. Who's going to get the ball? Cathal Stretch in there, but the ball comes out to Monaghan. The one player that you would expect could reignite. The ball comes to Pepe. Pepe delivers the ball in towards Early. Early gets out, but the ball comes to McMahon. McMahon drops the ball and picks up his Cathal Stretch, and great play by Cathal Stretch. Gets the ball out here. Comes out to O'Shea. O'Shea lets the ball go past him, and the ball breaks in. It cuts inside to Micheál. It's Micheál Ryan. Can he be the substitute, the hero? But the ball breaks out to Tommy Redden. Tommy was nearly entitled free on that occasion, but James Howard, it won't be easy to get any decision here. It's O'Grady. Larkin gets it out to Mark. Mark Early delivers the ball down. Who's going to get it? Is Nolan showing the leadership? He goes to ground, but the ball comes to Jonah Culligan. It comes to Blaine. Blaine going to turn on his right hand side. He switches the ball across to the deadly duo. It's Clive, but a tremendous block down there by is it David Goff who went to ground. It comes to Michael Goff, but Michael Goff shoots and the chance goes a begging. It's 14 points to 110. It was a tremendous challenge. It was even the wing back, it was the full back that got the. It was Eddie Burke who got that flick in. The ball comes out. Burke gets it out to Michael Goff, who's now back into defence. And Goff just delivers it out towards Ryan. James Howard looks to me. Ryan has it in his hand. Can he put 2 points between the teams? And the ball in Micheál Ryan. What an inspired substitution for Micheál Ryan. It's 15 points to 1 goal and 10. The puck out comes to O'Grady. This is dangerous. It's going all the way down, but it's going to find the sanctuary of the inline, out over the inline. Tupper seems to be panicking, Pat. That
Leo,
long
it's
ball.
a battle though. Micheál Ryan's score there was out of this world because, he had his over his shoulder, he's just in cold, all the players are well warmed in. The tension is amazing. You're not even getting the chance to take a break yourself because it's up and down the field. Fantastic entertainment. Mistakes being made on both sides, but you'd expect that. Both sides very tired, plenty of injuries, conditions not perfect, wind there as well, and it's getting dark. But combine all those things, the entertainment is outstanding. It really is. And there's still enough time left. We've just got into 31 minutes now, but there's still probably 2 minutes left, if not 3.
And indeed, we have to give credit to, in fact, it was Dwayne Sheedy who made that match-saving intervention to block that ball away from Clive Airley, which resulted in the ball breaking up the field from Micheál Ryan. It looks like is it Jason Monaghan is warming up to come on for Smith O'Brien's. Tupper trying to get one more attempt out of their troops. It's 15 points to 1 goal and 10. That's a 2 points differential. A dangerous lead to have a dangerous lead, but a great lead. Mark McInerney with the puck out coming for Smith O'Brien's. Jason, is he going to come on? McInerney, that's his best puck out today. Goes out towards John Fall, but O'Shea gets a great catch. Micheál O'Shea releases the ball to Goff. Goff haven't scored as of yet, and a shot from Michael Goff. He's put a couple of chances. Indeed, that one has gone over the bar, and that could be the one. That could be the insurance one to put Kildoo. Ronan Taff pokes it long. They need a McMahon special, but it's Nolan. Great play from Nolan, but it's going to come out to Blaine Early. It's on the Kildoo 40 metre line. Nolan, the captain, comes out. What a leader this man is, and he wins the free, and I think that could be game, set and match to Smith O'Brien's. A great play by one of the inspiration leaders, Keane Nolan.
Look what Keane Nolan is a super. We talked about him last year, Leo. He was on the Clare squad there. I think he made a brief appearance in a league game, but Jason Monaghan has made his way now, so there is more time. But Keane Nolan is one of the real leaders. Keane Nolan, the stretches are digging in there. But Leo, it's still, is it a green flag for Tubber? If we got another 2 minutes, you'd never know what'll happen. It's all down to Wayne now. Yeah, and Kildoo in no particular hurry, and they have brought Tommy Redden. Tommy is inquiring to the referee as how much time is left. It's 16 points for Smith O'Brien. It's 1 goal and 10 for Tubber, and indeed. It looks like is it the full forward John Cusick is gone off for Jason Monaghan, and Tommy Redden at 50 metres from his own goals. Will he go and hit this one dead? Is he going to go for it? He looks like it. He has been striking him well. He's striking him very well. Is this one? Is that the insurance? That is the insurance point, and that's Smith O'Brien's into the semi-final of the Intermediate Championship. It's 17 points to 110. That's going to be a 4 points differential. Ronan Monaghan now up in the corner. The ball comes to Blaine Early. No Tubber forward in near the goals, and the ball comes out. It's Blaine Early and single-handedly trying to bring the attack, and a pulled back there by Eddie Burke. But there, I'm not too sure what way is the clock. Is that there's a 2-score differential? We're gone well into added time, 34 minutes, and it looks like he's Blaine going to knock this over the bar, try and knock it over the bar, and see what results from the resultant puck out. That score. Indeed, it's Blaine. Yeah, he's going to try and knock it over the bar. Indeed, that's gone out to the right hand side and gone wide, and that could be the final nail in the coffin of Tubber for 2021. Is the Smith O'Briens are marching into the semi-final of the championship to join Rouen, Tulla and St. Joseph's. 4 strong teams going to be in the semi-final of the Immediate Championship. Mark McInerney, he goes short on this occasion out to Mark Stritch, and Stritch launches it. That's a mighty puck from Stritch. The Stritches have been very intimate. Ryan, a great catch from Micheál Ryan. What a sub he has been on. Come on for Smith O'Brien's. Micheál Ryan, but the ball breaks out to Blaine Early, and Tubber would want Blaine Early further up the field. Out towards Dwayne Sheedy and McCormack. Sheedy, who made that, I think, was the match-saving intervention. The ball comes out to Michael O'Shea. Comes out to my man of the match, Keith Stritch. Here's Stritch. And he's upended. And once again, I think, Pat, I'm not sure what you can cover with me, but I think Keith Stritch has been man of the match for Smith O'Brien's. He's been up and down that field, patrolling the far side, the near side here in the first half, has got a point from play, has won many a free, and once again, when leadership was shown, he's after drawing another free out of the Tubber defence, which gives
Tommy Redden another chance to really put another nail into the coffin of Tubber and put Smith O'Brien's into the semi-final.
I 100% agree with you, Leo. Switches have been absolutely brilliant, but he's taken a serious bit, I'd say, into the ribs or into the neck area or shoulder there on that tackling, just to win the ball for his team. But how much great stuff has he done all? But winning ball, distributing ball, scoring a point or two, a couple of great points, and just been tackling, chasing, everything you'd want in a player. Keith Stritch has done it today, so 100% agree with you. If there was a man of the match award, he'd be getting the gong for sure.
And there's plenty of smiles on the sideline for Smith O'Brien's. Unfortunately, not the same from the Tubber. It's a very quiet bench. They were fairly vocal there for a long time, but look at such is their defeat. And unfortunately for Tubber, it looks like their race is run for 2021, but there's no doubt about it that they will bounce back again. And Tommy Redden with this 65-metre free for Smith O'Brien. Tommy has been nailing them, and indeed he's look at, we can give him one. He let this one out to the right hand side and gone wide. It's remains 17 points for Smith O'Brien's, 1 goal and 10 for Tubber. That's a 4-point differential. Wayne King still playing on his run, and Taft launches this one down towards McMahon. The ball is going to break in, and who is it? Only there is Mark Stritch. Stritch goes down the ball for Smith O'Brien's, and here comes Stritch with a lovely pop pass out to a man who's been busy in Micheál O'Shea. Micheál O'Shea delivers a crossfield ball, and there goes the full-time whistle in O'Garney Park in 6 Mile Bridge, and victory goes to the red and gold, or the claret and gold as it's red, of Smith O'Brien's. It's Smith O'Brien's who march into the semi-final. A good victory for Smith O'Brien's on a scoreline of 17 points for Smith O'Brien's. Tubber 1 goal and 10.
Great win for Smith O'Brien's, Leo, and I think Smith O'Brien's will be very, very happy. And not just the win, but the way they won that. It looked like they were, in trouble in a couple of periods of the game, but grew into it. And as the game went on, there was only going to be a one winner. I just think that, they scored 17 points. They didn't get any soft goals or anything to give a gap. They just worked hard, and some great individual performances. Cahill Stretch centre back, Cian Nolan, Mark Stritch, I keep mentioning Stritches, obviously. David Goff at times, David Connolly at times in midfield, Micheál O'Shea at times, Tommy Redden outstanding for frees and play as well. So a really great win. Had a look on Tubber. They've given it everything. I wonder, are we ready to have an interview?
Yeah, we're going to have a word with Derek and Pádraig. We've Derek first before.
Well deserved win, Leo, and the manner of their win will please them, and they'll take a lot of beating.
Yeah, and Derek had predicted extra time beforehand, but he also said if he was to pick a winner, he would have been picking Smith O'Brien's, and you picked him as your winner for the championship at the outset. Derek, good win for Smith O'Brien's.
Yeah, great win, but look, games turn in small moments, Leo, and this game had a defining moment. Tubber fought back. They were 1 point down after a sensational Tommy Redden score, and suddenly with a minute to go on the clock, we knew there was going to be injury time. Donald McMahon fluffed these lines, dropped a simple hand pass directly in front of the posts. The ball is moved up the field, and a fantastic Michael Ryan score puts 2 between them, followed by a sensational Michael Goff score. And suddenly Smith O'Brien's are in a county semi-final. Games turn in moments, and you either define the moment or the moment defines you. Unfortunately, the moment defined Tubber's season.
Yeah, and it did define Tubber's season because it has finished their season, Derek. But it's Smith O'Brien to move into the semi-final. We now have 4 strong teams in the semi-final. Smith O'Brien's, Joseph's, Wren and Tulla. No easy pickings for anyone now.
No easy pickings. However, I still feel that Smith O'Brien's have the best scoring potential of the 4. Now, I was impressed with St. Joseph's here today. And both winners yesterday, Tulla and Wren, did what they had to do. Weather will be a defining factor too. The conditions. If Smith O'Brien's can get a dry day, they have some very lively forwards.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I suppose the manner of Smith O'Brien's, and we've always said about Smith O'Brien's, they've always been their biggest opponents has been themselves. In fairness, they've buried that mid today. Tremendous performance from start to finish.
And one other thing, Leo, which is important, of all the 4 quarter-finals, steel sharpens steel. Smith O'Brien's had a battle today. Do you know? They had a real battle, and up until that score, that sensational Micheál Ryan score to put 2 between them, the game was in the balance. That will stand to them. And steel sharpens steel, so Smith O'Brien's will benefit from this, and they're still my tips for the championship.
Come on, Derek. Now we're going to turn to Pádraig. Pádraig, who's here also, and we thanks to Derek for his input. Or we're going to get Foley. We better get Foley first because he's in a hurry. Brendan, I must ask you first of all, you're down here on the line as a hurley carrier. I didn't see you carrying any hurleys. I know you're not. An official is not supposed to carry hurleys. Look at, congratulations, marvellous victory for Smith O'Brien's.
I never held a hurley in my life, Leah. Look, we knew coming down today, this was going to be a battle, and I think we got a bit of sad news during the week in the club of one of our mentors, Kevin Carty. His mother passed away, and as you know, the McCartys are a very proud hurling family with a great tradition in our club. And Kevin was asked during the week, did he want the game to go off, and he said no. It was their wishes to play the match, and he spoke with the boys yesterday and wished them the best. And that performance was for the McCarthy family today, because they have been involved since as long as I can remember in Smith O'Brien's, and every one of them lads put in a big performance for Kevin and the McCarthy family, and that's what that performance came from today. As for Tubber, we knew coming in that this was going to be a dogfight to the last, and just listen to that speaker there as he said, like Micheál Ryan's point, like the goal brought Tubber back into the game, and we were there. But I think we showed a good bit of character.
The response was very good to the goal.
We didn't concede any score after a long period of time for that, and I think we hit the next 4 maybe after that. And that builds character. And when you have character in that team, and that character was actually built into that team last year as well, as you remember here with our battles with Corofin, with our battles with Rowan, and with our battles with Scariff. This team have showed a lot of character, and you know it was a great. This was a hard working performance.
Brendan, the victory is brilliant, and that's the most important. I thought that the manner of it, the setback of the goal, the response to the goal was outstanding, and we were saying here during the game that all three of the stretches, particularly just unbelievable, but particularly Keith, we thought worked his absolute blinder off, and particularly as they have a bereavement in that family as well during the weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
So you know, we just want to give credit to the stretchers, particularly all the players, of course, but the way they responded to the setback, I think, is a great sign of any team, and they'll take an awful lot from that.
You will, the conditions were tough here today. You know, the underground conditions was a match here earlier on, but when you're down to this time of year and you're down to the business end of the championship, it's character will get you over the line. You know what I mean? You can have all the fine hurlers, but you have to have a bit of character built into the team as well, and that was instilled there today. And you know, look, we're just delighted to get over the line. What the boys wanted to do, they wanted to get back into the field, Wednesday night training, and that was the objective coming down here today. No matter what way we won it, we were coming out here today with a win, and they did, in fairness to them.
And Brendan, you're back. You're in the hat for the semi-final draw. You're back where you exited the championship last year. You know, I know you were very, very disappointed after the semi-final last year, beaten by Scariff, who went on to win it. But now you're back in the same position again this year, and you can transfer the hurt from last year, hopefully to get you into a position which will get you over the line in the semi-final again.
Hopefully, Leo, we've knocked on the door in a number of semi-finals, and I think, you know, we have to get through that door. And you know, hopefully today's game will stand to us in the semi-final. We've had 2 good matches now, the last 2 games against Tulla and against Tubber. You know, that really set us into a position for tough battles. And look, you know, no matter who you get now in the semi-final, it's going to be a battle. There are 4 good teams worthy of being in the semi-final, and like, you know, every one of the 4 will fancy their chances.
Brendan, once again, look, enjoy the night down in Killaloe. I know celebrations will be muted to say the least down there. Look, make what you can of it. Look, you're a tight group. Good to see Killaloe back in the semi-final of the Intermediate Championship. Congratulations on a very inspiring and a massive display, and thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Leo.
Pádraig, deserving winners.
Deserving winners, yeah. They just totting it up there. Tubber only got 1-3 from play in the whole game, which is probably too low a return. And as Scariff Bay listeners would have known yesterday, a Camogie team only got 1 point in the third quarter against Scariff Gunlow, which was fatal to their cause, whereas Tubber only got, I think, 1 goal or maybe 1-1 in that third quarter. I know Pat in particular isn't a fan of the water breaks, but you can read a lot into how teams reset after them, and Tubber really, that third quarter, that was the killer for them. I would have felt, I know Micheál Ryan's moment was pivotal as well, but they needed to kick on in the third quarter. We spoke at half time that they needed to maybe make a couple of changes, and they tried to make changes, they didn't really get them. And then one of the huge contrasts I thought in the game was the leadership of Keane Nolan. You look to your Clare senior hurlers, the leadership Keane Nolan showed in coming out to win about 3 balls there in the end.
Yeah, he put his body on the line.
Exactly, and Tubber needed Donald McMahon to be their leader. I'm just looking down at him there, and Pat O'Connor, a huge loss. He's speaking to him there in the huddle. If they had Pat O'Connor, he'd have been driving out with that ball. So they needed Donald to step up, and unfortunately for them, he didn't. Whereas Keane Nolan, again, a class leader for Smith.
Yeah, and that's what we have to give credit to Stritch at centre back. He played, you know, and he got a point there in the first half as well. You know, he did mark him very well. And then when he went in full forward, Nolan picked him up, which was going to be no real advantage to Tubber either. You know, because Nolan is, you know, an experienced campaigner at this stage and done rather well. You
you know, we gave the Mark Stritch, or Keith Stritch, the wing forward, we thought he was absolutely immense. But they had leaders all over the field, Pádraig.
They did. The Stritch brothers were brilliant. And then that kind of isosceles triangle, or whatever type of a triangle it is, with Keane Nolan at 3, Eddie Burke at 7 and David Goff at 5, that is a very powerful triangle.
Yeah, Goff hit a lot of ball as well, and Burke is busy.
Burke coming on attacking the ball, and as you say, Keith Stritch excellent at 10, and one of Mikey O'Shea's more prolific games for Smith O'Brien's. He'd kind of been blowing hot and cold a small bit from, but when he's on fire, he's very dangerous to mark. And I think winning that game, massive for Smith O'Brien's, because we know 2 teams are coming down from senior. This needs to be the year, I think, for Smith O'Brien's.
Yeah, and of course Tommy unerring with his accuracy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And their discipline, we kind of spoke what we like in the second half, and their discipline held up. Blaine Early missed 1 or 2 frees that he needed to score, but again, very clinical up front. The one thing I'd say they'd probably have to work on is they didn't. Now Ron Taff obviously is an excellent goalkeeper, but they didn't look like they were going to get a goal on him. Whereas, you know, coming up against the Dora Bearfield, I think you'd need to get goals against Dora Bearfield.
Yeah, don't doubt about it. Pádraig, thanks a million for that. And that is going to conclude our broadcast here from O'Garney Park in 6 Mile Bridge. As we look across, both teams are in a huddle. You couldn't see contrasting huddles. If a very tight group over there in Smith O'Brien's. Disappointment for Tubber, but there's no doubt that Tubber, with all the spirit they have up there, will come and rise again. But however, the spoils go here to Smith O'Brien's, and the scoreline is 17 points to 1 goal and 10. My thanks to my co-commentator Pat McNamara. Thanks to Derek Dormer and to Pádraig McMahon for their input throughout the programme. Thanks to Jim who kept us going here all day with refreshments and on our production schedule. So all that remains is for me, Leo Dial, for Scariff Bay Community Radio in association with Derek Credit Union, and our outside broadcast sponsored by Michael Long Construction. It's St Joseph's and Smith O'Brien's who march into the semi-finals from our broadcast here in O'Garney Park. So to all our listeners, and back to now from all, it's Bannock Day, August Lawn.